My dad called me a mistake, threw me against a fridge, and disowned me on my 19th birthday. I left that night with nothing but $200 and a plan for revenge. I'd been eagerly down to my 19th birthday for 4 years, which happened on a Saturday in late September. Not because I wanted to vote or purchase scratch-offs, which are things that typical kids look forward to. I was counting since that was my expiry date under their supervision. The day they couldn't legally force me to return home if I chose to flee. I, a 23-year-old boy, grew up in one of those residences that photographs brilliantly. Two-story craftsman with white trim and shrubs that my father obsesses over every weekend. From the curb, we appeared to have everything together. Inside, however, it seemed as if I were the only thing they wanted to hide. My brother Jake is 3 years younger, and he's been my favorite since the moment he breathed his first breath. Not exaggerating. The youngster could destroy the garage, and they'd inquire whether he needed treatment. He also got a new Xbox to help him cope with his emotions. Meanwhile, I left a wet towel on the bathroom floor once and had a 50-minute lecture about respect and responsibility, which finished with my father asking if I had been reared by wolves. Growing up, I learned to exist silently, with light footsteps, no complaints, and always one step ahead of what they need so they didn't have to ask. My father would give me this look as if I angered him simply by being present. My mom was even worse because she'd smile while saying things like, "Jake's just naturally talented, sweetie. You have to work twice as hard to keep up. Jake got the genetics, the personality, the breaks." After my mom lost 3 pregnancies before him, he became their miracle baby, their second chance, and I was just the kid they had before they figured out what they really wanted. I tried, nevertheless. I received good grades and worked part-time at a local hardware shop, loading bags of mulch and concrete mix after school. Never caused any difficulties. I saved every penny since I knew they wouldn't be able to afford education. When my father spoke about my future, he would grumble something like, "You'll figure it out." Jake was 16 years old when he received a brand new gaming laptop for school. He primarily used it to watch videos and play games till 3 a.m., when I wanted to borrow it for college study. My mother told me to ask Jake first. He instructed me to obtain my own. This concludes the conversation. So when my 19th birthday arrived, I didn't have high expectations. Perhaps a card with $20 inside. Maybe a sheet cake from the supermarket. Something that recognized my existence. I awoke about 10:30 a.m. and rushed downstairs to see my father wrapping a silver ribbon around this sleek black box on the kitchen counter. Jake bounced around as if it was Christmas morning. My mother had a false camera-ready smile pasted across her face. No one glanced at me once. My mother eventually spotted me standing there and said, "Oh, perfect timing, honey. Jake, go ahead." I simply stood there, perplexed and transfixed. Jake ripped up the package and took out an exquisite stainless steel watch with a leather strap. The type that consumes more than 3 months of my hardware shop earnings. The kind that appears in magazine advertisements for perfumes and luxury vehicles. "Hey, this is sick." Jake grinned as he slipped it onto his wrist and turned it to catch the light. "Now I won't have to keep stealing yours, Dad." My father chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You've earned it, champion. We are proud of you. We earned it." The kid's proudest achievement that month was making JV basketball and avoiding suspension for vaping in the locker room. I waited there expecting for someone to remember, to look at me, to speak the 2 words that were most important today. My mother noticed something in my expression and said, "Don't look so bitter, Ethan. Life isn't about material things. When you're older, you'll understand that character matters more than gifts." I felt as if I had been punched. She spoke in that silky, condescending tone she employs when she wants to appear intelligent. As if I were a spoiled brat throwing a fit over a toy. "Thought we were having cake," I remarked gently. "Oh, we had some earlier," Jake answered nonchalantly, without glancing up from his new wristwatch. "While you were sleeping in?" I blinked. "You had cake without me." "It was just a small thing," my mother answered hurriedly. Jake grinned. "Nothing big. Don't make a scene." My name was on it. "You missed it, bro. I mean, it was sort of a joint celebration, but it's not your birthday. Get over it." My father was furious. "It's just a cake, Ethan. Stop being dramatic." Something in my mind snapped like a wire. I stared at Jake, truly looked at him, standing there with his $175 watch and wearing the sweatshirt I'd bought with my own money, which he'd taken 4 months earlier and never returned. "You know what?" I said, speaking louder than intended. This is pathetic and you are pathetic. You've never earned anything in your life. You simply coast while they give you everything and pretend you're exceptional. Jake's cheeks flushed scarlet. What's your problem, man? My problem? I joked, and it came out incorrectly. My problem is I'm standing here on my birthday watching you get a watch for existing while they can't even remember what day it is. Ethan, my mother cautioned. That's enough. No, it's not enough. It's never been enough. You treat me like I'm some stray dog you're stuck feeding while you throw parties for the golden boy who's failed every class except gym. That was the moment my father reacted quickly. He grabbed my shirt and threw me hard against the refrigerator. My head crashed into the stainless steel. Everything became white for a split second. You're done, he stated quietly and coldly. You hear me? Done. I shoved him back so hard that he staggered. His eyes widened with disbelief. I'd never pushed back before. I never raised my voice. Never fought. Touch me again, I said gently. I will make you regret it. He rushed at me again, this time with his fist, and hit me in the ribs. Once or twice. I doubled over and gasped for oxygen. My mother yelled. Jake just stood there, watching. My father grabbed my face, forcing me to stare at him. Enough, he said. We're done celebrating a failure like you. You are just a mistake. Get out of my sight. Mistake. That was who I was, not his son. I stood up, ribs screaming, felt blood in my mouth and stared at all three of them, my mother sobbing phony tears. Jake is still holding his watch. My father was breathing heavily, his hands clenched. And then I realized something. They were not going to adore me. No matter what I did, how hard I tried, or how little I made myself, I'd never be Jake. So I made a choice. I headed upstairs, got my backpack, which included a hoodie, some socks, granola bars, my phone charger, and the $200 I had been saving in an envelope taped beneath my desk drawer. I had my ID, debit card, and a Greyhound bus schedule that I had downloaded on my phone 4 weeks earlier, just in case. At 2:30 a.m., while everyone was sleeping, I sneaked out the back door. I did not have a plan. I knew I'd rather sleep on the street than stay another night in that place. The first 4 nights were awful. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I alternated between the 24-hour restaurant on Route 12, a corner of the public library until they booted me out at closing, and a seat behind the YMCA that no one checked after midnight. I discovered which vending machines were most likely to double drop if you hit them correctly, which gas station restrooms had the greatest soap for cleaning up, and which bus lines ran all night so I could sleep without being hassled by police. On the 4th day, I was almost spotted. I was strolling past the strip mall to charge my phone at the library when I noticed my father's vehicle pulling into the parking lot as if it owned the area. The bumper has the same dings as the vanity plate frame. My thinking became ice cold. I hid behind a vending machine near the laundry door and stood there, pretending to scroll. Like I belonged. I saw him get out, glance around, and then walk into the grocery shop like he was on a mission. He did not see me. But I learned something right there. Disappearing does not mean just departing. It's keeping away when you're 5 seconds from being apprehended. By night 5, my phone had mostly died. My hoodie smelled like sweat and rain, and I had eaten so many protein bars at the petrol station that I felt my stomach might rebel. That's when I discovered the church downtown. They conducted a shelter program from the basement. Nothing spectacular, just CS and 3 hot meals every week. The person at intake was an older man with gray hair and kind eyes that you don't see very frequently. He didn't ask any questions when I arrived with my backpack and a damaged lip, just nodded and sent me to an empty cot toward the rear. I remained there for 11 days. I met some folks. I learned how to stretch $3 into 2 dinners. How to recognize trouble before it finds you. How to sleep light so nobody steals your belongings. During the day I would stroll to the library and use the public computers to fill out job applications. I applied everywhere. Restaurants, retail businesses, warehouses, delivery services, anything that would hire someone with a high school certificate and a pulse. After about a week and a half, my phone began to buzz with callbacks. That's also when my father started phoning. The first message was angry and menacing, followed by confusion and desperation. By the 4th voicemail, he was in tears. Your room's still here, Ethan. Please just come home. We can talk about this. I hadn't returned the call. What was I expected to say? That I'd rather sleep on a cot in a church basement than live in a home where I was mistaken. I ultimately got a job at a medical supplies distribution facility. This enormous hub along Highway 47 sent hospital equipment and pharmaceutical supplies to clinics in 3 states. The compensation was minimum wage plus occasional overtime, but they hired me on the spot when I arrived for the interview dressed in a borrowed button-down. The operations manager, a guy with forearms like steel cables, looked at me and said, "You show up on time. You work hard. You don't steal. We're good." That's the whole deal. I arrived early every day. After 2 weeks of sleeping at the shelter, I encountered the older guy from intake outdoors after one of the food services. He was delivering donated blankets and bottled soup. A former electrician retired early when his wife died. He stated that he had a converted shed outside his house that he had been using for storage, but he was thinking of renting it out cheaply to someone who needed a break. I inquired as to how inexpensive. He said $130 per week, including utilities. I moved in the next morning. It was not much. A twin mattress on a metal frame, a space heater that only worked when you breathed correctly, a microwave, and a hot plate. It smelled like engine oil and old newspapers. But it was cozy, private, and mine. The landlord largely ignored me, just knocked once a week for rent and occasionally left a bag of goods on the doorstep without saying anything. I worked over 50 hours in the hub, occasionally picking up Saturday shifts when they needed bodies for critical shipments. I kept my head down, completed the task, and did not complain. After about 7 weeks, the management started assigning me to the inventory control station, which required less heavy lifting. He never articulated why. He simply did it. At night, I'd stroll to the library to work on community college applications. I'd missed certain deadlines, but spring enrollment remained available. I composed articles on my phone, stored them to a free cloud account, and had them printed at the library for 15 cents per page. Every application fee stung. $50 here, $60 there. But I did pay them. I didn't tell my parents, or anyone. By early December, I had established a rhythm at the hub. Started recognizing faces and learning names. It seemed odd, as if I were truly creating something genuine. My phone still rang sometimes with unknown numbers, primarily voicemails that I discarded without listening to. I assumed they had moved on by now. I converted my room into a home gym, office, or storage closet. Then one day in early December, I received an email from my high school counselor. "Ethan, I hope this finds you safe. I wanted to let you know that your transcript request has been canceled. Your parents informed the school administration that you would not be pursuing higher education." I read it 5 times. "They requested that we cease all correspondence regarding college applications, and I wanted to make sure you were aware. Please contact me if you require assistance." Then I phoned her back. She verified everything. My parents contacted the school 4 weeks ago, claiming I had decided against attending college and requesting that my records be designated inactive. Several deadlines had already gone. A state award that I had applied for was no longer available. I spent the next 4 days repairing it, phoning the school to explain the problem, and reactivating my records. The counselor assisted where she could, writing letters and making phone calls, but some possibilities had already passed. That night I sat in the shed, gazing at the wall, and I realized it. They weren't quite finished with me. They were aggressively attempting to sabotage my future before I could prove them incorrect. That was when I stopped feeling sad and began preparing. Winter struck heavily. The shed had minimal insulation, and the space heater only worked if it was exactly positioned. Most nights, I wore 3 layers to bed, piled up my socks, and snuggled up tightly. Work increased throughout the holidays. Most weeks I'd do doubles with my back screaming and my hands ripped up. However, each extra shift cost an additional $80 in tuition. The manager began rotating me into logistics coordinating. Less lifting means more problem solving. It turned out I was good at it. One night, the inventory system failed just before a key deadline. The whole team panicked. When I observed the problem message, the manager was on the phone and ranting at headquarters. In between job applications, I was training myself Excel and basic database skills at the library. This mistake was straightforward. A corrupted data table. I walked over. "Try reloading yesterday's backup. Current database is corrupted." The manager looked at me. "You know how to do that?" I shrugged. "I can try." After 15 minutes, the system was operational. He slapped my back hard enough to leave a mark. "You just saved us a $30,000 penalty, kid." Word spread quickly. Within 2 weeks, Individuals began flocking to me when their technology failed. I didn't get a raise, but people remembered my name. I started seeing myself as more than just a youngster stacking boxes. By late December, I had saved enough for spring tuition. I applied to 3 community college programs. I had to seek a dependency override from financial aid. I brought them shelter papers, a counselor's note, proof that I was self-supporting, 6 trips, and a pile of paperwork. Later, I finished it. In January, acceptance letters for all 3 programs arrived, along with a small need-based grant. I looked at the email for 2 hours, staring at the word congrats, as if it might vanish. That night, I made myself a boxed cake in the landlord's kitchen. Chocolate, crooked and somewhat burnt. I wrote my own name, Ethan, in blue icing. Ate 3 pieces. I saved the remainder. The next morning, I registered for classes. Introduction to Business Management, Collegiate Mathematics, English Composition, and Logistics Fundamentals. I did not inform my parents, but tiny communities speak. And 4 weeks later, I saw a neighbor at the grocery store. She grinned widely. "Ethan, heard you're going to college. Your mom must be so proud." I waved a hand. Yeah, must be, but I knew better. Later that week, my mother called from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. She didn't weep or shout. She just said, in her calculated, phony, sweet voice, "We heard about school, Ethan. That's wonderful. I hope you remember where you came from." As if I owed them anything. Deleted. Classes began. Mornings were spent working, afternoons were spent lecturing, and nights were spent in the library. We found an apartment near university with 2 peaceful housemates who paid their rent on time. Left the shed with a handshake, a thank you, and an extra $60 for the landlord. My business professor noted that I learned things up quickly. Started assigning me extra work, assisting other students, creating class schedules, making the dean's list in the spring semester, and landing a campus administration position in the autumn that paid higher than the warehouse. The first year was hard yet steady. Second year I settled in. Better apartment, better routine, and higher grades. I completed my 2-year associate degree and then proceeded to the state institution to pursue my bachelor's degree. By the time I was in my 3rd year of college, working on my bachelor's degree, I had been away from home for about 3 years. It felt like a lifetime. Then, one night in mid-September, a LinkedIn message arrived from a former neighbor. "Hey Ethan, wasn't sure if I should mention this, but thought you had a right to know. Your parents just listed the house for sale. Sign went up yesterday. Hope you're doing well." I glanced at the note. The home was for sale. At first nothing. It's just blank. Then something different. Something chilly and concentrated. I opened Zillow. The listing was easily found. Professional photographs, arranged furnishings, and generic descriptions. A charming family house with character. 3 bedrooms plus an extra room. Hardwood flooring. Quiet neighborhood. It has been lovingly maintained for over 20 years. I browsed through the pictures. Living area, kitchen, master bedroom, guest bathroom, and something called Jake's office bonus room. My room, but it wasn't mine anymore. Beige walls, bland bedding, generic landscape prints, no evidence of the 18 years I spent there. There are no posters, desks, or books. They didn't just eliminate me, they completely refurbished me. I sat there for quite a while, phone in hand, gazing at the listing. The asking price was quite expensive for a property of that age in that area. They were obviously desperate, probably needed to sell quickly. I dug deeper. Public property records are surprisingly easy to locate if you know where to search. I looked over the mortgage history, tax documents, and historical transactions and discovered something unusual. The mortgage was not paid off. Not even close. And they had fallen behind. According to public lien records, they have 4 to 5 months. That's when the concept started to shape. I wanted to visit the house one final time before it went to someone else. So I did something very crazy. I waited until the open house. They had one planned for that Sunday. According to the listing, when I arrived, the agent was welcoming visitors in the driveway. To appear legitimate, I stole my roommate's dress shirt and packed a folder filled with miscellaneous documents. The agent had no idea she was leading a tour for a ghost. "So the sellers are super motivated," she continued, anxiously clicking her pen as we came up the driveway. "They've already moved most of their personal belongings. I am looking for a swift closure. Their youngest has just begun college out of state. Of course, Jake is their youngest." I nodded and followed her inside. She chatted non-stop about crown molding, new appliances, and energy-efficient windows. I barely heard. My thoughts were focused on the gaps, the walls, and the fact that I wasn't there anymore. The kitchen looked the same. The same goes for the living room. My father's bedroom was staged using rental furnishings. Then we went to my old room. I stood at the doorway and felt nothing but cold. The agent pointed about as if she were displaying a treasure. This was their son's gaming and study area. It receives great natural light. An ideal adaptable space. Game and study room. That is what I would become. Jake's overflow. I stepped inside. They'd set it up like a college prep station. A stylish desk with a light. A bulletin board with neatly posted dorm checklists. College brochures spread over a side table. Jake's name is on everything. Next, we went through Jake's real room. Still decorated. Still had his belongings. Trophies lined the shelf. Posters adorned the walls. They had not touched a single item. The backyard was worse. The treehouse I had constructed with my uncle when I was 13, where I had spent hundreds of hours reading and fleeing, had been taken down. Just a rectangle of earth with few rusted bolts protruding from rotten timbers. The agent saw me gazing. The sellers said that they had dismantled an old building back here. There is a liability problem. I nodded. Did not say anything. She waited a minute, possibly feeling something strange in my quiet. "Want to see the garage before we wrap up?" she said pleasantly. I followed her via the side entrance. The garage was chaotic, with moving boxes and plastic bins heaped against the back wall. Most were labeled in my mother's immaculate handwriting. Holiday decorations. Kitchen overflow. Jake. Please keep. Then I noticed the corner. 3 containers were pushed beneath a broken treadmill. Masking tape labels in the same handwriting. Donate old room clutter. And the final one is the tiniest, almost like an afterthought. Trash. And guess whose garbage this was? Mine, of course. I gazed at the trash can for a long time. The agent did not notice. She was already headed back inside, discussing square feet. I moved to the back fence, hands in my pockets and breathing steadily. This was the yard where I learned to ride my bike and buried a time capsule in 4th grade, which is probably still under the oak tree. Where I had been for 18 years, it was now simply another listing, another transaction. That night, sitting in my car after the event, I made a decision. If they want to delete me, that's great, but I was going to make sure the entire world knew who I was, and they were going to watch from the ruins. I didn't want the screamed-for retaliation. I want vengeance that burned slowly. The sort that sneaks up, destroys silently, and leaves no trace. The text arrived unexpectedly around 2 months after I began attending community college. Jake. This was the first time I had heard from him since I left. I heard you're working at a grocery store and attending community college. LeMayo. Then another message. You know what I did to your room, right? Check this out. A photo was included. My former room, but it wasn't mine anymore. Freshly painted, new furnishings, and arranged like a showroom for the open house. Clean and pristine, like if I had never lived. I took out all of your rubbish. Looks much better now. I suppose that's what occurs when the dead weight disappears. Continue to be broke while doing your part-time job. Do not come back. Oh, and thank you for moving out. We really needed the area for anything worthwhile. I gazed at the message for a whole minute. Nor wounded, nor furious. Simply cold and calculating. He wanted a reaction. They wanted me to respond with something desperate or defensive. I wanted confirmation that he still had influence over me. I didn't respond. That night I was unable to sleep. I kept thinking about that photo, and how easy it was for them to remove me. Around 2 a.m., I opened Instagram and started browsing, passing time. That's when I discovered it. Jake's Fin is public. Same face, but different username. Some variations of his name using random numbers. The type of account individuals create when they believe they are being smart but are actually being careless. His narrative was still posted. Posted 6 hours ago. The first slide showed him seated in my former room. Caption: finally got rid of the dead weight. The second slide showed him recording himself in the mirror. Caption: golden child keeps winning. I took screenshots of both. The username is displayed, as is the timestamp. Then I continued browsing through his highlights. Months worth of posts, and that's when I struck gold. One highlight titled Real Talk had slides from a few months ago. Jake jokes with his pals about replicating someone else's calculus exam. Another slide boasts of having his girlfriend compose his English essays. Another one laughing about fabricating volunteer hours on his college application. Screenshots from group discussions when he admits to plagiarizing work. There's nothing concealed. Nothing private. Just out there in public, idiot. I take screenshots of every single one. I ensured that the username and timestamps were displayed in all shots. Then I sent them to myself. I opened my laptop. I created a new folder inside the one titled House. I called them Receipts. That's when I decided I wasn't simply going to survive anymore. I'm no longer just constructing my own life and hope that karma would someday catch up. I was going to be karma. The first step was getting information. Real information is buried in paperwork and public records. I kept it ordered as if I were developing a case, which I was. On my laptop I had a folder named Home, and inside it was another folder called Don't Lie to Me. PDFs, screenshots, highlighted dates, county links, bookmarked pages, and a running notes file where I recorded who said what and when. I also printed the worst crap. Staples paper, inexpensive binder and plastic sleeves. Something about having it in your hands makes it real. I spent the following 2 weeks looking into everything concerning their property sale. Public records were sufficient. Permits, liens, outdated MLS notes, HOA minutes, and court documents. I screenshotted everything and maintained a running log as if it were a case. Something fascinating happened. The basement has flooded 3 times during the last 7 years. Sump pump failures, water damage, and foundation fissures have all been documented and are being handled discreetly and cheaply with minimum repairs. Nothing that would stand out in a cursory walkthrough, but enough to be a severe issue for any buyer who looked. Guess what isn't disclosed in the current seller disclosure? Flooding, foundation difficulties, all of it. They were hiding it, not just leaving things out, but intentionally concealing systemic issues. That is fraud, namely real estate fraud. Could nullify the deal, expose them to litigation, and undermine their credibility. I saved every document, printed copies, and uploaded backups to 3 separate cloud accounts. But proof alone wasn't sufficient. I needed timing and plan. I contacted someone I hadn't spoken to in years, an old high school acquaintance. We went to high school together and ran track on the same team. He'd gotten into data analytics and was now working freelance conducting background research for small law firms. We weren't particularly close, but I had helped him once when his car broke down junior year, and he needed a ride to a college interview. We met in a coffee shop near school. I described what I required. Not everything. Just enough. I need to know what's buried in the public records, I informed them. Property history, permits, insurance claims. Things a typical buyer would not look for. He cracked his knuckles and grinned. Give me 3 days. He delivered in 48 hours. My pal did not hack anything. He just understood how to get permits, old postings and insurance breadcrumbs that most people never look at. County building permits revealed 3 distinct waterproofing operations over a 6-year period. He discovered contractor bills my father had filed to the HOA for compensation on shared drainage concerns. The HOA meeting minutes are public record in our county. Old MLS notes from when they initially purchased the property revealed little basement wetness. There were also small claims court papers from a prior owner who sued for water damage before my parents purchased it. The basement problem was greater than I anticipated. Not simply floods, but severe foundation breaches with water pouring through the walls during heavy rains. The sump pump was a temporary solution. The true remedy would cost at least $40,000. My parents were aware. My acquaintance discovered an 8-month-old construction permit application in which my father claimed basement waterproofing repair and temporary patching as the work description. They had done the bare minimum and never revealed any of it. I had them, but I was still not ready to relocate. I wanted the timing to be exact and surgical. Meanwhile, I continued to develop my life. The institution invited me to speak at the autumn first-generation student showcase. They wanted upperclassmen who had surmounted hurdles to share their experiences. Someone who persevered despite the lack of familial support. The event was set for late October for the whole university, including staff, students, and parents. That's when I knew the time was ideal. What if my parents watched me on stage, acknowledged as a success, and publicly applauded, just as their house sale fell through? What if all they'd created, their image, their idyllic family myth, crumbled because I succeeded without them? I didn't yell, but rather grinned. I began placing parts in place. I had the paperwork, the evidence of fraud, ready to go at the appropriate time. I contacted the college communications department and they verified that my story will be included. Full profile, photographs, and the works. I agreed to everything. And then I got one more card. Jake shared screenshots from his Fanina. All those postings bragging about cheating, faking volunteer hours, and plagiarizing essays were sitting in my receipts folder, waiting. Nothing big, but packed together and forwarded to the appropriate admissions office. That is different. I did not want to destroy him. Just remind him that no one is untouchable forever. I waited until October, and then I started. The orientation address was delivered on a Thursday afternoon. I'd practiced it a dozen times alone in my flat, hoping to sound confident without seeming rehearsed. The college wanted inspirational, so I provided them honest answers. I talked about growing up invisible, working 2 jobs to cover application costs, sleeping in a church shelter and learning to stretch $3 into 2 meals, and the moment I understood I didn't need anyone's permission to be alive. I made the dean's list 4 semesters in a row while working part-time and attending school. The auditorium was filled. 300 individuals, possibly more. Students, parents, professors, and my parents, who are most likely watching online. The complete video was released on the college's website that night. 3 hours later, it had been shared 40 times. By the morning, 100 old classmates had commented, and professors had sought out. Strangers received notes claiming they had been through something similar, and my tale offered them hope, which my parents noticed. I know because someone gave me a screenshot of a comment my mother made on a shared post. This is full of exaggerations. Some people just don't appreciate everything their families sacrifice. Passive-aggressive, defensive, and perfect. She was rattled, and I hadn't finished. What amused me was how quickly things got beyond my control. The local community page took it up since tiny communities view other people's lives as free entertainment. Someone uploaded the story. Someone else uploaded a screenshot of my mother's reply. And then the responses devolved into a gossip fest that pretended to be concerned but was actually simply drama. The next day, the listing agent abruptly disabled her listing comments. Not a coincidence, simply damage control. While the profile was being circulated online, I completed phase 2. The property purchasers were in the process of finalizing their inspections. Everything was coming to a close. They'd already gotten finance, begun packing, and psychologically invested in this as their new home. That's when I shipped the box. Anonymous, untraceable, and forwarded using a third-party mail provider. Inside was a flash drive, permit history showing recurrent waterproofing work, images of the open house listing showing suspicious wall stains, screenshots of the HOA meeting minutes noting shared drainage concerns, copies of the previous MLS comments suggesting moisture, and the claim includes court records from the prior owner's case, as well as a prepared letter. This property has concealed structural damage. The vendors were aware of the situation and actively disguised it. If you close on this residence, you assume the obligation. Inquire with the agent about any waterproofing permits or foundation concerns that have been reported in county records. See what they say. 4 days later, the listing disappeared. The purchasers backed out strongly. Here's the trouble about real estate. When a buyer's inspection confirms water infiltration and foundation damage and the buyer's agent requests repairs or credits in writing, the agent is legally required to report going forward. The listing agent couldn't hide it any longer. The buyer's agent issued her a formal email urging that the sellers remedy secret structural concerns or they would walk. That email may not be public record, but it made the rounds. Real estate agents chat. Small-town agents, particularly potential buyers, would learn about it. Any credible buyer's agent would pose inquiries, and if the agent tries to hide it now, she will lose her license. They were overdue on their mortgage, unable to sell without declaring and correcting. They didn't have $40,000. Looking at foreclosure, I didn't celebrate. Instead, I watched the dominoes fall. Then came step 3. Jake was applying to colleges, huge schools, and prominent programs based on faked grades and fabricated accomplishments. I submitted an anonymous email to the Admissions Integrity Office for his top 3 picks. Concerns have been raised about academic dishonesty in applicant Jake. Attached are screenshots of false volunteer records and admitting plagiarism. Please review before making final acceptance choices. I've provided the screenshots. Jake is joking about duplicating assignments, boasting about faking community service hours, and laughing about having buddies sign attendance sheets he never earned. I didn't want him rejected right away. I only wanted a subtle under-review stamp that would follow him around. 2 weeks later, I learned through the small-town network that Jake's top-choice acceptance was delayed. They had demanded further paperwork. His scholarship committee placed his application on hold seeking explanation. Nothing definite, Nothing explosive. Only questions. But Jake would meet someone new. He'd wait months for the other shoe to drop, incessantly checking his inbox and wondering who was watching. That was sufficient. 3 weeks have passed, and things are quiet and usual. I went to class, worked my shift, and studied at the library. It was already November, a little more than 2 years after I left their house. I'd turned 22 months earlier. They had missed 2 birthdays. Then they showed up. When I returned home from work on Tuesday night, they were waiting outside my apartment building. Both of them. My father appeared older and exhausted, with his shoulders dropped. My mother had that phony calm smile she gives when she's barely keeping it together. "Ethan," my father began, his voice strained. "We need to talk." I paused on the pavement, didn't approach closer, and simply gazed at them. "Now," I spoke gently, "after the home is unsellable and Jake's applications fall through. That when you want to talk?" My father reacted as if I had hit him. "We didn't realize things had gotten this bad." "You didn't know or didn't care?" "Please," my mother murmured, coming closer. "We've made mistakes. We see that now. But this needs to stop. You're hurting your family." I was chuckling coldly. My family. Where was my family when you forgot my birthday? Where was my family when you sabotaged my college applications? Where was my family when Dad beat me and called me a mistake? There is silence. My father gazed at the ground. My mother's eyes welled up with the artificial tears she is so excellent at generating. "We're losing everything," she stated gently. "The house is going into foreclosure. Jake lost his scholarship offers. We had to take out loans just to cover his tuition. We're barely surviving." "Good," I said, without hesitation. "You should know what that feels like," my father continued, his voice cracking slightly. "We're sorry. Okay, we're sorry. We were wrong. But you have to understand, we were under a lot of stress. We made mistakes." "Mistakes?" I cut him off. "You didn't make mistakes. You made choices. Every single day for 18 years you chose Jake over me. You chose to make me feel small, worthless, like I didn't matter. And now you're here because you need something from me. Not because you miss me. Not because you regret what you did. Because you need help." My mom tried again. "We thought maybe you could help us just temporarily. We know you're doing well with your job and school, and if you could just..." What I said. "Loan you money, co-sign something, bail you out?" Let me guess. "You heard I got a promotion at work. I thought I'd be an easy mark." They didn't dispute it. "We're your parents," my father replied frantically. "Doesn't that mean anything? You stopped being my parents the day you had that watch party for Jake and forgot I existed." I responded. "You stopped being my parents when you beat me and branded me a failure. You ceased being my parents when you attempted to damage my future. So no. It means nothing." My mother tried one more time. "Ethan, please, we're begging you. We'll lose everything." I took out my phone, opened my photographs and showed them the image from orientation. I'm on stage, clutching my prize and beaming. "This," he said, "is what I built without you. This is what I became after you threw me away. And you know what? I'm better for it. So whatever you're about to lose, that's called consequences. Welcome to the club." I strolled past them towards my building. My father grabbed my arm. Not difficult, just desperate. "Don't," I replied gently, moving away. "Don't ever touch me again." He let go. I glanced at both of them one more time. "You wanted me gone. You got your wish. Now stay gone." I stepped inside, closed the door, and that was the last time I saw them in person. Over the next year, bits and pieces of their tale emerged. The home fell into foreclosure. They went to a little apartment across town. To make finances meet, my father started working weekends delivering parcels. Jake transferred to a public school without a scholarship and worked part-time at a call center to assist with expenses. They made several attempts to contact us. Birthday texts and holiday greetings are both brief and superficial. Never a genuine apology. There were only feeble attempts at reconnection that failed to recognize their actions. I never replied. At 22 years old, I graduated with honors. I got promoted twice at my university job. My actual family are the ones I selected, and they never forced me to beg for a seat at the table. I caught my sister and fiancé kissing in his office 4 weeks before our wedding. Now she's begging me to save her from the marriage she destroyed mine for. My name is Serafina Wilson. I found myself standing at my mother's funeral, dreading the arrival of my sister Isolde. She snatched Cassian, my billionaire fiancé, the man I intended to spend my life with. I had not seen either of them since. When Isolde strolled in, flashing her diamond ring and smiling smugly, I felt a sense of peace that I hadn't expected. She had no idea who was there to meet her. Before I tell you how my sister's face turned white as a sheet when she saw who I married, please let me know where you're watching from and click the subscribe button to follow my trip. My mother Agnes was always the glue that kept our family together. Growing up in a small suburban home outside of Boston, she was the one who taught me about courage and decency. We enjoyed a special bond that grew stronger as I got older. Even after I moved into my own downtown Boston apartment and established myself as a marketing executive, I contacted her practically daily. She was my confidant, advisor, and biggest supporter. When Mom was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, I felt my entire world crumble. Despite the severe therapies, we felt our time was limited. Mother handled her diagnosis with surprising grace, caring more about her family's well-being than her own sorrow. Her final weeks were spent peacefully, surrounded by loved ones at the home where Mom raised us. She slid away, holding my hand, after making me swear to find serenity in my life. When I was 32, my life appeared to be wonderful on paper. I had a career, friends, and a great apartment, but there was something lacking. I worked 60-hour weeks and dated periodically, but nothing serious happened. Then I met Cassian Reynolds at a charity event through my college buddy Celeste. Cassian exuded charisma, gorgeous teeth, and confidence that permeated the room. He was a self-made IT millionaire with a success story that media loved to feature. Our bond was immediate. We had a passion for art, travel, and ambitious objectives. After our first meeting at an expensive restaurant overlooking the bay, I contacted my mother to tell her I had met someone amazing. Our bond developed swiftly. Weekend excursions to Martha's Vineyard, box seats at symphony concerts, and romantic meals became our norm. Cassian was attentive and generous, constantly bringing nice gifts and arranging elaborate dates. Cassian proposed with a 5-carat diamond ring after 18 months of dating, over a private dinner on a yacht in Boston Harbor. I agreed without hesitation. My parents were overjoyed, particularly my mother, who immediately began planning the ideal wedding. Cassian has the resources to make any wedding dream come true, and Agnes insisted we don't hold back. Then there was my younger sister Isolde. We had a complex connection, despite being only 2 years younger than me. We were close as children, despite the constant competition. Isolde constantly desired what I had, whether it was toys, friends, or attention. If I accomplished something, she had to equal or exceed it. Mother always attempted to maintain the peace by providing each of us individual time and attention. Regardless of our history, I chose Isolde as my maid of honor. Mother said it would bring us closer, and I hoped that as adults, we had progressed past infantile jealousy. When I presented Isolde to Cassian at a family meal, she showered him with compliments. I spotted her caressing his arm while smiling at his jokes, but dismissed it as Isolde's typical charming behavior. We hosted our engagement party at my parents' colonial-style home. Isolde assisted Mother with decorations, including stringing fairy lights throughout the backyard and placing flowers. I spotted Isolde staring at Cassian across the room all evening. But when our gazes met, she suddenly smiled and raised her glass to me. Later that night, once the guests left, Mother approached me in the kitchen. "Serafina, dear. I noticed Isolde seems quite taken with Cassian," she murmured, gently placing leftover appetizers in containers. "She's just being friendly, Mom," I explained, rinsing champagne flutes in the sink. "Besides, she's dating that pharmaceutical rep Brian." Mother nodded, but did not appear convinced. "Just be careful, honey. You know how your sister can get when you have something she admires." I kissed her cheek and assured her that everything was okay. "We're adults now, Mom. Isolde's happy for me. I'm sure of it." How mistaken I was. How awful and devastatingly incorrect. 3 months before our wedding, I began to notice tiny changes in Cassian. He began working later, frequently responding texts at unusual hours using the pretext of international clients. Our regular Friday date nights were regularly canceled owing to emergency meetings. When we were together, he appeared inattentive, continually checking his phone and paying just limited attention to our chats. More disturbing was how he began to criticize aspects of me that he had previously admired. My laughter was suddenly too loud in public. My favorite blue dress, which he always liked, suddenly made me appear washed out. Even my habit of reading before bed, which he had previously thought sweet, became bothersome due to the light keeping him awake. Meanwhile, Isolde began calling more frequently, always inquiring about wedding details. I just want everything to be perfect for my big sister, she'd tell me. Though mother did the majority of the organizing, Isolde volunteered to assist with vendor meetings that I couldn't attend owing to work obligations. Cassian and I went to supper at an upscale Italian restaurant downtown on a Thursday evening. He rarely made eye contact and responded to my work-related stories with one-word answers. When his phone rang for the 7th time, I had reached my limit. "Is there something more important going on elsewhere?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a pleasant tone despite my mounting displeasure. "Sorry, just work stuff," he muttered, setting his phone face down on the table. "You know how it is before a product launch." Later that week, when washing the laundry, I detected an odd perfume on Cassian's collar. It was flowery and thick, unlike the faint scent I wore. When confronted, Cassian said that he had spent the entire day meeting with a potential investor, Serafina Mills, who appeared to be wearing excessive perfume and embraced him farewell. The explanation appeared plausible. I wanted to believe him. I called my buddy Celeste to convey my concerns about coffee the next morning. "Every relationship gets jittery before the wedding," Celeste assured me as she stirred her cappuccino. "Parker and I fought constantly the month before our wedding, and now we've been married 5 years. However, the knot in my stomach refused to dissolve. My mother observed my worry at our usual lunch. "You seem distracted, sweetheart," she murmured, reaching across the table and touching my hand. "Wedding stress or something else?" I forced a smile. "Just busy with the final arrangements, everything's fine." But everything was not fine. I began to exert more effort, thinking that perhaps I had been taking Cassian for granted. I scheduled a spa day, purchased new lingerie, and tried preparing his favorite foods. He grew increasingly aloof as I tried harder. Then came the cake tasting appointment, which Cassian had been looking forward to for weeks. That morning, he called, claiming to have an unexpected meeting with investors. "Isolde can go with you," he said. "She knows my preferences anyway." When I hung up, I felt ill. How did my sister know about my fiancé's cake choices better than I did? Still, I accepted her invitation to join me. The next day, when cleaning Cassian's car before a dinner party, I discovered an earring trapped between the passenger seat and the center console. I immediately recognized the dangling silver earring with a small sapphire as Isolde's. My sister had worn the earrings to my engagement party, a gift from our grandma. When I showed Cassian the earring that evening, his expression remained completely poised. "Oh, your sister must have dropped it when I gave her a ride to the florist last week," he remarked softly. "She mentioned losing an earring." "You never told me you drove Isolde to the florist," I remarked quietly. "Didn't I? It must have slipped my mind. It wasn't important." When I called Isolde, her explanation was exactly the same as his. "Oh, thank goodness. I've been looking everywhere for that earring. Cassian was kind enough to drive me since my car was in the shop." That night I couldn't sleep because thoughts were flying through my head. Had they prepared their story? Was I paranoid? Stress caused me to lose weight and develop dark bags under my eyes. I started going to a therapist without telling Cassian. Cassian proposed we postpone the wedding 3 weeks in advance. "I'm worried about you, Serafina. You're not yourself lately. Maybe we're rushing things." I broke down and begged him to tell me what was wrong, what I had done, and how I could cure it. He embraced me and assured me that everything was all right. But his eyes were vacant. That night, I awoke at 3 a.m. to find Cassian's side of the bed deserted. From the hallway, I could hear his whispered words from the guest bedroom. "Not now, she'll hear us." I know. Soon, I promise." The next day I planned to surprise Cassian at his office with lunch. My father Edric called while I was leaving my apartment. "Serafina, are you eating properly? Your mother says you've lost too much weight. We're concerned." "I'm fine, Dad. Really. Just pre-wedding jitters. I'm actually bringing Cassian lunch right now." "Good. That boy better be treating my daughter like a queen." If only he knew. The security guy at Cassian's building recognized me and waved me through with a smile. On the elevator trip to the 12th level, I examined my reflection in the mirrored wall, attempting to smooth the worry creases that had formed between my eyebrows. The lunch bag in my hand contained Cassian's favorite sandwich from the deli across the street from my workplace. When I arrived at the reception area, Cassian's secretary, Odette, looked up from her computer, her eyes widening in surprise. "Serafina, we weren't expecting you today." Her attention shifted to Cassian's closed office door, and then back to me. "Cassian is in a meeting right now." "That's okay," I said, lifting the lunch bag. "I just brought him lunch, I can wait." Odette rose fast, blocking my route. "Actually, he specifically asked not to be disturbed. Perhaps I could let him know you're here. Something in her uneasy demeanor raised my concerns. Is he alone in there, Odette? Her hesitancy revealed all. Before she could react, I moved past her and opened Cassian's office door. Cassian was leaning against his desk, his hands on my sister's waist, her arms wrapped around his neck, their lips locked in a passionate kiss. Neither noticed me at first, leaving me several agonizing seconds to process every aspect. Isolde's skirt pushed up, Cassian's tie loosened, and their embrace was familiar, evoking countless previous occasions. When the door clicked shut behind me, they sprung apart, three faces frozen in amazement. Serafina, Cassian recovered first, fixing his tie. This isn't what it looks like. Isolde did not even try such a blatant falsehood. Instead, she raised her chin defiantly. We didn't plan this. It just happened. The tranquility that swept over me was unexpected. How long? Cassian cast a peek at Isolde before returning his attention to me. Serafina, let's discuss this privately. How long? My voice was steady. For months, Isolde replied. Since the engagement party. For months. Almost half of our engagement. While I was choosing wedding invitations and floral arrangements, they betrayed me. Cassian stepped behind his desk, separating himself as if prepared for a business meeting. I did not intend for this to happen, Serafina. Sometimes feelings shift. I was planning to tell you after. After what? What happens after the wedding? What happens after our honeymoon? I was trying to find the right time. His voice had the practiced smoothness he used for difficult client meetings. The lunch bag fell from my grasp. I trusted you. Both of you. Isolde at least had the decency to appear uncomfortable. Becca, it simply occurred. We tried to fight it. Don't call me Becca. The childhood moniker seemed like a trespass. Nothing just happens. For 4 months you made decisions. Each hidden call, every lie, every time you looked me in the eye, you knew what you were doing. Cassian pressed the intercom button. Odette, please come in. Odette appeared moments later, carefully avoiding my eyes. Please take Serafina outside. She is upset. I'm escorting myself out, I responded, retaining my dignity but feeling devastated inside. You deserve each other. In the elevator, the tears finally flowed. By the time I got to my car, I was hard to breathe through crying. The drive home is a fog in my memories. I just recall contacting my mother from my flat, curled up on the bathroom floor and unable to form meaningful sentences due to my crying. Mother and father arrived within an hour, using their emergency key to get inside when I couldn't bring myself to open the door. Mother embraced me as I told them everything. Father walked the living room, his face turning hot with every detail. I'll kill him, he said quietly, handing over his heart. Edric. Your blood pressure, Mother admonished, while her own face was equally furious. The next few days were spent in a blur of pain. Mother assisted me in contacting vendors to cancel wedding arrangements, while Father handled the financial elements. I couldn't bear to look at Cassian when I returned the engagement ring to his apartment and left it with the doorman. I discovered Isolde had already moved her belongings in. The majority of her things were there, along with family photos arranged on shelves that used to hold mine. Cassian's email about dividing our shared assets was coldly efficient, saying that Isolde assisted him in cataloging my remaining items. The betrayal went further than I had thought. Through common friends, I discovered that they had been meeting covertly whenever I worked late or traveled for business. Isolde had intentionally sought him, making reasons to see him alone and sending texts and images when I wasn't around. The scandal immediately spread among our social circles. Some friends stood with me, while others supported Cassian, citing his business connections. Several people stated that they had spotted Cassian and Isolde flirting but had chosen not to get involved. Their cowardice hurt nearly as much as the treachery. During those dark months, my mother became my lifeline. She gave me food when I couldn't eat, listened to my crying rants, and stayed the night when the loneliness got unbearable. She regularly attempted to mediate between Isolde and myself, asking us both to family dinners that invariably resulted in awkward silence or nasty fights. During one such dinner, Isolde became enraged when I refused to pass her salt. You always have everything first, Serafina, the grades, the task, the apartment. For once I received anything before you did. My fiancé wasn't a prize to be won, I said, my voice quivering. He was the man I loved and trusted. Mother put down her fork. Isolde Marie Thompson, apologize to your sister right now. For what? Being honest? Cassian selected me. He loves me now. I stood, a napkin put on my plate. I can't do it anymore, Mom. I am sorry. It was the last family supper I had with Isolde present. The stress of his daughter's conflict exacerbated Father's heart problems, necessitating medication adjustments and further doctor appointments. Mother grew older in months, the lines around her eyes deepening as she desperately strove to keep her family together. I reached rock bottom. My therapist diagnosed me with depression and suggested medication. Work worsened as I struggled to focus, and I eventually lost a large client following a horrible presentation in which I burst into tears. My supervisor recommended a leave of absence, but I realized that staying in Boston, where memories lurked around every corner, would only exacerbate my pain. When a marketing director position arose at our Chicago branch, I applied right away. The interview went fairly well, with my need for change possibly translating as eagerness. 2 weeks later, I got the offer. Mother helped me pack my flat, carefully wrapping photos and souvenirs in tissue paper while we went through my stuff to decide what to retain and what to donate. She brought up the matter that lingered between us. "Will you ever contemplate forgiving Isolde?" she inquired, closing a box with packing tape. I proceeded to fold sweaters without glancing up. "I do not know, Mom. Not now. Perhaps not ever. Forgiveness isn't about them deserving it," she explained quietly. "It's about freeing yourself. I'm liberating myself. I am moving to Chicago." Mother sat alongside me on the bed and took my hands in hers. "Running away isn't the same as healing, sweetheart." Tears filled my eyes. "I need space to even start healing. Can you get that?" She nodded and pulled me into a close hug. "Promise to call. Promise not to shut us out altogether." "I promise." Saying farewell to my parents was more difficult than I thought. Father held me for longer than usual, his voice rough and emotional. "Show them, kiddo. Create a life so good they'll choke on their regrets." My first few weeks in Chicago were lonely and filled with doubt. My small apartment felt sterile and foreign. I worked long hours to avoid going home to empty rooms, ate takeaway at my desk, and fell asleep exhausted every night. Then came the news, which pushed the knife deeper. Mother called on Sunday morning, her voice hesitant. "Serafina, I feel you should hear this from me rather than social media. Isolde and Cassian got married yesterday." Cassian's business contacts ensured coverage of the tiny civil ceremony, which was published in the society sections of Boston Magazine. The accompanying photo showed them beaming outside the courthouse, Isolde in a plain white dress with my former engagement ring proudly visible on her finger. That night was my low point. I drank an entire bottle of wine alone, browsed through old images of Cassian and me, and cried till my eyes swelled shut. I called in ill for work the next day, unable to face the world. But something changed during those lonely hours alone. As dawn light crept through my blinds, I decided that this was the last day I'd give them control over my happiness. I erased all Cassian images from my phone, blocked him and Isolde on social media, and took a lengthy shower, visualizing my pain washing away. At work, I refocused on my projects. My employer saw the shift and assigned me to larger clientele. I established a reputation for inventiveness and perseverance, winning respect in my new workplace. Madison Reynolds, our HR director, was my first genuine Chicago buddy, and she introduced me to her book club. Through her, I met other ladies and gradually formed a social circle. Madison routinely tried to set me up on dates, but I turned them all down since the prospect of romantic vulnerability terrified me. I was dispatched to a technology convention in San Francisco to represent our company. On the second evening, I went to a business dinner with possible clients and sat next to Leander Foster, a tech investor and entrepreneur who had recently moved from Seattle. Leander differed from Cassian in every way. Where Cassian was flamboyant and engaging, Leander was subtle and real. His gentle assurance and thought-provoking questions pulled people in without demanding attention. When he spoke about his work, his enthusiasm was palpable, but never boastful. He asked for my card after dinner, and I handed it to him with no expectations. To my surprise, he emailed the next morning, asking if I wanted to continue our discussion of digital marketing trends over coffee before the day's sessions. Over the next 3 months, Leander and I maintained professional contact. He sent clients to my agency, and I connected him to my Chicago business contacts. Madison noticed our regular work meals and raised her eyebrows. "He likes you, Serafina. And not just professionally." "We're just colleagues," I said. "Colleagues don't look at each other the way he looks at you." Finally, Leander invited me to dinner at a place unrelated to work. I panicked and nearly canceled twice before forcing myself to go. I experienced a full-blown panic attack 20 minutes into our date, while we were discussing our favorite books. My hands shook, breathing got difficult, and tears filled my eyes. Instead of being embarrassed or upset, Leander walked to sit next to me and spoke gently until my breathing returned to normal. He drove me home with no pressure or inquiries. The following day, roses arrived at my office with a note. There is no pressure. No expectations. I hope you're feeling better. Leander. That evening, I called and told him everything about Cassian and Isolde. He listened without interruption, then recounted his own story of heartache from a previous marriage, which ended when his wife left him for his business partner, taking half of their joint firm in the divorce. Broken trust leaves scars, he remarked. Anyone worth your time will understand that healing isn't linear. Over the next few months, we began by laying the groundwork for our friendship. Leander never demanded more than I could give, respecting my boundaries while remaining fully present. For our fifth date, he made dinner at his apartment rather than taking me to a crowded restaurant, which could cause me worry. When terror flared up, he understood precisely how to help me get through it. For the first time since Cassian, I began to hope that trust could be restored. 1 year after arriving to Chicago, I scarcely recognized myself. My promotion to senior marketing director came with a corner office that overlooked the river. My circle of pals had grown beyond Madison to include a few close confidants. And most strangely, I had fallen deeply in love with Leander. Unlike Cassian's flamboyant wooing, Leander's love revealed itself in steady, methodical ways. He recalled minor details like my preference for oat milk in my coffee and the true crime podcasts I listened to. He honored my independence while providing unflinching support. Most significantly, he never compared myself to others or attempted to change me. I met Delphine, Leander's sister, during her visit from Portland. We quickly bonded, swapping phone numbers and forging our own connection outside of Leander. She told me stories of their upbringing in Seattle, drawing a picture of the youngster who grew into the guy I fell in love with. My contact with my parents remained from a distance. I called Mother on a weekly basis, carefully directing the conversation away from Isolde. Father periodically joined these talks, his gruff accent softening as he told me how happy he was of my new beginnings. I went twice that year, scheduling my visits around when I knew Isolde and Cassian would be gone. Mother offered occasional updates on them. Their marriage appeared idyllic on social media, with Isolde uploading photographs of luxurious vacations and charity galas. Mother stated that they had purchased a large property on Beacon Hill and were undergoing substantial renovations. Isolde occasionally inquires about you, Mother said during a phone chat. What are you telling her? I inquired, stirring pasta sauce on the stove. That you are doing well. That you are creating a new life. Has she ever expressed regret? Mother sighed. In her way. She becomes quiet when your name is mentioned. My therapy continued in Chicago, with my new therapist assisting me in processing the betrayal and establishing healthy relationship habits. I learned how to identify my triggers and communicate effectively. Cassian and Isolde-related dreams faded gradually. Leander surprised me with a weekend getaway to Michigan's wine country. We slept at a lovely bed and breakfast surrounded by vineyards, spent the afternoons wine tasting, and the evenings watching the sunset over Lake Michigan. For the first time in years, I felt entirely present and pleased, free of the weight of past betrayal. On our final evening at the Chicago Botanic area, Leander paused beneath a trellis covered in climbing roses while strolling through an early summer blooming area. Serafina, he began, grabbing both of my hands in his. This past year, knowing you has been the greatest gift of my life. When he knelt and pulled a ring box from his pocket, pictures of Cassian's proposal flashed briefly, threatening to overwhelm the moment. But staring into Leander's eyes, all I saw was truth and affection. I'm not asking for an answer today, he continued, sensing my uncertainty. I just want you to know that whenever you're ready, whether that's tomorrow or next year, I'll be here. My eyes filled with tears, but not from fear or agony. Yes, I whispered. I'm ready now. The ring was nothing like the gaudy diamond Cassian had given me. It was a simple emerald with little diamonds on either side, delicate and subtle, much like our love. That night I called my folks to tell them the news. Mother cried happy tears. He sounds great, sweetie. When can we meet him? Soon, I assured. Very soon. We planned a small wedding for 30 guests at a historic Chicago venue. At Mother's request, I sent an invitation to Isolde, more as a gesture of healing than an expectation of presence. Her response arrived via email, brief and cold. Congratulations on the engagement. Unfortunately, Cassian and I have other engagements on that day. Best wishes for the future. Mother was disappointed, but not shocked. Give her time, Serafina. This is advancement from where you were before. Our wedding day was intimate and joyful, with my parents, new friends, and Leander's family there. Father walked me down the aisle and whispered, "I haven't seen you this happy in years, kiddo." Leander's vows acknowledge our path. Serafina, I promise to remember that love is both strong and fragile, requiring daily care and devotion. I promise to be worthy of your trust, knowing how valuable and difficult it is to earn. We established our lives together in Chicago, purchasing a brownstone and renovating it together. My career progressed, eventually leading to a vice president post. Leander's investment firm expanded, focused on female-led technology startups. During a dinner with business associates, I learned something that connected the past and present. A venture capitalist recalled working with Cassian years ago. Reynolds? Yeah, he and Foster were pretty competitive in the angel investing market approximately 7 years ago. Foster supported the right startup. Reynolds endorsed his competitor. Foster's pick was purchased for millions. Reynolds went bankrupt. Later that night, I asked Leander about the relationship. "I was going to tell you eventually," he confessed. "I recognized you when we met at the conference. Not the specifics of what occurred, but that you had been engaged to Reynolds. Why didn't you say anything?" "I wanted you to know me for who I am. Not as someone linked to your past." I was not angry. Somehow the cosmic symmetry felt appropriate. 2 years into our marriage, we started trying for a baby. Months passed without success, prompting fertility specialists and uncomfortable conversations. Throughout setbacks and medical procedures, Leander was my rock, comforting me through tears and telling me that family comes in various forms. Then came the tragic news of Mother's cancer diagnosis. Leander and I flew to Boston right away, meeting with physicians and guiding my parents through treatment options. Mother put up a brave face, but her cancer was severe and had spread. I took a leave from work to care for her, temporarily returning to my boyhood home. Leander flew in every weekend to support both me and my increasingly frail father. Mother and I had many meaningful chats about life, love and family in her last weeks. One evening, when I adjusted her pillows, she mentioned Isolde. "I wish you girls could find peace with each other," she murmured, her voice weak but determined. "Life is too short for such distance between sisters." "I know, Mom," I said, holding back tears. "Promise me you will try, Serafina. Not for her, but for you. And maybe a little for your elderly mother." I promised, unsure if I could maintain it, but eager to give her peace. Mother died quietly 3 days later, with Leander, father and I by her bedside. I called Isolde right away, the first straight conversation we'd had in years. "Mom's gone," I remarked when she responded. Her quick inhale was the sole sound for long seconds. "I'll be there in an hour," she finally stated, her voice breaking. We arrived at our parents' house and exchanged brief, awkward hugs before turning our focus to father and funeral arrangements. The true test would be during the funeral, where years of pain and hatred would collide with new sadness and Mother's ultimate desire. The morning of Mother's burial was dark and drizzling, fitting the solemn occasion. I stood in front of the mirror in my childhood bedroom, adjusting my black dress and wondering how I'd get through the day. Leander stood behind me, gorgeous in his dark suit, and softly placed his hands on my shoulders. "I'm right beside you today," he murmured, matching my gaze in the reflection. "Whatever happens downstairs." Father sat at the kitchen table, looking blankly at his untouched coffee. The preceding week had hollowed him out, and his lofty form bent in despair. At 72, he appeared to have aged a decade since Mother's diagnosis. "Ready, Dad?" I asked softly, patting my shoulder. He nodded and rose slowly. "Agnes always said funerals aren't for the dead, they're for the living. Never understood that until now." When we arrived, the funeral home was already full of extended relatives and friends. I stayed close to Father, greeting visitors with mechanical smiles and accepting condolences from people I scarcely recognized, including cousins from California, Mother's college roommate, and neighbors from my parents' 40-year home. "You look just like Agnes at your age," my great-aunt Mireille murmured, caressing my cheek. "She would be proud of the woman you've become." "How have you been, dear?" said my mother's friend Romina. "Agnes mentioned you moved away from Chicago, didn't you?" "Yes, almost 5 years now," I said, not mentioning that my sister's infidelity had spurred the transfer. As I walked Father to his seat in the front row, with Leander on his opposite side, a murmur echoed across the audience. I turned to see Isolde and Cassian enter, their presence prompting heads to turn and rumors to spread. Isolde chose an exquisite black outfit that accentuated her tiny body, with diamond earrings catching the light. Cassian appeared uncomfortable in his nicely fitted suit, his arm around my sister's waist in a show of support. Her left hand was conspicuously placed on her pocketbook, making the huge diamond engagement ring and wedding band impossible to overlook. Father stiffened beside me. "Edric. Breathe," I said quietly, worried about his heart. They made their way ahead, pausing to chat with other attendees. I kept my gaze fixed on the enormous portrait of Mother displayed alongside her closed casket, her warm smile calming some of my nerves. They eventually reached the front. Isolde hugged Father, who returned it stiffly. Cassian shook his hand and received merely a short nod in return. "Serafina," Isolde replied, turning to me with a look I couldn't read. "It's been a long time." "Yes," I said simply, not trusting myself to say more. Cassian nodded awkwardly. "Sorry for your loss." Leander had moved away to speak with the funeral director, leaving me alone with them. Isolde grasped the opportunity. "I need to speak with you privately," she explained, gesturing into a side room. Against my better judgment I followed her, hoping to avoid a scene at Mother's burial. The small space only had a couple chairs and a box of tissues, which were plainly meant for mourners who needed private moments. Isolde shut the door behind us. Up close, I noticed small creases around her eyes that her expensive cosmetics couldn't hide. "You look thin," she said, her gaze scrutinizing me. "Grief does that," I answered plainly. She fiddled with her ring and twisted it around her finger. "Cassian and I bought a summer house on Cape Cod last month. 8 bedrooms. Private beach access." I stayed silent, wondering why she felt compelled to reveal this knowledge. "We're considering starting a family soon," she added. "Cassian's company just acquired 2 startups, and we're renovating the 3rd floor for a nursery." "Congratulations," I murmured, my voice free of emotion. "Is there something specific you wanted to discuss about the funeral arrangements?" Her smile became harsh. "I just thought you might want to know how well we're doing. Poor you. Still alone at 38. I got the man, the money, and the mansion." The familiar pain flared quickly and then disappeared. Years ago those remarks would have destroyed me. Today, they appeared sad and forlorn. I grinned sincerely. "Have you met my husband yet?" Her expression faltered. "Husband?" "Leander," I called, opening the door to discover him waiting nearby. "Come meet my sister." Cassian appeared behind Leander as he entered the room, evidently studying our interactions. Cassian's cheeks became pale as the males made eye contact. "Foster," he murmured, his confidence fading. "Reynolds." Leander's tone remained professional and cold. "It's been what, 7 years? Not since Macintosh acquired Innotech instead of your client, CompuServe, right?" Cassian swallowed visibly. "You two are married?" "2 wonderful years now," I replied, putting my hand into Leander's. "Leander Foster," Isolde said softly. "As in Foster Investments?" "The same," Leander responded. "Serafina and I met at a tech conference in San Francisco." Cassian struggled to regain his composure. "Foster, we should catch up sometime. I've been meaning to reach out about potential collaborations." "My schedule is quite full," Leander said politely but firmly. "But you can contact my office if you'd like." The funeral director appeared and informed us that the service was about to begin. As we returned to the main area, gossip circulated regarding Leander and Cassian's well-known business relationship. We had scarcely taken our seats when Father grasped his chest, his face contorted with pain. "Dad!" I shouted, as Leander instantly called for assistance. We relocated Father to a private room, and the funeral was temporarily postponed. A doctor among the attendees checked him and said that the cause was most likely stress rather than another heart attack. Isolde followed us with genuine anxiety on her face. "Is he okay? Should we call an ambulance?" Her voice trembled slightly. "The doctor says he's stable," I said, shocked by her truthfulness. "Just overwhelmed." For 20 minutes we sat there in awkward silence, linked only by our concern for our father. When he insisted on continuing with the service, we returned to the main chamber, with the brief crisis resulting in an unexpected truce. The funeral was both beautiful and tragic. I offered a eulogy that emphasized Mother's kindness, courage, and steadfast love for her family. When Isolde rose to speak after me, she hesitated after a few sentences, her eyes welling up with tears. Without thinking, I stepped to her side and rested my hand on her back. "It's okay," I said. "Take your time." She composed herself and finished her homage to our mother with anecdotes from our childhood that elicited tears and soft laughter from the audience. As we placed Mother to rest in the cemetery, a gentle rain poured. I noticed Cassian standing aside from the rest of the group, frequently checking his watch. Isolde stayed by Father's side, her former swagger replaced by true anguish. The celebration at my parents' house was packed with friends bringing casseroles and sharing memories. Cassian drank heavily, his uneasiness palpable as many business associates engaged Leander in intense discussion. I overheard pieces about Cassian's company failing with recent acquisitions and wondered whether Isolde's boasting was a cover for financial problems. Throughout the day, I kept the dignity Mother would have expected, focusing on supporting Father and honoring her memory, rather than lingering on previous scars. As visitors began to leave, I noticed Isolde observing me from across the room, her look opaque, but yet gentler than before. The day after the funeral, Leander had to return to Chicago for an important board meeting. "Are you sure you'll be okay if I leave?" he asked as he packed his overnight luggage. "I can reschedule." "Dad needs help sorting through Mom's things," I explained. "I should stay for a few more days." "I will be fine." After dropping off Leander at the airport, I returned to my parents' property to find Father sitting in Mother's garden with a photo album open on his lap. "She labeled everything," he explained, displaying me Mother's clean handwriting beneath each photo. Said, "Someday we'd appreciate knowing who was who." That afternoon I started the unpleasant chore of sorting through Mother's closet. Each dress evoked memories, the blue one from my college graduation, the flowery print she wore to Sunday brunches, and the exquisite gray she chose for my engagement celebration. I found myself talking to her while I worked, telling her about my life in Chicago, my job, and my happiness with Leander. In her nightstand drawer, I noticed a soft leather-bound journal. Mother has kept a journal inside for the past 10 years. Many people addressed her daughters, her desire for our reunification, and her anguish about the schism between us. The last entry, dated only 2 weeks before her death, read, "My greatest regret is leaving with my daughters still alienated. Agnes was always a problem solver, but I couldn't solve it. I hope they find their way back to each other somehow." I was wiping away tears when the doorbell rang. Through the front window, I noticed Isolde standing alone on the porch. There is no evidence of Cassian's automobile in the driveway. Father had gone to his brother's house for dinner, leaving me alone with my sister. I opened the door, not sure what to expect. "Hi," she said simply. "Can I come inside?" I made coffee in the kitchen as Isolde sat at the table, mute. She appeared different without Cassian alongside her, smaller and less falsely composed. "Where is Cassian?" I eventually asked, placing a mug in front of her. "At home. He has no idea I am here." She cupped her hands around the mug but did not sip. "I told him I needed space after the funeral." The stillness stretched between us, years of unspoken words creating a tangible barrier. "I'm sorry about yesterday," she finally said. "What I said in that funeral homeroom. It was cruel and totally inappropriate." I nodded, acknowledging her apologies but not instantly accepting it. "I saw Mom's journal," she added. "My dad showed it to me last night. Her final request was for us to reconcile." "I found it too," I said. "But reconciliation necessitates more than mere proximity, Isolde. It requires honesty." She looked up, tears in her eyes. "Do you want honesty?" "This is honesty. Serafina, I've been miserable. I've been here almost from the beginning." The dam cracked, and words poured forth between sobs. Cassian had changed quickly after their wedding, becoming controlling and critical. His company had been failing for years, and each new acquisition was an attempt to save a sinking ship. The mansions, automobiles, and holidays were all financed with rising debt. Their marriage was a carefully crafted front for business connections and social stature. "He keeps track of how much I spend. Check my phone." She admits that she questions every movement I make. "The Cassian you know does not exist anymore. Perhaps he never did." "Why stay?" I asked. "Shame," she replied promptly. "How could I admit to you what I had done? Destroyed our family over something that turned out to be a mirage. Then there's the prenup. If I go, I won't get anything." I moved Mother's journal across the table. "Read the rest of her entries." As Isolde read, new tears flowed. She finally looked up, her face raw with passion. She knew. She saw through everything. "Mom always did." I agreed. "I've hated myself for years," Isolde confessed. "Every time Mom addressed you, or proudly recounted your accomplishments, I felt the weight of what I'd done. I'm going to leave him, Serafina. I have been covertly consulting a lawyer. My emotions were complicated. Vindication combined with unexpected tenderness. The sister who had caused me so much pain was facing consequences that I would not wish on anyone. I don't expect forgiveness, she added. I do not deserve it. But I need you to understand the reality before I blow up my life again. We spent the next few hours together sorting through Mother's stuff, exchanging both painful and happy memories. Isolde recalls Mother teaching us how to prepare cookies and how she never combined the two batches since I favored chocolate chips and Isolde preferred sugar cookies. Do you remember how she used to leave notes in our lunchboxes? Isolde inquired, smiling through tears. Different messages every day. I nodded. She never repeated one. We weren't suddenly healed. The wounds were too deep for fast closure, but as twilight fell, something changed between us. Mother's love builds a shaky bridge over years of pain. What are you going to do? I inquired as Isolde prepared to depart. File for divorce when my lawyer says the time is right. Rent a modest apartment. Start anew. She halted at the door. How about you? Will you return to Chicago? Yes. My life is now with Leander. You seem happy, she replied, rather than asking a question. I am. Truly happy. I'm happy. One of us should be. We shared a quick, awkward hug before she went. It was not forgiveness. Not yet. But that was a start. Back in Chicago, I settled into life with Leander, our brownstone, and a fulfilling career. I realized that I was pregnant. After years of trying, the delight was tempered by the grief that Mother would not be able to see her grandchild, yet I sensed her presence in quiet moments. Isolde and I maintained cautious communication via phone calls. She had filed for divorce and relocated to a modest apartment, working at a tiny marketing agency. The gossip and censure she encountered in Boston's social circles were difficult, but she appeared determined to rebuild authentically. The route that brought me here was not one I would have chosen. Losing Cassian looked to be the end of my world, but it was actually the start of a far better one. With Leander, I discovered not just love, but also partnership, respect, and unfailing support. His success never eclipsed mine, but rather complemented it, as we both grew stronger together. Mother had been correct in stating that forgiveness is for ourselves rather than others. The weight of wrath and bitterness had gradually lifted, allowing me to see my past clearly and my future with optimism. Although the wounds lingered, they no longer defined me. As I sat in our nursery, Leander painting the walls a soft green, I reflected about the teachings I would one day teach our kid about how grief may lead to discovery. How endings make way for new beginnings. And how the most difficult times often lead us to our truest path. My life had become richer and more authentic than I could have imagined, not because of the betrayal, but because it compelled me to rebuild with greater insight and intent. Have you ever suffered a devastating loss that ultimately led to something better? I would love to hear your stories in the comment section below. And if this trip spoke to you, please subscribe and share with someone who may need to hear that sorrow is not the end of the narrative. After 18 months of work, my dad destroyed my thesis laptop hours before submission, saying I didn't deserve a future. But I earned highest honors. My name is Elise. I'm 24 years old, and my father slammed my laptop against my skull 2 days before my PhD thesis deadline. I had been working on the thesis for 18 months. My mother laughed in the corner as blood streamed down my temples. Dad stood over me, his face distorted with anger. What's your future? That's a joke, he spit. You don't deserve a future. You're just a leech. I never anticipated my educational journey would end this way. If you're watching, I grew up in Millbrook, a little industrial town where the factory whistle regulated life better than any clock. Our humble 2-bedroom house located on the outskirts of town, its peeling paint a daily reminder of what my father termed, having realistic priorities. My father, Victor Morgan, had worked at the steel mill for 27 years. His calloused hands and constant scowl were the consequence of what he proudly described as real work. In his opinion, education was a luxury for those who were too soft to work hard. Marion, Mom, worked part-time at the local cafe when she wasn't maintaining the house exactly as Dad desired. She learned early in their marriage that contradicting him resulted in days of quiet or heated confrontations. She gradually became his echo, confirming his beliefs in order to avoid becoming their target. She would occasionally join him in mocking my intellectual interests, her uneasy laughter serving as a screen against being the next target of his scorn. My older brother, Andrew, was the golden child. He dropped out of high school during his junior year to work alongside his father at the mill. Now that is a real Morgan, Dad would say proudly at family gatherings, clasping Andrew's shoulder. None of that book nonsense, just honest work. Andrew readily absorbed these lessons, mimicking Dad in both viewpoint and manner. By the age of 20, he had his own apartment and a stable paycheck, both of which my parents believed to be the pinnacles of success. Meanwhile, I quickly learned that I like learning. Words captivated me. Numbers had mysteries that I longed to uncover. Science projects in our kitchen would cause me to lose track of time until Dad stormed in and demanded that I stop wasting food on silliness. Mrs. Whitaker, my third-grade teacher, was the first to notice. Elise has remarkable analytical skills, she informed my parents during a conference. They just attended because it was required. Dad glanced at the wall and Mom nodded nicely, both forgetting her remarks before we arrived at the parking lot. By 5th grade, I had won the district spelling bee. The local newspaper published a little piece featuring my photograph. I was happy, clutching my certificate, as my classmates' parents took photos. Mine never appeared. Had to work overtime, Dad claimed. I subsequently overheard him telling Andrew that it was silly to celebrate learning how to spell phrases that a normal person could simply look up. In 7th grade, my scientific project on water quality in local streams received state distinction. The principal personally called home to deliver the news. Mom said, "That is nice," in the same tone she used to acknowledge the weather forecast. When I asked if they would drive me to the state competition 2 hours away, Dad laughed. "We aren't wasting gas just so you may play scientist. This will not put food on the table." High school became my refuge. I joined every academic club I could find, staying after school until the last possible moment before leaving for home. My English teacher, Mr. Callahan, loaned me books from his own library. "Your mind is exceptional, Elise," he once told me. "Do not let anyone dim your light." Miss Rivera, my math instructor, remained late to assist me prepare for advanced placement examinations. "College will open doors you cannot even imagine," she urged. When I became valedictorian, the principal personally invited my parents to the event. They did not attend. Dad had planned a fishing excursion with Andrew. Mom claimed to have a migraine. I presented my speech in front of a throng of strangers, fighting back tears while other students went to hug their ecstatic parents afterwards. I stood alone until Mr. Callahan appeared with a little wrapped gift. It was a journal with the inscription, "Your journey has just begun, the world requires your voice." That night, I made a secret pledge to myself. I would be the first Morgan to attend college. Not just any college, but the greatest one that will accept me. Education would be my escape from the limited future my family anticipated for me. Each rejection of my accomplishments just strengthened my resolve. Each disdainful word strengthened the basis of my resolve. I applied for scholarships in secret, utilized school computers to complete applications because we didn't have internet at home, and set up a special email address that my parents would never discover. To avoid receiving mail at our residence, I got a teacher to serve as my primary contact. While my peers shared their college acceptance letters with supportive families, I kept mine hidden under a loose floorboard beneath my bed, bringing them out at night to reread by flashlight. My fingertips tracing the embossed institution logos like treasure maps to another life. As my family celebrated my graduation, Dad simply remarked, "So, you start at the mill next week, correct?" When I finally mustered the nerve to inform them of my full scholarship to State University, the silence lasted 10 agonizing seconds until Dad slammed his plate against the wall. "Do you think you are too good for honest work? Is it too wonderful for your family? Books and theories do not nourish people, Elise. Real work works." Mom just gazed at her lap, and Andrew smiled and said, "Always knew you were weird." That night, I packed what little I had, knowing the bridge I was crossing was on fire behind me. Despite the terror twisting in my stomach, each item I packed into my luggage seemed like recovering a piece of myself they'd never completely recognized. My first day of college orientation seemed like I had stepped onto another planet. Families helped unload cars loaded with dorm supplies, with mothers fussing over bed layouts and fathers assembling furniture. I came alone on a Greyhound bus, carrying one suitcase and a backpack containing everything I possessed. The scholarship covered tuition and basic room and board, but not anything additional, such as spending money, a laptop, or extra clothes and supplies. "Are your parents arriving later?" Leah, my roommate, inquired as her mother organized their closet space, and her father set up a little fridge he had purchased as a surprise. "They had to work," I told a lie. "The first of many over the next 4 years." The truth was too complex and terrible to communicate to these strangers, whose parents embraced them goodbye with tears and pleased grins. The first semester was the most difficult transition. Without a laptop, I spent hours in the computer lab typing papers while other students worked comfortably from home. The financial aid office assisted me in obtaining a work-study employment in the cafeteria, but the hours were limited and the income barely met basic needs. I got a second job waiting tables at a cafe near campus, working nights and weekends while attempting to maintain the GPA required for my scholarship. 3 weeks into October, my meticulously planned budget fell apart when I had strep throat. The doctor appointment and medication drained my modest cash. With nowhere else to go, I swallowed my pride and called home. Mom responded, her voice immediately guarded. "Is everything all right?" she inquired, implying, "Are you finally abandoning this college nonsense?" "I am a little short on money this month," I explained. "I got sick and had some medical bills. I was wondering if I could borrow $100 until my next paycheck." The hush lasted till Dad picked up the phone. "We already have money difficulties. Welcome to the real world, college lady. Maybe now you'll realize what actual responsibility feels like." He hung up without saying anything further. That night, I slept in my car for the first time, unable to pay for both my prescription and my share of the dorm expenses. Leah had family visiting, so I made excuses to stay with a buddy to avoid shame. I spent 2 weeks alternating between the back seat of my 15-year-old Honda and the 24-hour university library, showering in the gym before class. Nobody noticed. I became indistinguishable, just another exhausted student among thousands. By Thanksgiving, most students had gone home for the holiday. I took on extra shifts at the diner, earning double pay and huge tips from customers who felt sorry for the poor college girl working on a holiday. With those cash, I was able to get a small studio apartment off campus at a lower rate than the dorm. It was in a problematic area, but it was mine. Despite these challenges, I thrived academically. My lecturers recognized my hard ethic and intellectual interest. Dr. Patel, my introduction to psychology lecturer, was the first of many mentors who would help define my academic career. After I completed a report on the psychological effects of economic uncertainty on family dynamics, she invited me to stay after class. "This analysis shows remarkable insight," she told me. "Have you ever considered majoring in psychology?" That conversation paved the way for new opportunities. Psychology provided a framework for understanding my own experiences. As I studied family systems, attachment theory, and resilience characteristics, I noticed commonalities in my own childhood. Knowledge became more than just an escape, it was also a source of healing. By sophomore year, I'd established a rigorous but sustainable schedule that included morning classes, afternoon library study sessions, evening work shifts, and late-night homework. I survived on ramen noodles, free campus event food, and the rare lunch bought for me by a professor during academic discussions. To save money on my apartment utility bills, I learned to look for buildings with the finest heating in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. Junior year offered a research assistant employment that paid more than my previous service jobs. Professor Whitmore chose me above dozens of applications based on my academic performance. "Your perspective on socioeconomic factors in family psychology is unusually nuanced," he told me. "Most pupils my age had merely a theoretical comprehension of these topics, if only he knew how intimately I understood them. Each theory I examined shed light on another facet of my family's dynamics. Each academic paper I read helped me put words to experiences I had only felt before." By senior year, I discovered my academic passion, investigating how family settings influence scholastic attainment and psychological development. The irony was not lost on me that my own family had become my most important research. I graduated summa cum laude with departmental honors. Several professors pushed me to apply to graduate programs and provided wonderful recommendations. I felt vindicated when I received my graduate school acceptance letter, which included a teaching assistantship that would cover the majority of my fees. I had proven myself despite all odds. In a moment of optimism, I called home to share the news. Mom responded, sounding older than I remember. "I got accepted into the graduate program at State," I added, attempting to keep the pride out of my voice. "Full funding and a teaching position." "Oh," she stopped. "Okay, more school then. Elise, when do you plan to obtain a real job?" "Mom, this is a legitimate job. I'll be teaching and conducting research." Dad must have been listening on the extension because his voice abruptly cut in. So, the perpetual learner continues to postpone maturing. Some of us have had genuine jobs since we were 16, but I think that is beneath the professor wannabe. I ended the call shortly after, reminding myself of why I had limited communication with them in the first place. Nonetheless, some infantile part of me yearned for approval, recognition that what I had done was worthwhile. That hope now appeared as unrealistic as expecting water from a stone. With graduate school ahead, I needed to find affordable apartments close to university. However, the teaching stipend would barely cover the necessities. After calculating expenditures, I made a difficult decision. I'd rent a small flat in my hometown, 20 minutes from university. The rent was much lower than university area apartments, and I could make the drive. I told myself it was all about money, but maybe a part of me still craved the family connection I'd never had. Graduate school enhanced every aspect of academic life. The homework became more difficult, the expectations increased, and the rivalry grew fiercer. However, for the first time, I felt completely in my element. My college struggles had prepared me for this strain in ways that my more wealthy classmates were only starting to appreciate. My research narrowed down on family psychology, specifically the effect of parental attitudes toward education on children's academic achievement and self-esteem. Every study article I produced revolved around this issue, exploring it from various theoretical perspectives. My lecturers observed the exceptional depth of my analysis. Most students your age approach these topics theoretically, Dr. Halverson said about one of my articles. Your work shows a remarkably nuanced understanding of the lived experience. If only she understood how personal this research was to me. Every statistical correlation I examined mirrored events from my own childhood. Every case study contained echoes of my own experience. I was both the researcher and the subject, but I kept this fact disguised under academic terminology and scientific rigor. 3 months into the program, my meticulously managed budget crumbled when my automobile required substantial repairs. The teaching salary barely covered rent, utilities, and food, leaving nothing for emergencies. After exhausting all other possibilities, I grudgingly contacted my parents. I just need a place to stay for a month or two while I save for a new car, I said, hating the vulnerability in my voice. I can pay some rent, help with chores, and I will be at the university most days anyway. To my amazement, they agreed without much debate. Dad grumbled about coming back with your tail between your legs, but Mom appeared almost delighted to have me back home. Maybe, I stupidly assumed, time had eased their attitudes. Maybe my dedication may finally gain their appreciation. The first week went remarkably smoothly. I put up a modest workspace in my previous bedroom, which is currently primarily used for storage. I developed a practice of leaving early for university and returning late, limiting our connection time. Mom would periodically leave plates of food in the fridge with my name on them. Dad kept his opinion to a few muttered remarks about career students, but nothing directly aggressive. This tenuous peace enabled me to concentrate on drafting my thesis idea. My past study had naturally led me to this topic. Educational resilience in first-generation college students, family dynamics, and psychological coping mechanisms. My thesis committee warmly accepted it, citing its potential benefits to better understanding impediments to higher education access. Dr. Halverson consented to be my principal consultant, providing valuable assistance and support as I established my study technique. The initial research phase proceeded nicely. I conducted literature reviews, created survey items, and received Institutional Review Board approval for human subjects research. I organized interviews with 20 first-generation college students, carefully selecting individuals whose experiences would provide different perspectives on the topic I was researching. Each interview lasted 2 to 3 hours and provided valuable qualitative data that both verified and complicated my initial notion. As the workload increased, so did tensions at home. What started as subtle jabs turned into daily commentary on my obsession with schooling and concerns about when I'd join the real world. Dad was especially upset with my laptop, which represented everything he loathed about intellectual pursuits. Staring at that screen all day will rot your brain, he would say, purposefully turning on the television at full power while I was working. People who type for a living are just pretending to work, Mom repeated her usual pattern of passive reinforcement. Your father just wants what is best for you, she would reply in response to particularly harsh statements. Perhaps a comfortable office job would be preferable to all this stress. Simpler. Simpler. As if I desired simplicity. As if I hadn't spent my entire life fighting for a simple escape. My brother Andrew began visiting more frequently. When I was immersed in thought, he would burst into my room without knocking, ask irrelevant questions, or remind me of family obligations I had allegedly neglected. Each interruption sapped vital time and mental energy as I battled to regain my concentration. Sleep became a luxury that I could rarely afford. I started working through the evenings when the house was quiet, getting a few hours of sleep in the early morning before traveling to university. The physical and emotional weariness mounted, but my determination only became greater. Every impediment they erected spurred my determination to complete my thesis, to demonstrate once and for all that their restricted perception of my worth was incorrect. 6 weeks before the submission deadline, Dr. Halverson evaluated my paper and provided important criticism that required significant adjustments. "Your analysis is solid," she said, "but you should rearrange your conclusions to better meet the theoretical framework. These links are inherent in your work, but they should be explicit." This setback was accompanied by technological troubles that corrupted some of my backup data. I missed several days of work, forcing me to piece together difficult statistical analyses from memory and scattered notes. The pressure increased as the deadline approached, with seemingly insurmountable problems. Every day, I felt the thesis slip further from completion. The night I overheard my parents discussing me in the kitchen was the tipping point. I came downstairs for coffee, hoping to remain up for another all-night writing session. Their voices came from around the corner. "She thinks she is so smart with all those books and big words," my dad said. "What use is a fancy degree if you still live with your parents at 24? At the age of 19, Andrew acquired his own place. "I worry about her," Mom said, not in defense but in agreement. "All this schooling, and for what? No husband, no children, just papers that no one will ever read." "Waste of time and money," Dad concluded. "Should have gone to work after high school like a normal person." I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. I retired quietly to my chamber, their words searing like venom in my chest. The weight of them pressed down on me. I could almost feel each sentence embed itself further in my head. With newfound motivation, I worked for 20 hours straight, powered by coffee and wrath. The hours merged into one another, and the world beyond my screen vanished. My fingers glided across the keyboard with mechanical accuracy. By the time daylight broke, I had rebuilt the lost analysis and applied the majority of Dr. Halverson's recommended changes. My thesis was 90% complete. Only the final pieces remained, with 48 hours to submission. That morning, Dad increased his interference. He barged into my room every 30 minutes, making minor demands or comments. Each encroachment was like a hammer breaking glass, shattering my concentration. It took me longer and longer to collect my thoughts again. Mom joined in, but more subtly. She insisted on taking breaks to eat meals I didn't desire, or to help with domestic activities that couldn't wait. "Your thesis will still be there tomorrow," she responded dismissively when I mentioned the deadline. "Family comes first." The last 24 hours were a struggle of wills. I had retreated to the dining room table, which was the only place with enough space for my reference materials. My notes, research articles, and drafts were carefully organized. Dad purposely turned on the television in the next living room and switched to a sports station at full blast. The sound echoed through the walls. When I requested him to lower it, he went on a diatribe about ungrateful children. My house. My rules. I labored all night, finishing the last adjustments as sunlight began to shine through the curtains. Only formatting and one final proofread remained. The submission deadline was 12 o'clock. I felt fatigued, yet triumphant. I had surmounted every impediment they had set in my way. The thesis was excellent. It was truly fascinating work, with significant contributions to my field. For the first time in weeks, I let myself feel a flicker of pride. When Dad walked into the dining room, coffee mug in hand, everything changed forever. The morning of my thesis submission day began with deceiving tranquility. Birds chirped outside my window. Sunlight seeped through the poor blinds, creating faint patterns on the crowded floor. I'd been awake for over 36 hours straight, fueled by black coffee and pure willpower. My eyes burned from gazing at the screen, but a sense of satisfaction overcame the tiredness. Just a few more hours, I reminded myself. With just a few more hours and 18 months of work, my thesis would be complete. The home was peaceful. Too quiet. I tiptoed into the kitchen for my 5th coffee refill. The microwave's digital clock illuminated at 7:06 a.m. There were less than 5 hours left until the noon deadline. I only needed to finish the final proofread, arrange the references to academic standards, and create the submission package. If nothing goes wrong, I'll finish with plenty of time left over. My workspace was arranged on the dining room table. I had moved there the previous evening after Dad took over the living room for a loud basketball game. My references and notes were carefully arranged into piles, each representing a portion of my thesis. My laptop, an old model that I had bought second-hand with my teaching stipend, hummed steadily as it processed the enormous document. The first sign of problems occurred about 7:30 a.m. when Dad emerged from his bedroom. On his days off, he usually slept in until about 8 a.m. His early look immediately threw off alarms in my thoughts. He paused in the kitchen doorway, eyes narrowed as he examined my workspace. "Still playing student, I see," he said, his voice bearing that old dismissive tone. "Normal people are heading to work right about now." I bit back the response that had formed instantaneously in my head. "Just a few more hours," I reminded myself. "Do not engage. Don't give him an excuse." "Good morning, Dad," I responded, keeping my tone calm. "I'll be done shortly. My submission is due by noon." He grunted and moved to the coffee maker. Submission. A fancy name for homework. When I was your age, I already had a family. The words hung in the air like an outdated accusation. I'd heard them hundreds of times before. Today they scarcely registered. I went back to my screen. Mom appeared next, with her hair still in curlers. She pursed her lips as she studied the dining room table. "All these papers everywhere," she said. "We need to set the table for breakfast." "I just need a few more hours," I explained, trying not to sound desperate. "It's due today. It represents the conclusion of 2 years of study." "Work?" Dad sneered in the kitchen. "Typing is not working. Try hauling steel beams in 100-degree heat. That's work." Mom placed a hand on my shoulder. To anyone else, it may have been supportive, but I noticed the subtle pressure in her fingertips. "Surely you may take a quick break for family breakfast. We hardly see you anymore." The irony of this statement was nearly hilarious. For weeks they had complained about my presence, about my laptop, about my documents cluttering their area. Now, family togetherness was a priority, and it happened to be right when my deadline was approaching. "I really cannot stop right now," I stated firmly. "The formatting is extremely precise, and I need to concentrate." Dad appeared at the doorway, holding a coffee mug hard. "Your mom asked you to clear the table for breakfast. This was not a request." His speech had a deadly edge that I recognized from boyhood. That tone was always used before punishments and intense anger. Still, I could not give. Not today. Not with everything at stake. "I will eat later," I offered as a compromise. "You and Mom can use the kitchen counter. I just need to finish this." His face clouded. "Ungrateful. That is what schooling does. It makes children believe they are too good for family meals. Too vital to respect the house rules." Mom used her normal peacekeeping line. "Victor, please let her finish her school project. She can join us later." However, her statements lacked conviction. We all knew it. Dad slapped his mug down, spilling coffee over the rim. "Project, she is 24 years old and spends her time on school assignments, while actual grown-ups work." I tried to ignore his voice by focused solely on my screen. "Just keep working. Do not engage." Every minute of distraction was a minute lost, and the deadline was fixed. Andrew showed up unannounced at 9:30. His visits became disturbingly frequent during my thesis completion phase, always coinciding with periods of intense concentration. It was as if he had an internal radar that detected when I was in the midst of anything vital. The front door opened without a single knock. His booming voice filled the house immediately, breaking the fragile bubble of concentration I had been attempting to preserve. "Have a family breakfast." "Mom told me you were cooking, Dad," he said, dropping his keys loudly onto the counter so the sound echoed. He walked toward the dining room, peeking over my shoulder without asking. His gaze flickered to the TV. "Are you still writing that paper? I thought you'd be done by now." "Thesis," I corrected reflexively, my gaze fixed on the text. "And yes, I am finishing it today." Andrew laughed briefly and dismissively. "Thesis, paper, homework, whatever, same thing, right?" He did not wait for a response. "Hey, did I tell you about my promotion at the mill? He is currently the supervisor. Full benefits, pension. The works." Dad's face lit up instantaneously, a reaction I'd never seen in response to any of my accomplishments. "That's my boy," he declared, beaming with pride. "This is real job, real rewards. Enough of this degree nonsense that never ends." The contrast was nearly physically excruciating. My chest tightened, like if my father's words were pressing down on it. I had to physically stop myself from reacting by biting down on the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. I took a long breath, focusing my concentration back on my citations. I would not be baited. I would not give them the satisfaction of knowing their remarks were reaching me. The next 2 hours were a flurry of planned sabotage, passive-aggressive comments, unnecessary noises, and thinly veiled hatred. Mom came into the dining room repeatedly, dusting surfaces that did not require cleaning. Dad turned up the television volume in the living room every 15 minutes until I could hear the commentators as if they were standing next to me. Andrew made loud phone conversations directly behind my chair, pacing just enough to brush against my workspace each time he moved by. By 11:30 my nerves had frayed to the breaking point, but the finish line was within sight. The thesis was formatted properly, citations are verified, abstractly polished, everything was ready. All that left was a final save and submission via the university site. I truly intended to make it. Despite everything. Despite them. That is when the internet connection failed. I looked at the error notice with astonishment. No link is available. I checked my phone. There is no service there either. With growing dread, I strolled into the living room, where Dad was sitting in front of the television, his streaming service running flawlessly, high-definition picture included. The internet is out in the dining room, I remarked, straining to maintain my voice. I need to submit my thesis in the next 30 minutes. Can you check the router? He kept his gaze fixed on the television. Internet's working fine for me. But it's not working on my laptop or phone, I said, dread creeping into my voice. Please, this is vital. I need to submit by noon. He turned slowly, his face unreadable. Funny how these emergencies always revolve around your schoolwork. Never seem to have technical difficulties when it comes to assisting your mother with tasks. The revelation came with chilling clarity. Have you done anything to the internet? A faint, contented smile pulled on the corner of his lips. My house. My internet. Perhaps I turned on parental restrictions. Perhaps the dining area is suddenly a computer-free zone. Blood raced to my face. My voice shook from the effort of restraint. I need to submit my thesis. This is my future, Dad. He laughed, and the sound was entirely devoid of humor. What's your future? That is a joke. He stood up and loomed over me. What future does unending schooling provide? Andrew has a house, a promotion, and a normal life. What have you got? A stack of papers that no one will read, plus student debt. Mom arrived in the doorway, drawn by the rising noises. Instead of intervening, she remained calmly, her presence an implicit confirmation of his actions. I need to get this submitted, I said as I moved for the router. I'll reset the connection myself. His hand shot out and bruised my arm. You don't touch anything in my house without permission. Let go of me, I muttered, pulling my arm away. This is insane. I only need internet access for 5 minutes. Your work? He scoffed. Do you mean your excuse for avoiding real responsibility? Your lofty education, which leads you to believe you are superior to us? Something inside of me cracked. This was never about my education. This has always been about your insecurities. You're threatened because I selected a different path. His expression turned into rage. You ungrateful little... I cut him off. I am not ungrateful. I'm ambitious. I am determined. And I will not allow you to damage my future because you do not comprehend it. I turned and headed into the dining room to get my laptop. If I had to drive to campus, I would. The 30-minute journey would probably make me late, but I had to try. I heard him follow, his big footsteps causing the floor to quiver. I reached for my laptop as soon as he entered. You think you're so much smarter than everyone, he continued, speaking dangerously quietly. So much better than your family because of your precious education. I did not respond. I was completely concentrated on obtaining my materials as rapidly as possible. Time was running out. Look at me when I'm talking to you, he said. I continued packing. I said, look at me. I turned, hugging my laptop against my chest like a shield. I need to go, we can discuss this later. There is nothing to talk about, he murmured, moving closer. You must learn respect. You need to understand your place. My place is not here, I said, the truth echoing through my own ears. It never was. Something changed in his gaze, a frightening spark. Later, I'd recognize it as the moment when his desire for control took precedence over everything else. In that moment, he was no longer my father, but rather a man who could not endure to be challenged. Your future, he said, his voice oddly calm. That is a joke. His hand shot out at my laptop. For a brief time I imagined he might simply take it away, hide it until the deadline passed, a petty punishment. But I couldn't have predicted what happened next. He yanked the laptop from my grasp with the force of decades of physical labor and ferocious wrath. Our gazes locked for just a fraction of a second. There was no pause in his voice, no moment of parental reconsideration, only hard, purposeful rage. The laptop then landed hard on the side of my head. The collision ripped through my skull like a bullet. Pain erupted instantly, white-hot and excruciating. The device's corner struck just above my right temple, and I felt the skin tear open. Warm wetness started running down my face. The punch knocked me backward till my shoulders smacked the wall. My vision clouded and darkened at the edges. Through the haze, I saw my laptop fall to the floor, the screen separating from the keyboard with a horrible snap of plastic and electronics. 18 months of work vanished in an instant. "You don't deserve a future," Dad said, hovering over me as I slid down the wall. "You are just a leech." The most shocking sound came next. Laughter. My mom's laughter. She stood at the doorway, high and scared, and watched. Not intervening. I am not calling for assistance. There is no evidence of maternal protection. Instead of assaulting his daughter, her husband simply laughed, as if he had delivered a little inappropriate joke. "Victor," she finally replied, still giggling. "That's enough now." Enough. Blood was already dripping into my eye. My thesis, graduate degree and future were all in pieces on the floor. And for my mother, this was simply enough. Dad loomed over me, chest heaving, as if astonished by his own deeds but not at all sorry. "Clean yourself up," he said finally, "and clean up this mess too." He turned and went away. Mom followed him like a shadow. The kitchen was filled with the mundane noises of coffee being poured and the refrigerator door opening and closing, as if nothing unusual had occurred. As if he hadn't just crossed an indelible border. I stayed on the floor for several minutes, stunned and immobile. The anguish in my head pounded with every heartbeat. When I finally touched my temple, my fingers turned scarlet with blood. The incision was deep enough that I'd probably require stitches. More immediately troubling were the nausea and dizziness, which are clear indicators of a suspected concussion. With shaky hands, I collected the broken parts of my laptop. The screen was supported by a single wire from the keyboard. The case was split, with plastic parts spread like shrapnel on the floor. I tried to press the power button. Nothing. Not even a glimmer of life. The machine that supported my entire academic career has died. Panic cut through the ache. I needed those files. There had to be some way. I stumbled to the restroom, grasping the counter to keep myself stable. The mirror revealed an inch-long cut over my right temple. Blood was still flowing freely. My eye had already begun to swell, indicating a huge bruise before morning. I pressed a clean washcloth against the area and applied pressure. The bathroom light was really bright. When I moved my head too quickly, the room whirled. I should have gone to the ER, but the thesis deadline loomed greater than my physical well-being. Noon. Less than an hour remained. I returned to the dining room, a washcloth placed to my head. Andrew was now sitting at the table, going through his phone as if nothing unusual had occurred. "Dad really got you good," he said without looking up. Should have known better than to talk back. The casual way he recognized the assault, without condemnation, was nearly as unsettling as the crime itself. "I need to get my thesis files off this laptop," I replied, ignoring his comment. "Do you have a computer that I can use? I need to submit by noon." He laughed. "Are you still anxious about homework since Dad pushed you to next week? Your priorities are off, sis." "Please," I pleaded, hating the imploring tone in my voice. "This is my graduation thesis, everything I have worked for. I only need to access the files." He shrugged. "Sorry, I left my laptop at home. Besides, the stuff is toasted. There's no chance you'll get anything out of it." I knew he was correct. The destruction was devastating. Nonetheless, I had to try. With trembling hands, I gathered the broken pieces into my bag. Blood continued to flow through the washcloth, and there was no time to treat it properly. I needed to leave. Mom arrived at the doorway as I prepared to go. "Where do you think you are going?" she asked, as if I were a teen violating curfew rather than an ill adult. "Go to the hospital, and then to campus," I said without glancing at her. I couldn't stomach seeing the woman who had laughed while I was bleeding. "Your father is still upset," she explained, dropping her voice. "Maybe you should wait for him to settle down." I apologize for provoking him. The folly of her suggestion struck me as a second blow. Apologize? For what? For seeking education? Are you expecting basic human respect? For having my skull split open by my father? Don't be dramatic, Elise, she groaned. It was simply a small dispute that escalated. Family disagreements occur. It wasn't a disagreement, Mom. This was an assault. Her expression stiffened. Now you're simply acting ridiculous. Your father will never. He just did. I pointed to my wounded head. Look at me. Check out what he did. She looked at my damage with chilly detachment. You'll probably need a few stitches. I can drive you to urgent care after lunch. After lunch? The remarks left a bad taste in my mouth. As if my deadline, career, and future were not fading by the second. I am leaving, I stated firmly, gathering my bags, and I am not coming back. Dad's words resounded from the living room. If you go out that door, do not bother returning back. Ungrateful children do not get second chances in this house. Mom's eyes implored and accused simultaneously. I see what you've started. Just apologize, and this will all be over. No more, I replied. Goodbye, Mom. You'll regret this, I heard her say. When your fancy education leaves you alone with no family, you'll regret choosing books over blood. I did not respond. There was nothing more to say. With my broken laptop gripped to my breast and blood still pouring down my cheeks, I stepped into the dazzling sunlight of a future that had suddenly become disconnected from everything I'd labored for. The dizziness hit me strongly as I approached my car. Concussion symptoms worsened, making it difficult to focus. My phone said 11:40. No time to get to campus. There is no method to restore my files. There is no chance of extension without proof. But for the first time in my life, I had no plan, and surprisingly, no dread. I started the car and drove away from the house, which had served as both a jail and a battlefield for the previous 24 years. Whatever came next, I'd confront it without being weighed down by their toxic expectations. Blood might be thicker than water. However, it was never intended to be spilled by those who claim to love you. I drove aimlessly for 20 minutes, my mind clouded by agony and horror. Blood had poured through the washcloth, and the aching in my head got worse with each passing minute. Eventually, I arrived at Riverside Park, an empty public space on a weekday morning. I parked behind a shady oak tree and finally allowed myself to experience the full impact of what had occurred. The tears came quickly and violently. Great heaving sobs that appeared to come from some primordial place I'd kept hidden for years. I sobbed for the little child whose accomplishments were routinely disregarded. For the teen who secreted college acceptance letters as if they were contraband. For the PhD student whose own father ruined her work out of resentment and fear. Most of all, I sobbed for the daughter who had spent her entire life seeking acceptance from parents who were fundamentally incapable of providing it. My phone made a piercing ding, interrupting the collapse. Dr. Halverson sent an email to Elise at noon. The deadline is coming. Please validate the submission status. Reality struck back with devastating force. The thesis. The deadline. My entire academic future is hanging in the balance. I checked the time. 11:52. With 8 minutes left, I was sitting in a park with a head injury and a damaged laptop. It appeared hopeless. Then something changed inside me. A weird calm descended, displacing panic and despair. If my family taught me anything, it was to be resilient in the face of overwhelming circumstances. I'd spent my entire life conquering their challenges. This was only one more hurdle, perhaps the most severe. First and foremost, I found a clean tissue in my glove compartment and applied it to my still bleeding temple. Then I quickly responded to Dr. Halverson. Emergency situation. I'm heading to campus right now. Please advise on the late submission protocol. The response arrived almost instantly. What type of emergency? Are you okay? I paused before deciding that honesty was the only alternative. A physical injury necessitated medical attention. Laptop was destroyed. Cannot access thesis files. I will explain in person. I started the car and drove to campus gently to compensate for my dizziness. My phone was pinging again. Dr. Halverson had said, "Go to University Health Services immediately. I'll see you there. Don't worry about your thesis right now." Her care, which differed from my family's reaction, brought tears to my eyes. I followed her directions and carefully navigated to the University Health Center. By the time I arrived, blood had soaked through the tissue and was running down my cheeks again. The receptionist took one glance at me and instantly directed me to an examination room. Gallagher, a middle-aged nurse with caring eyes and efficient hands, treated my wound while asking soft questions about what had happened. I found myself telling her the plain truth. My father smashed my laptop against my head when I tried to submit my thesis. I said the words, which sounded strange even as I spoke them. Her hands paused for a time before returning to their work. This injury is consistent with what you're describing, she explained carefully. I'm going to chronicle everything thoroughly. The doctor will be here momentarily to see if you need stitches, and we will need to check you for concussion. I have a thesis deadline, I said. Or had. It was noon. Your health comes first, Gallagher stated firmly. Academic deadlines can be extended due to medical crises. This definitely qualifies. Dr. Halverson arrived as the doctor was examining me. She took one glance at my injury, and her professional demeanor wavered somewhat. "Oh my God, Elise," she exclaimed. "What happened?" The doctor, who had just confirmed I had a slight concussion requiring 4 sutures, looked up. "Are you her professor?" Dr. Halverson nodded. "Thesis advisor." "Your student has sustained a significant head injury," he said. "Concussion protocols need to be followed. No screens, limited cognitive strain for at least 48 hours. "Of course," she replied promptly. "The deadline has been completely waived. We can negotiate extensions after she has healed." While the doctor was preparing to patch my wound, Dr. Halverson grabbed a chair beside the examination table. "Elise, the nurse claimed that your laptop was used as a weapon. Can you explain what happened?" For the second time that day, I described the circumstances leading up to my injuries. Dr. Halverson listened without interrupting, her expression becoming more concerned. After I finished, she took a long breath. "First of all, your thesis has not been lost. You sent me a draft 2 days ago, remember? We have that version at least." In the midst of the chaos, I felt a rush of relief. I had forgotten about the email. "Second," she added, "the university has protocols for circumstances like these. What occurred to you is assault, and we must report it. The university police station is right next door. Would you be willing to communicate with them once your medical treatment has concluded?" I paused. Filing a police report against my own father appeared to be a one-way ticket. However, he had already crossed an irrevocable boundary by attacking me. "Yes," I concluded, "I will report it." The next several hours were a haze of medical operations and public declarations. The doctor patched my wound while outlining concussion treatment standards. A university police officer recorded my testimony, photographed my injury, and documented the damaged laptop as proof. The student services coordinator arranged me emergency temporary accommodation in a graduate apartment complex, as returning to my parents' house was clearly not an option. Throughout it all, Dr. Halverson stood by my side, advocating for me with various university departments. She assisted me in obtaining an emergency deadline extension for my thesis submission and arranging for IT assistance to attempt data recovery from my destroyed laptop. "The graduate school dean has approved a 2-week extension given the circumstances," she told me as we sat in the student services office. "And the IT department believes they may be able to recover your files from the hard drive, which seems intact despite the external damage." "I do not know how to thank you," I murmured, overcome by her kindness. "You do not need to thank me," she said firmly. "This is what academic communities are meant to do. Assist one another. What occurred to you is outrageous, and ensuring you can do your work despite it is the bare minimum we can provide." Her remarks hit a deep chord. Support, community, concepts so different to my family's experience that they appeared practically mythological. Yet here they were, providing actual assistance when I most needed it. By late afternoon, the immediate issue was resolved. My wound was treated, a police report was filed, temporary housing was provided, and academic arrangements were made. The IT department had grabbed my laptop and promised to try data recovery overnight. I was told to relax and follow concussion protocol, which included no reading or screen time for at least 24 hours. As Dr. Halverson led me to my temporary housing, she offered a question that caught me off guard. "Elise, is this the first time your father has used physical violence against you?" "Yes," I responded angrily. "The emotional abuse has been constant, but this was the first physical attack." She nodded carefully. "I suspected as much based on your research focus. Many family psychology scholars are drawn to the field because of personal experience." Her insight was frightening yet validating. "Is it so obvious?" "Only to someone familiar with the patterns," she informed me. "Your understanding of family dynamics has always been extraordinarily nuanced for someone your age." Now I understand why. We arrived at the apartment complex, and she assisted me in settling into the plain but pleasant emergency housing unit. Before leaving, she left a business card on the counter. "This is the contact information for the University Counseling Center," she told me. "They have crisis counselors on call 24 hours a day. Please consider phoning them. What you have gone through is distressing, and processing it with expert help might be useful." After she departed, I sat on the edge of the foreign bed, drained both physically and emotionally. The day's events were bizarre and intense, like something out of a dream. My head throbbed despite the pain medicine, and my thoughts kept returning to the moment when metal and plastic collided with bone, when blood poured down my face as my mother smiled. I took up Dr. Halverson's card and the phone. Some burdens were too enormous to bear alone. The next morning, a university IT worker knocked on my door, holding a small external hard disk. "We were able to recover most of your files," he explained. "Despite the laptop's damage, the hard disk remained amazingly intact. We've transferred everything to this external drive." I accepted it with trembling hands caused by a combination of medication, tiredness, and deep relief. "Thank you. You have no idea what this means." "Just doing my job," he said, smiling. "The tech department wishes you a speedy recovery." After he went, I connected the drive to the loaner laptop given by Student Services. There was my thesis, complete with the exception of the final few modifications I had made the morning of the incident. This was a miracle given what could have happened. Despite the concussion protocol's warning against screen time, I spent the next several hours finishing the final formatting and changes. My head ached, and my eyesight momentarily clouded, but resolve trumped physical discomfort. By late afternoon, I had submitted the completed thesis through the university's website. Moments later, the confirmation email arrived. The thesis had been received. Submission was recorded. Those 5 words meant victory over every impediment my family had thrown in my way. Despite their efforts to disrupt my studies, despite physical and emotional assault, property ruin and personal pain, I had succeeded. The thesis was submitted. The degree requirements would be completed. The future they said I didn't deserve remained mine to claim. As I closed the laptop, a powerful realization came over me. Instead of supporting me, the relatives who should have stood by my side attempted to ruin me. However, their hostility had molded the toughness that enabled me to overcome the harm they caused. The ultimate response to their hostility was not hatred or retribution, but accomplishment on my own terms. With that in mind, I called the university's legal office to inquire about seeking a restraining order. To remove any prospect of return, several bridges had to be burned down rather than simply crossed. My parents had made their decision. Now I was creating mine. The physical healing process began with 4 stitches above my right temple. The wound healed beautifully, leaving a little scar that would diminish but never totally disappear. In some ways, it seemed appropriate, a permanent visible reminder of the moment that severed my final link to my family of origin. The concussion symptoms lasted nearly 3 weeks. Headache, sensitivity to light, and occasional dizziness, but progressively faded as my brain healed from the blow. University Health Services followed my progress with weekly appointments, and the campus counseling facility became a fixture in my schedule, with twice-weekly sessions that helped me process not only the assault but also the years of emotional abuse that preceded it. My thesis defense was postponed by a month to allow for my rehabilitation. When the big day arrived, I stood in front of my committee with the confidence that comes from having survived the worst and still going on. The questions were hard but fair, and my solutions were clear and well-reasoned. At the end, Dr. Halverson declared what I had barely dared to hope for. Highest honors. A unanimous decision. Those remarks echoed in my thoughts as I strolled across campus later. Highest accolades. After all, I hadn't just succeeded, I had excelled. The approval was nice, but more essential was the internal knowledge that I had overcome enormous challenges. No external acknowledgement could compare to the strength I discovered within myself. The restraining order against my parents was obtained uncontested. They did not attend the court, instead issuing a brief statement through their lawyer alleging that I was always prone to hyperbole and attention-seeking conduct. The judge evaluated the medical evidence, police report, and images of my injury before ruling their answer, concerning in its dismissiveness of documented assault. The order was approved for the maximum term, with the option to extend it if needed. As spring gave way to summer, the university delivered some surprising news. The department has an opportunity for a research assistant post with a moderate pay and on-campus housing for the forthcoming academic year. Dr. Halverson suggested me. Your thesis has attracted the attention of several faculty members, she noted when we met to discuss the chance. The interplay of family dynamics, educational resilience, and first-generation student experiences is becoming more relevant to our institutional aims. We'd like you to continue and develop this research. The post would allow me to stay in the academic setting where I had found support and purpose, while also putting my independence on a stronger footing. I agreed immediately. 2 months after the assault, while I was settling into my new campus housing and research position, an unexpected visitor arrived at my office door. Andrew stood awkwardly in the corridor, appearing both defiant and uncertain. "Can we talk?" he inquired, his typical bluster noticeably lacking. I hesitated, my hand involuntarily reaching for the thin scar on my temple. "That depends on what you want to say." He flinched at the gesture. "I am not here to defend them," he replied immediately. "What Dad did was wrong. Really wrong." The admission startled me to stillness. Andrew had always been our father's echo, confirming every criticism and disdain of my decisions. "Mom and Dad told everyone you fell and hit your head on the table," he says. "But I noticed the broken laptop. I know what happened, and you are only now accepting it, 2 months later." He looked down. "I should have said something that day. Should have stopped him or aided you later." I realized the apology was implicit rather than direct, which was typical of my family's emotional constipation in communication. Nonetheless, it marked a considerable shift from our previous dynamic. "Why are you here, Andrew?" I asked directly. "I got you something," he explained, reaching inside his jacket pocket. He produced a tiny box and placed it on my desk. To replace what was broken. Inside was a brand new laptop that was far superior to the destroyed second-hand model. The gesture was both touching and insufficient, a tangible answer to a deeply rooted issue. "Thank you," I replied thoughtfully. "But a laptop does not fix what happened." "I know," he confessed. "Nothing actually solves it. Dad had crossed a line that day. Mom, too, had a reaction." He paused, appearing to struggle with his next words. "I've been thinking a lot about how they treated you compared to me, how they always made your accomplishments appear insignificant while applauding me for trivial matters. It was unfair." Andrew's recognition was seismic. He had benefited throughout his life from the unequal allocation of parental approval. Recognizing it needed a level of self-reflection that I did not believe he was capable of. "No, it was not fair," I acknowledged. "But it shaped who I am. For better or worse." "Mostly better looks," he observed, looking around my university office with apparent adoration. "You made it despite them. Maybe even because of them, in some strange way." His insight startled me. Maybe he was more insightful than I gave him credit for. "Will you stay in touch?" he inquired as he prepared to depart. "Not with them. Only with me. I would like to know how you're doing." I seriously evaluated the request. Andrew had participated in the familial dynamic that resulted in violence, but he was also a product of that environment, fashioned by the same forces that had nearly destroyed me. "We can try," I said hesitantly. It was a little but substantial opening. The capacity to deliberately reconstruct family connections on my own terms gave me a new level of power. As my research position became more permanent, I started combining my personal experiences into outreach initiatives for first-generation college students from disadvantaged families. Without disclosing the exact trauma, I was able to connect with students who were suffering comparable challenges: parental rejection, a lack of support, and deliberate undermining of academic ambitions. Family resistance to your education often says more about their insecurities than your choices, I would tell these youngsters. Your pursuit of knowledge threatens the status quo, challenges their worldview, and sometimes highlights opportunities they never had, or choices they regret not making. This approach enabled many students to depersonalize their objections, viewing it as a systemic issue rather than a personal failure. The opportunity to use my unpleasant experiences to help others became the most unexpected gift of my trip. 1 year after the assault, I was invited to present my study at a national conference on educational equity. Standing at the stage in front of hundreds of educators and scholars, I felt a deep sense of validation. My father's attempt to discourage me had resulted in professional recognition, meaningful work, and a community that appreciated precisely what my family had discarded. Educational resilience is not just about academic persistence despite socioeconomic barriers, I explained during my presentation. It is also about retaining self-belief when those who should be your strongest supporters turn out to be your biggest impediments. For many first-generation students, the most significant accomplishment is not the degree itself, but the psychological stamina required to seek it in the face of deliberate discouragement from those whose praise they most crave. The subsequent standing ovation was gratifying, but the true prize came during the networking session that followed, when student after student approached me to express how my framework had helped them comprehend their own family dynamics. I had translated personal suffering into professional insight that could help others. There could be no greater victory over the story that my parents had attempted to impose. As for my parents, the distance I kept proved to be the healthiest option. Andrew's occasional updates suggested that they had not modified their stance, characterizing the assault as a misunderstanding and portraying themselves as victims of an ungrateful daughter. Their refusal to admit the truth of what transpired just proved the validity of my decision to stay away from them. The most profound realization came gradually, through both professional research and personal reflection. Their treatment of me had never been about me at all. My father's fury, my mother's enabling, and my brother's initial involvement were all the result of their own limitations, anxieties, and unrealized potential. Understanding this did not explain their actions, but it did relieve me of the burden of wondering what I could have done better to gain their acceptance. Nothing. The answer was nothing, because their condemnation was never based on my decisions or achievements. It was about how those accomplishments reflected back on them, about their own lives. My achievement became a mirror they couldn't bear to look at, so they attempted to break it instead. In breaking away, I discovered the freedom to define family on my own terms. Colleagues who helped me through a crisis, students who shared their comparable experiences, mentors who saw my potential when my parents did not. These individuals became my chosen family. Connected not by blood, but by mutual respect, shared beliefs, and genuine concern for one another's well-being. 2 years after the laptop incident, I stood in my new apartment, hanging a framed copy of my master's degree on the wall. The little scar on my temple had faded into a thin silver line that could only be seen if you knew where to look. Like so many other parts of that day, it had faded, but not vanished, blending into who I had become rather than defining me. My phone rang with a message from Dr. Halverson. The curriculum committee has approved your planned course on family dynamics and educational resilience for next semester. Congratulations, Professor Morgan. I smiled at the title, Professor Morgan. My father had declared that I didn't deserve my future, but it was now unquestionably mine. Not despite his cruelty, but because of how it shaped me. Every challenge they threw at me only increased my determination. Every dismissal had fueled my desire. The most profound lesson of my experience was not about familial trauma or intellectual perseverance, though both were important. The underlying truth was about the human ability to turn pain into purpose, to convert rejection into the gold of self-actualization. We have no control over the families we are born into, but we can choose who we become, and the families we establish for ourselves. Have you ever had to deal with opposition from those who should have backed you? How did you find the confidence to pursue your dreams despite their discouragement? Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. Perhaps listening to today's story has prompted you to ask new questions or recalled old recollections. Every day on Reddit, new experiences and moments spark new tales, which connect us all. Everyone's life journey is unique, and we all try to interpret the world in our own manner. These moments serve as a reminder that we are all human, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and always learning new things. If you loved this article, please share it with your friends. Your views and feedback are always valuable to us because they inspire us to create even better material. Every tale has a distinct perspective, and our goal is to comprehend everyone's point of view in order to create diverse and relatable material. Stories like these remind us that everyone's journey through life is unique, and hearing other people's stories teaches us new things. You can also share your own experiences with us. We value your experiences as well. If you enjoyed this video, please provide feedback. We strive to generate content that always brightens your mind and inspires you with fresh thoughts. If you've seen this video before, your feedback is still valuable. Every piece of input helps us enhance our material and provide our readers with a different viewpoint. Today, what we witnessed was only a fraction of the numerous stories shared on Reddit and around the world. It's a reminder that we all try to comprehend life by sharing our experiences with one another. This film is only one example of how we use storytelling to connect with others and learn about various aspects of life. We aim to continue sharing stories that will help us all learn and grow together. Thank you for your time, and please keep a lookout for more stories coming soon. If you haven't already, please like and follow for more great material. Your sponsorship keeps us running, and we will continue to bring you thought-provoking and touching tales. Until next time, take care and remain curious. "You're going to regret this," my brother texted after breaking my ribs. Dad said, "Drop the charges," but I replied, "I'm not lying for anyone." I'm Emily, and I still have the anguish in my chest from when my brother Eric fractured my ribs during what should have been a nice family dinner. The physical anguish was severe, but nothing compared to hearing my parents tell me to keep quiet about it. They were more concerned with Eric's reputation than my damaged bones, but my doctor, a lady I'd never seen before that day, refused to participate in their cover-up. Her decision altered everything. Before I begin, please let me know where you are watching from in the comments. And if you've ever stood up to family injustice, click the subscribe button. You are not alone. Growing up in Oak Ridge, Michigan, was not the idyllic childhood depicted on television commercials. Our town had just about 15,000 residents, the kind of community where everyone knew each other's business and appearances were more important than practically anything else. This became the core of my family's values, but I didn't recognize it until much later. My family consisted of 4 members: me, my older brother Eric, and our parents, Richard and Diane Harris. From the outside, we appeared to be the picture-perfect American family. My father started a profitable real estate development company from scratch, while my mother was active in local charitable organizations and social clubs. We resided in a large colonial house in the most affluent district in town. We went to church on Sundays, took family trips twice a year, and our Christmas cards featured professional photo shoots that my mother spent weeks preparing. But inside our home, the reality was extremely different, especially for my brother Eric. Eric is older than me, and from my earliest memories, he had what my parents described as a bit of a temper. This bit of a temper meant that when we were kids, Dad would frequently smash my toys when he got furious. My grandmother had given me a collection of porcelain dolls, and Eric smashed 3 of them during tantrums. My parents would always buy me a replacement and explain that your brother has strong emotions. As we grew older, Eric's violence shifted from smashing my possessions to breaking my spirit. He would insult me, call me stupid, and attack my appearance. When I complained to my parents, they would shrug their heads and say it was just siblings being siblings. My mother would stroke my hand and say, "That's just how brothers and sisters interact, Emily. You need to develop thicker skin." Throughout our upbringing, it became evident that Eric was our favorite. When I received straight A's, my accomplishment was recognized with a simple, "Good job." But when Eric managed to get a B- in a class where he was failing, my parents would take us all out to celebrate at the best restaurant in town. When I was accepted to the University of Michigan with a partial scholarship, my parents nodded in approval. When Eric was accepted into Michigan State after my father made a significant donation to their business school, they threw him a party and invited the entire neighborhood. Despite everything, I strove hard to be the ideal daughter. I chose to study medicine despite the fact that I like art more. My high school art teacher thought my watercolor paintings were quite impressive and urged me to apply to art schools. But my father dismissed the notion, calling it an expensive hobby rather than a profession. So I put down my paintbrushes and picked up a textbook instead. My parents prioritized our family's social standing in the community. My father's business was mainly based on his reputation and contacts. He served on the board of the local Chamber of Commerce, supported Little League teams, and ensured that his charity contributions were constantly reported in the local newspaper. My mother was president of the Garden Club, and she organized the annual charity ball to benefit the Children's Hospital. We weren't just residents of Oak Ridge. We were community pillars. The strain to preserve this image was relentless and oppressive. If I ever complained about Eric or voiced any bad feelings, my mother would quickly tell me, "We don't air our dirty laundry in public, Emily. People look up to the Harris family." My father was more forthright. "Your brother will take over the business someday. Nothing can tarnish his reputation." My feelings for my family were a complicated knot of love, hate, duty, and a desire for approval. I loved them because they were my family. However, as I grew older, I became aware of the toxicity of our relationship. Nonetheless, years of indoctrination made it difficult to believe my own senses. When I felt mistreated, a voice in my head sounded suspiciously like my mother, whispering that I was being overly sensitive or greedy. After finishing my medical degree, I completed my residency in Chicago, which provided me 2 wonderful years away from Oak Ridge and my family. The distance offered clarity. And, with the help of a therapist, though I told my parents it was only a stress management counselor, I began to see that my family's behavior was abnormal and unhealthy. But then my residency concluded, and an opportunity arose to join a medical practice in Oak Ridge. Despite my reservations, I accepted it. My sensible decision was based on finances. The post included loan forgiveness for my significant medical school debt. But, emotionally, I was still seeking my family's approval and hoping that our relationship would improve. When I returned, there were early indications that nothing had changed. At my welcome home dinner, Eric dominated the conversation with talks of his recent advancement at our father's company. When I tried to describe an interesting case from my residency, my mother interrupted me to ask if I had met any suitable young guys in Chicago. I spotted these red lights but chose to ignore them, convincing myself that things would be different now that I was an adult with my own career. I was mistaken. So wrong. The evening that altered everything was supposed to commemorate Eric's promotion to vice president of operations at our father's business. My mother had spent days getting ready, cooking Eric's favorite delicacies, and adorning the dining room with congratulations banners. I arrived early to assist set the table and prepare the salad, believing that my participation would make me feel more involved in the family celebrations. I had purchased a bottle of Eric's favorite whiskey as a gift. Even though I was pushing my budget that month due to the costs of moving into my new apartment, I wanted this evening to go well. I wanted to think that as adults, we could be a regular, loving family. The evening began well enough. My father opened an expensive bottle of wine, while my mother served her famous beef Wellington. Eric appeared to be in good spirits, taking compliments on his new role with his usual confidence that bordered on arrogance. He was already on his second glass of whiskey when we sat down to supper, which was not unusual for him. "To Eric," said my father, raising his glass. "Following in my footsteps and exceeding even my expectations. Harris Development will be in good hands with you at the helm someday." We all clinked glasses, and I added my own congrats. "The company's lucky to have you, Eric. Your clients at the Riverside project seem really happy with your work." Eric nodded gratefully. "Damn right they are. I turned that project around after Jackson nearly tanked it." The conversation continued nicely during the main meal. My mother inquired about my new position at the medical office, but her interest appeared superficial. Eric was almost on his third whiskey when he began chatting about Megan, his girlfriend of approximately 6 months. "We're talking about moving in together," he said. "Her lease is up next month, and it doesn't make sense to renew when she spends most nights at my place anyway." My mother remarked, "That's wonderful, dear," but I observed a small constriction around her eyes. She had always believed that couples should live together before getting married. "Megan's great," I said, truly meaning it. I had met her several times before and found her to be knowledgeable and polite. She mentioned last time I saw her that she's hoping we'll come to her family's lake house this summer. Eric's expression darkened slightly. "When did you talk to Megan?" "We ran into each other at the grocery store last week," I replied. "We chatted for a few minutes. She's really nice." "What else did she say?" Eric's tone had sharpened. I shrugged, not understanding his sudden attitude change. "Nothing much. She mentioned something about your dad's fishing boat needing repairs before you visit." "She should keep her mouth shut about my family," Eric snarled, interrupting me. The table went silent. My mother looked down at her plate, while my father cleared his throat uneasily. "Eric," I spoke gently. "She didn't say anything bad. She was just making conversation. Last month she had the nerve to say our family is intense," Eric continued, his voice rising. "Like her family is so perfect, with her alcoholic uncle and shoplifting sister." "I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it," my mother said, plainly attempting to calm the situation. But Eric was not listening. The drink had lessened his inhibitions, and he was preoccupied with perceived criticism. "And now she's talking about us to you behind my back." "It wasn't like that at all," I insisted. "It was just friendly conversation, right?" Eric scoffed. "Always so perfect, aren't you, Emily? The doctor, the good daughter. Everyone's favorite." I nearly smiled at the irony of his labeling me his favorite, but I knew better than to bring out the obvious. "Eric, I think you're misunderstanding." "Don't tell me what I understand." He slapped his glass down, splattering whiskey on the white tablecloth. My mother flinched and said nothing. My father has finally spoken up. "Son, let's dial it back. This is supposed to be a celebration." Eric rose abruptly, his chair scraping noisily across the hardwood floor. "I need some air." He stormed out of the dining room and towards the kitchen. After an awkward pause, my mother suggested we go to dessert. I offered to help clear the plates, using it as an excuse to check on Eric and perhaps make things better. I discovered him in the kitchen pouring another hefty serving of whiskey. "Eric, I'm sorry if I upset you," I replied quietly, setting the stack of dinner dishes on the counter. "That wasn't my intention." He turned to me, his eyes bloodshot. "You always do this, acting all innocent while stirring up trouble." "That's not fair," I complained. "I was just making conversation about Megan. I like her." Well, keep your nose out of my relationship, he said abruptly. And stop trying to buddy up to my girlfriend to get dirt on me. That's not what happened at all, I responded, my irritation mounting. Why would I do that? Because you've always been jealous of me, he explained, taking a step closer. Dad's company, mom's attention, everything. You can't stand that I'm successful while you're still paying off student loans. His remarks wounded because they were so contrary from truth. It was such a total reversal of our family dynamic that I couldn't help but giggle in surprise. Are you serious? Right now? That chuckle sounded like gasoline. Eric's face was distorted with wrath. Don't you dare laugh at me. Before I could react, he pushed me hard. I fell backward, the small of my back striking the sharp corner of the granite kitchen island. The hit knocked the wind out of me and caused a horrible split in my rib cage. My torso erupted with pain as I slumped to the floor, panting for air. My parents rushed into the kitchen in response to the ruckus. My mother shouted when she noticed me on the floor. My father froze in the doorway. What happened? My mother asked, glancing between Eric and myself. She fell, Eric exclaimed quickly. She tripped. I couldn't speak through my pain. Could barely breathe. Each attempt to inhale shot sharp shards of pain through my chest. My mom knelt beside me. Emily, can you get up, honey? My father eventually moved, drawing Eric away. What did you do? He hissed. Nothing. She's faking it, Eric asserted, despite the little trembling in his voice indicating that even he knew this was not true. I was able to sit up with the help of my mother, despite the fact that the movement caused me to cry in pain. He pushed me, I eventually exclaimed. I hit the counter. My mother's look shifted between concern and something else. Calculation. I'm sure it was an accident, she answered calmly. Eric wouldn't deliberately hurt you. But he did. And this was not the first time, just the most serious. I think I need to go to the hospital, I said, taking weak breaths. It hurts to breathe. Let's not overreact, my father murmured as he stepped forward. Take some ibuprofen and rest. If it's still bad tomorrow, we can reassess. I couldn't believe what I heard. I'm a doctor. I know what broken ribs feel like. Please, I need to go now. I'll drive you, my mom volunteered. I can drive myself, I answered, unwilling to spend another minute in that house. Despite the agonizing anguish, I needed to escape from them all. My father assisted me to my feet, his face covered with concern that did not reach his eyes. These family disagreements happen, he added gently. Let's not make more of this than it is. I didn't answer, instead concentrated on shallow breathing to alleviate the agony. I gathered my purse and keys and refused further assistance. As I slowly made my way to the door, I overheard my father speaking to Eric in loud whispers. The drive home was painful. Every bump on the road caused spasms of pain in my chest. I should have gone straight to the emergency room, but shock and denial drove me home instead. I promised myself I'd take some strong painkillers from my own medical kit and see how I felt. Part of me was still unable to process what had occurred. Not just Eric's violence, but how my parents reacted to it. That night was among the longest of my life. I couldn't lie down without feeling agonizing pain, so I spent it propped up in a recliner, going in and out of an uncomfortable slumber. By morning the discomfort had not subsided, and my side was now covered in an intense purple bruise. I couldn't move without gasping in pain. I realized then that I couldn't ignore this. I required medical care, regardless of what my family wished. The next morning brought not only bodily suffering, but also mental distress from my family's reaction. My phone began ringing. My mom's ringtone. I let it go to voicemail since I wasn't ready to speak with her yet. 10 minutes later, she called back. This time I responded. Emily, how are you feeling? Her tone was light and conversational, as if she were inquiring about a little headache rather than potentially shattered ribs. Not good, I said honestly. I'm in a lot of pain. I can barely move. These things always feel worse the next day, she remarked dismissively. Take some Advil and put ice on it. Listen, about last night. Mom, I think my ribs are broken, I said. Eric seriously hurt me. There was a pause at the other end of the line. When she spoke again, her tone was placating, as if she thought I was being tough. Sweetheart, it was an unfortunate incident. But let's not blow it out of proportion. Eric feels terrible about it. Has he said that? Has he called to apologize? I inquired, already knowing the answer. He will, I'm sure. He was very upset after he left. But right now, we need to focus on moving past this. Your father and I think it's best if we just put this behind us. I shifted in my chair, groaning at the sharp ache. Mom, I can't breathe without it hurting. This isn't something I can just put behind me. It's probably just bruised, she said. If Eric had really hurt you that badly, you would have gone to the hospital last night. The gaslighting was so clear that it would have been amusing if not so furious. I'm going to get it checked out today, I informed her sternly. Emily, she said with a cautionary tone. I think it's best if we keep this within the family. There's no need to involve outsiders in what was clearly just a momentary loss of temper. Outsiders? Mom, I'm talking about seeing a doctor for a medical injury. You know what I mean, she added hurriedly. Questions will be asked, forms will need to be filled out, things get put on record. Are you seriously asking me not to seek medical attention because it might reflect badly on Eric? I couldn't keep the surprise out of my voice. I'm asking you to think about the consequences, she said. Your father's business depends on our reputation in this community. Eric is positioned to take over eventually. A misunderstanding like this could have lasting repercussions. A misunderstanding, I repeated. He shoved me into a counter and broke my ribs. That's not a misunderstanding. That's assault. Don't use that word, she snarled. Your brother would never assault you. He had too much to drink and there was an accident. These things happen in families. Emily, before I could react, I heard my father's voice in the background begging for the phone. He answered the phone after a brief pause in the conversation. Emily, he replied, his professional voice on full display. How are you feeling? Like Eric broke my ribs, I answered honestly. He breathed deeply. Your mother tells me you're thinking of going to the doctor. I think that's premature. Give it a day or two to see if it improves. Dad, I am a doctor. I know what broken ribs feel like. Then you also know there's not much they can do for ribs anyway, he argued. They'll just tell you to rest and take pain medication, which you can do at home. He wasn't completely mistaken, but that wasn't the point. I need an X-ray to make sure there's no displacement that could puncture a lung. And if you go in, what exactly are you going to tell them about how this happened? His tone indicated that this was the main issue. The truth, I replied simply. There was a prolonged pause. Emily, I want you to think very carefully about what you're doing. Eric has worked incredibly hard to get where he is. His future at the company, his reputation in the community. These aren't things to jeopardize over a momentary lapse in judgment. So, his future matters. But my broken ribs don't? Don't twist my words, he remarked forcefully. Of course I care about your health. But there are broader considerations here. Eric made a mistake, yes. But he doesn't deserve to have his life ruined over it. The conversation continued for another 10 minutes. My father alternated between downplaying my injury and highlighting the potential repercussions for Eric and the family name. By the time we hung up, his message was clear. My misery and health came second to preserving Eric and the family image. My phone buzzed with a text from my mother. Sending you a little something to make you feel better. Love you. A delivery person arrived carrying an elegant gift basket containing pain medicines, a heating pad, luxury bath items, and my favorite chocolates. The card said, rest and recover. Family always comes first. Love, Mom, and Dad. The present felt like a bribe, an attempt to purchase my silence. I put it aside, unable to look at it without feeling ill. Throughout the day the calls continued. My mother checked in hourly, and each chat revolved around keeping the issue within the family. My father called 2 more times, his tone getting more strong, reminding me of family duty and perspective. Eric eventually called. I almost did not respond, but part of me wanted to hear what he had to say for himself. Hey, he murmured, his voice unusually quiet. Mom said I should call you. He made no apologies, simply admitted that he was calling because our mother wanted him to, I prompted. And I guess things got out of hand last night, he said regretfully. I had a lot to drink. You broke my ribs, Eric. Come on, I barely pushed you, he retorted, quickly defensive. You probably just bruised them when you fell. I didn't fall, you shoved me into the counter. Whatever, look, I'm calling to smooth things over, okay? Mom and Dad are freaking out that you're going to make this into some big deal. I couldn't believe what I heard. It is a big deal. I'm seriously injured. Yeah, well, we all have bad days, he dismissed. Remember when you crashed my car in high school? I didn't make that into a federal case. The parallel was so ludicrous that I couldn't even think of a response. A juvenile fender incident and a grown man physically beating his sister were not remotely similar. Eric, I have to go, I finally said. I have a doctor's appointment. Emily, don't be stupid, he yelled, his conciliatory tone fading. You're going to regret it if you blow this up. Was it a threat? I hung up without saying anything, my hands quivering with pain, fury, and astonishment. I contacted Rachel, one of the few people from high school with whom I had maintained a close relationship. She had returned to Oakridge after her divorce and was now working as a teacher at our former school. When I told her what had happened, her reply was exactly how my family should have been. Oh my God, Steph. That's terrible. Do you want me to take you to the hospital right now? Her sincere compassion brought me to tears. I have an appointment with a primary care doctor, Dr. Hayes. She had an opening. I'm coming with you, Rachel insisted. No arguments. Text me the address and time. You don't have to do that, I protested weakly, while a part of me urgently desired the support. Yes, I absolutely do, she replied forcefully. And afterward, you're coming to stay with me. You shouldn't be alone right now. By the time my visit arrived, the agony had been so bad that even the prescription-strength ibuprofen I had was ineffective. Every breath was torture, and I had developed a serious shortness of breath. I knew I couldn't put this off any longer, no matter how much pressure my family put on me. As Rachel drove me to the appointment, my phone lit up with calls and texts from my parents. Every communication had the same theme: silence, discretion, and family loyalty. But with each mile closer to medical care, I felt a stronger resolve. This wasn't correct. And, for the first time in my life, I refused to put my family's wants ahead of my own. The medical office was located in a contemporary facility on the outskirts of Oakridge, far enough from the town center that I was unlikely to encounter anyone my parents knew. Rachel assisted me from the car and supported me as we slowly made our way inside. When the receptionist noticed me wincing with each delicate step, she became concerned. Dr. Hayes will be with you shortly, she promised me after I had completed the intake forms, intentionally leaving blank the portion asking how the injury occurred. I did not have to wait long, as the receptionist had promised. Dr. Evelyn Hayes turned out to be a woman in her early 50s with kind eyes and a straightforward approach. She reminded me of my favorite medical school professor, confident, clear, but with an underlying warmth that made patients feel at ease. Dr. Harris, she murmured, reaching out her hand as she entered the examining room. I've heard good things about you from Dr. Whitman at the clinic, though I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances. I tried to grin, but it came out more like a grimace. Please call me Emily. And thank you for fitting me in on such short notice. Of course, she said, looking over my intake documents. I see you're experiencing chest pain and difficulty breathing. Can you tell me what happened? This was the moment I had dreaded. My lifetime of brainwashing to protect my family clashed with my medical training and the basic human need to tell the truth. I had an accident, I explained blankly. Dr. Hayes gave me a steady look. What kind of accident? I was pushed and hit a counter, I responded quickly. With my back, right here. I pointed to the place just below my shoulder blade. She nodded and made a note in my chart. Who pushed you, Emily? I hesitated before looking down at my hands. My brother. I see, she replied, her tone moderate but friendly. Let's take a look at the injury first, and then we can talk more about what happened. Okay. The physical examination was thorough, but gentle. Dr. Hayes listened to my breathing, carefully palpated the damaged area, and observed the considerable bruising that had occurred. Her expression remained professional, but I could sense concern in her eyes. I'd like to get some x-rays, she stated after finishing the exam. Based on your symptoms and the physical findings, I suspect you have at least 2 broken ribs, possibly 3. I'm also concerned about the shortness of breath, which could indicate a more serious complication. The x-ray verified her suspicions. 3 fractured ribs, 1 with a worrying displacement that accounted for my breathing difficulties. When Dr. Hayes returned to the examination room with the results, her expression was serious. Emily, she said, sitting across from me. These are significant injuries. The displacement of your 7th rib could potentially cause a pneumothorax, a collapsed lung, if not properly monitored and treated. I'm going to prescribe appropriate pain medication and give you specific care instructions, but I need to ask you some more questions about how this happened. I nodded as a lump formed in my throat. You said your brother pushed you, she said gently. Was this an accident during play, or was it deliberate? It was deliberate, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. He was angry. He'd been drinking. Has anything like this happened before? I remembered all the times Eric had inadvertently wounded me growing up. The shoves that were too hard to be playful. The arm grabs that left fingerprint bruises. The times he'd thrown things at me in fury. Not this seriously, I finally said. But yes. He has a history of being physical when he's angry. Dr. Hayes nodded, her expression kind yet stern. And how have your family members responded to this incident? The dam broke. Perhaps it was the pain medication starting to work, or the simple satisfaction of finally speaking with someone who appeared genuinely concerned. But I found myself telling Dr. Hayes everything. Eric's attack, my parents' indifferent response, their pressure to keep silent, and their emphasis on the family's prestige above my well-being. They sent me a gift basket, I murmured, letting out a hollow laugh that sent pain through my chest. Like chocolates and bath bombs could make up for broken ribs. And the fact that they care more about how this affects Eric than how it affects me. Dr. Hayes listened without interruption, occasionally taking notes. When I eventually fell silent, she set down her pen and stared directly at me. Emily, as a medical professional, I want to be completely transparent with you about my obligations here. What you've described is a case of domestic violence, and in my position, I am a mandatory reporter. My heart fell. What does that mean exactly? It means that I am legally required to report incidents of suspected abuse to the appropriate authorities, she said with humor. In this case, that would mean filing a report with the police. Panic surged through my chest, competing with the pain in my ribs. You can't do that. My family would. I trailed off, realizing how telling my initial reaction was. What? Dr. Hayes asked gently. Be angry? Cut you off? Continue to prioritize your brother's reputation over your safety? It sounded so clear when it was pulled out that way. However, decades of family dynamics are not readily discarded. You don't understand, I said softly. It's complicated. I understand better than you might think, Dr. Hayes stated, startling me. When I was in my 20s, my father broke my arm during an argument. My mother begged me to tell the doctors I fell down the stairs, and I did, because I didn't want to tear our family apart. Her openness took me off guard. What happened? 2 years later, he put my mother in the hospital with a concussion and a broken jaw, she told me plainly. I've spent the last 30 years wondering if I could have prevented that by speaking up the first time. Her comments struck me like a physical blow. Was I encouraging Eric's actions by remaining silent? Would he eventually hurt someone else, such as Megan or his own children? I understand this is difficult, Dr. Hayes said. Family loyalty is strongly entrenched and the fear of consequences is real, but I'd like you to consider something. If one of your patients came to you with these same injuries and tale, what would you tell them to do? I knew the answer right away. As a doctor, I would strongly encourage them to report it, prioritize their protection, recognize the indications of an abusive relationship, but applying that criteria to myself seemed unthinkable. What exactly would happen? I inquired finally. If you report it. Dr. Hayes described the procedure thoroughly. A report would be filed. The cops would most likely want to interview me. I would be able to bring charges against Eric, however the prosecution may proceed even without my participation based on the medical findings. The incident would be documented anyway. I'm not going to pretend this will be easy, she told me. Honestly, based on what you've told me about your family, there will likely be significant pushback. But I also want you to know that there are resources available to help you through this process. I can connect you with a victim advocate who can explain your options and support you every step of the way. I sat in silence for a long time, considering my alternatives. The idea of going against my family filled me with fear. But the alternative? Pretending this had happened, enabling Eric's behavior to continue, unchecked, sacrificing my own well-being for the family image, became intolerable. Okay, I finally answered, my voice more stable than I expected. Do what you need to do, doctor. Dr. Hayes stretched out to gently squeeze my hand. For what it's worth, I think you're making the right decision. Not the easy one, but the right one. She spent the remainder of the visit establishing a treatment plan for my physical injuries, discussing the warning flags I should look out for, and scheduling a follow-up appointment. Before I left, she gave me contact information for a domestic violence counselor named Carmen, as well as a support group for family abuse survivors. Dr. Hayes said, "One last thing," as I was about to depart. "Do you have a safe place to stay? I'm concerned about potential retaliation once your family learns about the report." I nodded. My friend Rachel offered to let me stay with her for a few days. Good. Take her up on that offer, Dr. Hayes recommended. And if you ever feel unsafe or need immediate medical attention, don't hesitate to go to the emergency room or call 911. As Rachel drove me home, I felt an odd mix of anxiety and comfort. I didn't know what would happen next. But, for the first time in my life, I prioritized my personal well-being over my family's expectations. That was terrifying. But it also seemed like the first real breath of fresh air I'd had in years. That breath was painful, even with my fractured ribs. The consequences came sooner than I anticipated. I had hardly settled into Rachel's guest room when my phone burst with notifications. The local police had contacted my parents and Eric for their side of the tale, and they were furious. My father's voicemail sounded chilly and furious. "Emily, call me immediately. I cannot believe you would do this to your brother. To this family. We raised you better than this." My mother sent me a heartbreaking message. "How could you, Emily? After everything we've done for you, Eric is devastated. The police came to his workplace. Do you have any idea what this could do to his career? To our standing in the community?" Eric's text was more straightforward. "Thanks for nothing. Hope you're happy now that you've ruined everything." I turned off my phone, unable to handle the barrage. Rachel brought me tea and stayed with me as I cried. Not from physical agony, but from inner turmoil. How did I become the villain in this story? Why was I the one who ruined everything, but Eric was the one who acted violently? "They're trying to make you doubt yourself," Rachel explained sensibly. "Don't let them, you did the right thing." The following day offered more of the same. My phone continued to fill with messages from my immediate relatives, and now other family members were joining in. My father's sister, Aunt Lorraine, called to inform me I was tearing the family apart over a little disagreement. My cousin Adam texted that I was acting dramatic and attention-seeking. Even my grandma, who had always been kind to me, left a voicemail questioning why I couldn't handle the situation inside the family. Only Linda, my mother's younger sister, sent a different message. "I believe you, Emily. Call me if you need anything. Love you." I hadn't spoken with Aunt Linda in years. She had a falling out with my mother over something that was never revealed to me, and she had been mostly absent from family events ever since. Her unexpected help was a glimmer of hope in the storm. I took some time off work, using my medical leave to recover physically and emotionally. Dr. Hayes had linked me with Carmen, the domestic violence counselor, who called to check up on me and offer services. She indicated that what I was going through, the family closing ranks, victim blaming and pressure to recant, was unfortunately frequent in cases of family violence. "They're trying to maintain the status quo," Carmen explained. "Your speaking up threatens the family system they've established, where your brother's behavior is excused and enabled. It's painful, but their reaction actually confirms that you made the right choice by breaking the silence." I went back to my flat momentarily to pick up some more clothes and business papers. I just finished packing a bag when there came a loud banging on the door. I froze quickly, knowing who it was. When I looked through the peephole, I noticed my parents standing in the hallway, grim-faced. I debated not responding, but I knew the encounter was unavoidable. It's better to have it on my territory than theirs. I opened the door but did not invite them inside. "We need to talk," my father stated without hesitation. "I'm busy right now," I said, attempting to keep my voice steady. "Too busy for your family?" my mother inquired, her voice tinged with hurt and anger. "After what you've done, you owe us at least a conversation." I sighed and moved aside, allowing them to enter. They looked at my half-packed suitcase with contempt. "Running away?" my father inquired. "Taking care of myself," I clarified. "What do you want?" "We want you to fix this mess you've created," he stated simply. "The police are talking about charging Eric with assault. His job could be at risk. People are already talking." "I didn't make this mess," I shouted, a spark of rage piercing through my worry. "Eric did. When he broke my ribs." "It was an accident," my mom insisted. "He pushed you, yes, but he didn't mean for you to get hurt like that." "He's 28 years old, Mom. He doesn't get to hide behind he didn't mean it anymore. And it wasn't an accident. He deliberately shoved me because he was angry." My father moved closer, his intimidating stature intended to intimidate, as it had so many times in my upbringing. "Emily, you need to tell the police you want to drop this, say you exaggerated, that you misunderstood what happened." "I can't do that," I replied, taking a step back. "It would be lying." "So, you'd rather destroy your brother's life over one mistake?" My mother's voice broke into tears. "What kind of sister does that make you? What kind of brother breaks his sister's ribs and then calls her a barchar for seeking medical help?" I laughed. "What kind of parents care more about their son's reputation than their daughter's safety?" My father's face clouded with rage. "That's enough. We have always protected both of you. Everything we've done has been for this family." "No," I answered, my realization solidifying as I spoke. "Everything you've done has been for the family image, for Eric, never for me." "That's not true," my mother argued. We put you through medical school. Because it looked good to have a doctor in the family, I said in kind. Not because you cared about what I wanted. I wanted to study art, remember? You both laughed at the idea. My father rejected it with a wave of his hand. This isn't about ancient history. This is about what you're doing right now, which is betraying your family. I'm not betraying anyone. I'm standing up for myself, maybe for the first time. The conversation went in circles, with my parents alternately guilt-tripping, threatening, and even attempting to get me to retract my story. When it became evident that I would not budge, my father used his final card. If you go through with this, you're on your own, he stated coldly. Financially, emotionally, in every way. Is that what you want? To lose your family over this? The danger should have scared me. In many respects, it did. But beneath the terror was an unusual sense of clarity. I lost my family the moment. You chose to protect Eric instead of me. I explained sadly. Maybe I never really had one to begin with. My mother started crying in earnest, and my father's face turned stone. You'll regret this, he finally said. When the dust settles and you've burned all your bridges, you'll realize what you've thrown away. After they went, I sat on my couch for a long time, trembling from the effects of adrenaline. I'd kept my ground, but the cost was becoming increasingly obvious. My phone vibrated with a text from Eric. I hope you're happy now that Mom is hysterical. Dad believes you are no longer alive. Great job, sis. The harassment did not end there. Eric's campaign against me grew in intensity over the following few days. He made vague but pointed remarks on social media about family traitors and attention-seeking liars. He called mutual acquaintances and told them his side of the event, portraying me as unstable and nasty. Most dangerously, he started spreading stories at the hospital where I worked, claiming that I had made up the abuse charges because I was jealous of his success. Some friends distanced themselves, uneasy about being sucked into family conflict. Colleagues gave me odd looks in the hallway. Even Rachel, as supportive as she was, seems overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. I had no idea your family would react like this, she said one evening. I mean, I knew they were kind of intense, but this is next level. I nodded, acknowledging her distress. You don't have to keep letting me stay here if it's too much. I can find somewhere else. Don't be ridiculous, she stated firmly. I'm not abandoning you. I'm just saying it's a lot. But we'll get through it. Her dedication meant everything to me, especially while others drifted away. My circle was fast decreasing, and pressure was increasing from all directions. Work became more stressful as I tried to maintain my professional manner under the murmurs and pressure of Eric's smear campaign. The ultimate blow arrived in the shape of an ultimatum presented by my father's attorney. If I did not withdraw my statement to the police and the medical report within 48 hours, my parents would cut off all remaining financial support, including assistance with my school loan payments. Remove me from the family trust. 3 people publicly rejected me as their daughter. The letter ended with a reminder that they had always been gracious and would welcome me back into the family if I came to my senses and repaired the harm I had caused. I felt a shift inside me as I read those cold, calculating words. The shroud of doubt and guilt that had obscured my judgment began to lift. This was not love. It had never been love. Real families do not threaten, manipulate, or enable abuse. Real families protect one another from damage, not cause it. That night, I sat at Rachel's kitchen table with the lawyer's letter spread out in front of me, and made a decision. I was not going to retract. I was not going to lie. For perhaps the first time in my life, I was going to stand solid in my truth, no matter what the repercussions were. The next morning I called Carmen, a domestic violence counselor. I need help, I informed her. My family is escalating their pressure, and I don't know what to do next. You're doing exactly the right thing by reaching out, I was told. Let's talk about some practical steps to protect yourself and build a support system that doesn't include your biological family. That conversation marked the beginning of my journey toward actual independence, not only financially, but also emotionally and psychologically. It was terrible to face the future without the family I'd always had. However, as I would soon realize, it marked the beginning of a tremendous emancipation. I returned for a follow-up with Dr. Hayes. The physical recovery had started. The pain was less severe, and my breathing had improved. But, emotionally, I remained raw and vulnerable. How are you holding up? Dr. Hayes inquired after evaluating my ribs and confirmed appropriate healing. Physically better, I admitted. The rest? It's complicated. She nodded, indicating comprehension. Family trauma usually is. Have you been in touch with Carmen? Yes. She's been incredibly helpful." This was an understatement. Carmen had become my lifeline, guiding me through not only the legal parts of my predicament, but also the emotional minefield that was familial estrangement. She suggested that I attend a support group for family violence survivors. I went to my first meeting. Dr. Hayes agreed, saying, "That's excellent. How did it go?" It was intense, but good. For the first time, I was in a room full of people who completely understood what I'm going through. No judgment, no questions about why I didn't just work it out with my family. Dr. Hayes grinned. That kind of validation can be incredibly healing. I still remember my first support group meeting after my own experience. It was like finally being able to breathe after holding my breath for years. Exactly, I concurred. One woman there, Naomi, had a similar experience with her older sister. Her parents also chose the abuser over her. Hearing her story made me feel less alone, less crazy for standing my ground. "You're definitely not crazy," Dr. Hayes informed me. "What you're doing takes tremendous courage. Not many people have the strength to break generational patterns of abuse and enablement." Our topic went to my physical recuperation and preparations to return to work. Before I departed, Dr. Hayes gave me a card. "I don't normally do this with patients, but given the circumstances, I want you to have my personal cell number. If you ever need medical advice or just someone to talk to who understands, please don't hesitate to call." Her generosity moved me to tears. "Thank you for everything. I don't know what I would have done if I'd seen a different doctor that day." "You would have found your way," she declared confidently. "You're stronger than you realize, Emily." With Carmen's help, I started developing a support network outside of my original family. Rachel stayed steadfast, donating not only her guest room but her unflinching faith in me. Naomi from the support group became a friend, and our shared experiences formed an instant bond. And to my astonishment, my Aunt Linda contacted me again. "I've been wanting to reconnect with you for years," she said as we met for coffee. "Your mother made it difficult. After our falling out, she essentially blocked my access to you and Eric." "What was the disagreement about?" I inquired, realizing I'd never understood the full tale. Linda sighed. "I confronted your father about his favoritism toward Eric and the way they both enabled his behavior. This was after I saw Eric push you at a family barbecue when you were about 14. You fell and scraped your hands badly. Do you remember?" I remembered. Eric was upset because I had beaten him at a lawn game in front of his pals. My parents had dismissed it as siblings being competitive. "Your mother accused me of trying to cause trouble in the family," she said. "Said I was jealous because I didn't have children of my own. After that, I was gradually excluded from family events. But I always worried about you." Having Linda back in my life was like discovering a piece of myself that I had not realized was missing. She was the family I needed, supportive, honest, and protective in ways my parents never were. Along with developing these personal relationships, I took practical actions to maintain my freedom. I changed the locks on my flat, established a security system, and placed cameras at the entry. I spoke with a lawyer about the consequences of being removed from the family trust and cut off financially. I opened fresh accounts at a bank other than the one my family used. Small steps, but each one helped me feel more safe and in control of my own life. Carmen also provided me with materials to assist me better understand the psychological processes that had structured my family dynamic. I devoured books about toxic family structures, narcissistic parents, and the psychology of scapegoating. The more I knew, the more obvious my predicament became. Eric was the golden child, always pardoned and exalted despite his actions. I was the scapegoat, expected to accept blame and put everyone else's wants ahead of my own. This educational experience was both painful and empowering. It was painful to recognize how terribly dysfunctional my family was, but liberating to realize that it wasn't my fault. I had not provoked the abuse by being overly sensitive or tough, as my parents had often indicated. I had neither imagined nor exaggerated the mistreatment. It was real, and I had every right to defend myself from it. The most difficult aspect of this new knowledge was learning to establish and maintain boundaries. My entire existence had been based on meeting my family's demands and expectations. Standing steady in the face of their demand contradicted decades of conditioning. "Think of boundary setting as a muscle," Carmen suggested during one of our sessions. "It's weak at first because you've never been allowed to use it. But each time you hold your ground, it gets stronger." I practiced little acts of boundary setting on a daily basis, such as not responding to every call or text from my parents right away, refusing to engage when they tried to guilt or manipulate me, and correcting disinformation when common acquaintances repeated Eric's version of events. Each small act of self-advocacy increased my confidence for larger confrontations. The police investigation into the incident proceeded, and a prosecutor eventually decided to charge Eric with domestic abuse, despite my parents' efforts to intervene. Eric obtained an expensive attorney and pled not guilty, paving the way for a possible trial in which I would have to testify against him. The prospect was terrible, but I was determined to get through it. Despite all of this, I was surprised to find an unexpected sense of tranquility blossoming alongside the chaos. For so long, I had distorted myself to meet my family's expectations, ignoring my own needs and perspectives in order to maintain unity. Despite the exterior commotion, I was experiencing an interior alignment that I had never felt before. My ideas, feelings and actions were finally aligned. I was living my truth, as difficult as it was. My support group provided a safe place for me to discuss my anxieties and questions without being judged. During one especially difficult session, after receiving a caustic email from my father, I broke down. "Sometimes I wonder if it would have been easier to just stay silent," I said through tears. "To just take the pain and keep the peace like I always have." "Easier in the short term maybe," Naomi answered gently. "But that kind of silence eats away at your soul. Trust me, I tried it for years." Margot, an older woman, nodded in accord. "I stayed silent about my brother's abuse for 40 years. By the time I finally spoke up, I'd lost myself so completely, I didn't know who I was anymore. You're doing the hard work now, but you're saving yourself decades of invisible pain." Their comments lingered with me as a talisman against the uncertainty that occasionally crept in during weak moments. I'm doing the hard job now. I was stopping a cycle that may have lasted for generations. I was choosing truth over convenient lies, health over dysfunction, and reality over delusion. I felt well enough to move back to my own apartment full-time. Rachel assisted me in saving the space, a ceremonial scrubbing she swore by, and we moved the furnishings to make a fresh start. My parents' gift basket had long since been donated to a women's shelter, eliminating a symbol of their deceptive support. That night, alone in my own space for the first time since everything had happened, I took out my watercolors, which had been unused since college, and began painting. The image that appeared was unexpected, a small bird with a broken wing, surrounded by light and starting to heal. As I lost myself in the creative process that had previously been my passion, I sensed something moving, opening, and releasing inside me. I wasn't simply surviving this ordeal, it was profoundly transforming me. Time passed, bringing developments I could not have predicted. When I first sat in Dr. Hayes' office room with fractured ribs and a broken heart, physical recovery seemed unattainable. The ache has subsided. My ribs had healed without issues, with only a minor discomfort during weather changes to remind me of the damage. The emotional mending was a continuous process, but it was marked by significant improvement. I had moved to a different neighborhood, a little but significant step toward restoring my independence. My new apartment was brighter, with huge windows that let in plenty of natural light and a spare bedroom that I'd converted into an art studio. Paintings in various stages of completion adorned the walls, demonstrating my rekindled passion for creating. Throughout these months, my family situation has changed in painful but essential ways. After several attempts at reconciliation on their terms, which always entailed my retracting my exaggerated version of events and apologizing to Eric, I demanded a meeting with specific conditions. It would take place on neutral ground, with a family counselor present, and with the expectation that I would not be gaslighted or coerced to change my narrative. Surprisingly, they agreed. Perhaps they believed they could still persuade me in person. Perhaps they were experiencing the social implications of our separation in a culture where appearance was so important. The conference was held at the counselor's office on a cool autumn afternoon. My parents arrived impeccably dressed, as if for church, their emotions a delicate balance of concern and reserve. Eric arrived separately, his typical confidence tempered by the ongoing court case against him, which had been delayed due to procedural reasons. Dr. Collins, our counselor, established ground rules for our conversation. No interrupting, no name-calling, and the use of I statements instead of accusations. My parents nodded agreeably, but I could sense their dissatisfaction with what they probably saw as excessive formality. "Emily," Dr. Collins said, "would you like to start by sharing what you hope to achieve from today's meeting?" I took a deep breath and centered myself like I had practiced. I want clarity and honesty about what happened, and what happens next. I want acknowledgement of the harm that was done to me, both by Eric's actions and by the response to them. And I want to establish boundaries for any future relationship we might have. My mother had a tiny scowl at the word borders but stayed silent. My father shuffled in his seat, already uneasy about the course of the conversation. "Richard and Diane," Dr. Collins addressed my parents. What are your hopes for today? My dad cleared his throat. We want our family back. Together. This division has gone on long enough. We want to put this unfortunate incident behind us and move forward. It wasn't an unfortunate incident, I explained quietly but firmly. It was an assault. Eric broke 3 of my ribs and then called me a bitch when I sought medical help. You both pressured me to lie about my injuries and prioritize his reputation over my physical safety. Emily, you know that's not how it happened, my mother said, her voice taking on the placating tone that I'd come to recognize as the precursor to gaslighting. Actually, Mom, that is exactly how it happened, I responded. And this pattern of denying reality is precisely why we're sitting here today. Dr. Collins carefully turned the discourse, asking each of us to convey our emotions without contradicting one another's experiences. What followed were hours of painful, but essential, truth-telling. My parents continued to minimize and deflect, albeit with less determination than previously. Eric apologized superficially, focusing on the inconvenience the issue had given him rather than the pain he had perpetrated. I'm sorry things got out of hand, he muttered, without meeting my gaze. I never meant for you to get seriously hurt. But you have to admit, going to the police was an extreme reaction. Was it? I inquired, keeping my cool despite the wrath simmering beneath the surface. If a stranger had broken my ribs, would reporting it be extreme? Why should you be held to a lower standard of behavior because we're related? He had no decent response for that. By the end of the session, it was evident that, while my family wanted me back, they were unable to admit the dysfunction that had caused our estrangement. They sought reconciliation without accountability. Forgiveness without change. As we were about to leave, my father made one final appeal. Emily, we miss you. Despite everything, we're still your family. No one will ever love you like we do. I took a hard look at him. Possibly for the first time. That's the problem, Dad. The way you love is conditional and harmful. I deserve better. We all do. Walking out of that office, I felt an unanticipated lightness. I had confronted my greatest fear, permanent isolation from my family, and discovered that it was not as frightening as I had thought. In fact, the notion of continuing to accept their definition of love felt even more terrifying than establishing a life without them. In the years that followed, I had little contact with my parents, just sending SMS and making brief phone calls with strong restrictions in place. Eric and I had no direct communication, save for obligatory legal interactions. His case eventually resulted in a plea agreement, a misdemeanor charge with probation, and mandatory anger management sessions. It was less than he deserved, but it required more accountability than he had ever confronted. Professionally, my life took an unexpected turn. The boldness I gained from standing up to my family turned into more confidence at work. I advocated more effectively for my patients, especially those who showed evidence of abuse or neglect. My colleagues saw the shift, and I was offered a leadership role in a new community health initiative aimed at preventing and intervening in domestic abuse. This work put me in regular contact with Dr. Hayes, who became a mentor and friend. During one of our sessions to discuss the idea, I was finally able to convey my gratitude. I wrote you a letter, I explained, handing her the envelope. To thank you for what you did that day. For seeing what was happening and having the courage to do something about it. She accepted the letter with a friendly grin. I was just doing my job, Emily. No, I said, shaking my head. You did more than that. You showed me what true professional integrity looks like. You were willing to make a difficult choice because it was the right one, not the easy one. That's the kind of doctor I want to be. Our collaborative efforts on the idea became one of the most enjoyable aspects of my working life. We devised training programs for medical professionals to help them recognize and respond to indicators of abuse, as well as patient resources and connections with local support agencies. Each person we assisted felt like a small redemption for my own experience. My personal life thrived as well. The support group that had been my lifeline in the beginning evolved into a community where I could receive and offer healing. Naomi and I organized a monthly gathering for survivors to exchange art, poetry, and experiences as part of their healing process. Rachel was my closest friend, and her dedication during my worst days solidified a bond that seemed more like family than many blood links. Speaking of family, Aunt Linda became a pivotal influence in my life. Her home became my vacation destination. Her knowledge guides her through the difficult emotions of starting a new family after the previous one failed. Through her, I reconnected with cousins I'd scarcely known growing up, establishing relationships free of the dynamics that had poisoned my own family. Most surprise, I started dating again after years of focusing only on my profession. Marcus, a lovely and thoughtful architect whom I met through a community art class, demonstrated healthy communication and respect in a romantic relationship. Our relationship grew gradually, based on friendship and common ideals rather than the urgent need for approval that had defined my prior relationships. On the anniversary of my meeting with Dr. Hayes, I went on a solo retreat to a lakeside cabin. I took my paints, a journal, and a stack of books, planning to reflect on my voyage. I sat on the dock at sunset, watching the light play across the sea, and wrote in my journal. A year ago today, I was broken in more ways than I realized. My ribs were broken, but so was my sense of self, my understanding of love, and my faith in my own judgment. I felt telling the truth would ruin me. That I couldn't live without the family that had both shaped and twisted me. I was mistaken. The truth did not ruin me. It made me stronger than before. I discovered that genuine love does not necessitate quiet about abuse. Real family, whether by blood or by choice, pushes you up rather than dragging you down. True strength is not suffering mistreatment, it is having the fortitude to say no more. I'm not sure what the future holds. My relationship with my parents is complicated and limited. Eric and I may never reconcile. There are still days of pain and uncertainty. But for the first time in my life, I'm laying a foundation founded on truth rather than deception. Instead of obligation, focus on true connection, focusing on self-respect rather than self-sacrifice. That seems like victory. That feels like healing. It feels like home. As I write this, I'm wondering how many of you have had similar crossroads in your own families. Have you ever had to choose between peace and the truth? Self-preservation or family loyalty? I would love to hear your stories in the comments section below. If my story has made even one person feel less alone or more empowered to get treatment, then sharing it has been beneficial. Please like this video if it speaks to you. Subscribe for more stories on healing and transformation. Also, share it with someone who may need to hear that they deserve better. Remember that sometimes the family we form is more therapeutic than the one we were born into. Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. My mom forced me into fertility treatments. My sister held me down while she injected me. Now I'm suing them both to silence them forever. My mother is the most baby-obsessed lunatic I've ever encountered. Starting when I was 8 years old, she forced my sister Clara and me to wear these pregnancy simulation suits for hours every day, with 20 pounds of sand strapped to our stomachs while we practiced breathing exercises and watched childbirth videos. If we complained about our backache, she would add extra weight and warn us that real moms do not whine. She also made us practice breastfeeding with weird little dolls that cried if we didn't hold them properly. While I spent every session planning my escape, Clara welcomed it as if it were her own purpose. She'd go around the house with great posture, massaging her false belly and speaking to it aloud. By the age of 16, she was urging her mother to allow her to serve as a practicing surrogate for her infertile coworkers. When she reached 18, Mom gave her a huge party to celebrate signing her first surrogacy contract, rather than graduating from high school. Everyone was calling her a blessing and an angel, and I sat in the corner feeling like I was at a livestock auction. Clara has carried 3 infants for 3 separate couples in just 3 years. Mom would parade her around town once she returned from the hospital, as if she had won the Nobel Prize. Look at my generous daughter, giving the gift of life. Meanwhile, I was pursuing a biomedical degree, helping at women's shelters, and learning about body autonomy. But none of this mattered. Such a waste of a perfectly good uterus, Mom would tell anybody who would listen. Her sister has blessed 3 families, while this one hoards her fertility for herself. The most distressing part was witnessing Clara weaken. After her 4th pregnancy at the age of 22, she could scarcely walk without discomfort. Her hips had been ruined. She had recurring illnesses and her hair was falling out in pieces. But when I went to talk to her about it, she gripped my hands, tears in her eyes. "Rosalind, this is what I was made for. My body is a vessel for miracles. Why can't you understand that?" That's when I realized she was gone. So I played along just enough to get Mom off my back. I informed her that I was considering pregnancy. I dressed more casually during family gatherings, even searched for fertility clinics in front of her, all while secretly taking the LSAT and applying to law schools throughout the country. LOL. I specialized in reproductive rights and medical ethics, spending years assisting women from coerced pregnancy situations. By the age of 28, I had finally started to make a difference. So, when Mom asked me to attend Clara's celebration dinner, I assumed it was just another pregnancy announcement. Boy, was I mistaken. It turned out to be an effing intervention. "Sweetie, you're not getting any younger," Mom said, as Clara sat alongside her, belly distended from pregnancy number 4. "So I've taken the liberty of starting your fertility treatments." Before I could answer, she took out a syringe containing hormones. Just a little boost to get those eggs flowing. I leapt back, but Clara caught my arms from behind. "Please, Rosalind, just try it. I've already found the perfect couple for your first baby." I shouted and kicked, but Mom was already approaching me with the needle. That's when I noticed the remaining syringes on the table. They had been planned for this. As Mom inserted the needle into my leg, I felt the cold liquid burn through my muscles. Within minutes, my vision dimmed and my ovaries felt on fire. Through the fuzz, I could hear Mom on the phone. "Yes, we've started the protocol. She'll be ready for harvest in 2 weeks." That's when I knew it wasn't just about family pressures anymore. This was trafficking. I awoke in the intensive care unit with ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, which was so bad that they almost had to remove everything. "We only brought you here because we wanted to save your womb," my mother remarked, standing above me. I pressed the red button for the nurse. She took one glance at my mother and led her away to conduct private examinations. I felt much worse after we were alone because she wrapped her arms around me and asked if I was all right. I burst into tears because the entire situation made me understand how bad my mother was. I eventually opened up to her, and she appeared stunned by what I said and wanted me to repeat everything. I spent the next hour completely unpacking everything. The surrogacy. There is bias. The abuse. As soon as I stopped crying, she summoned hospital security to remove my mother from my room. And I had no idea at the time, but with the assistance of just one nurse, I was about to make my family pay. The nurse returned 20 minutes later with a uniformed cop who identified himself as Detective Rodriguez from the Domestic Violence Unit. He pulled up a chair next to my bed while the nurse adjusted my IV. "Rosalind, I specialize in cases involving reproductive coercion and forced medical procedures," he said, taking out a little recorder. "What your mother did constitutes assault, and based on what the nurse told me, this might be part of a larger pattern." My room's glass window revealed movement in the hallway. My mother was attempting to shove through the emergency exit door, her face twisted in wrath. She saw me gazing and pressed against the window, mouthing phrases I couldn't understand at first. She then accentuated her lip movements, saying, "Ungrateful bitch." My phone began vibrating on the bedside table. Detective Rodriguez glanced at it as message after message appeared on the screen. He asked, "May I?" And I nodded. All of the texts came from Clara. "How could you involve the police? Mom was helping you. You're destroying our family. All she wanted was for you to experience motherhood." Detective Rodriguez placed the phone carefully. "This isn't the first complaint we've received about forced fertility treatments. There's been a pattern, particularly involving medical practitioners at certain clinics." He studied my response. "Your mother works in the medical field?" My stomach sank. "She's a receptionist at Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic." His expression clouded. A hospital social worker knocked and ushered in a middle-aged woman with gentle eyes, who froze when she saw my paperwork. "Rosalind Gonzalez? Your mother is Evelyn Gonzalez? You know her?" The social worker paused, clutching her clipboard more tightly. We've had some interactions. Let me get you some resources." She shuffled through her papers, obviously uneasy. Detective Rodriguez took notes as I recalled the intervention dinner. The social worker kept looking toward the door, and I observed her hands trembling slightly as she handed me leaflets on domestic violence resources. "I need to check something," I explained, grabbing my phone. I signed onto my medical portal and scrolled through recent paperwork. It was dated 3 months ago, just after I casually mentioned to Mom that James and I were planning our future. My medical power of attorney had been transferred to my mother. "This isn't my signature," I explained, showing them the document. The handwriting seemed similar to mine, but angled strangely, as if someone was tracing. Before anyone could answer, a man in an expensive suit entered the room. I'm representing Evelyn Gonzalez. I understand there's been a misunderstanding regarding my client's daughter's medical care. That was fast, Detective Rodriguez said. The lawyer straightened his tie. Rosalind is clearly suffering from hormone-induced psychosis. Her mother was simply trying to help when Rosalind became violent. We're requesting an immediate psychiatric evaluation. I'm not psychotic, I insisted. The hormones in your system suggest otherwise. Ovarian hyperstimulation can cause severe mood disturbances, paranoia, even hallucinations. The corridor was suddenly filled with noise. Clara came with 5 young children clutching her maternity garment. Aunt Rosalind needs help, she shouted to anyone who would listen. She's been struggling with jealousy issues for years. Hospital security arrived, attempting to keep order as the youngsters began to cry. Clara rocked the youngest on her hip and rubbed her pregnant abdomen with her free hand. I grabbed my phone and dialed my law company for backup. The receptionist responded on the second ring. Oh, Rosalind, your mother called earlier. She explained about your situation. Don't worry, we're handling your caseload while you recover. What? No, I'm fine. I need to speak to my partners. I think it's best if you focus on getting better. Your mother said the breakdown was quite severe. I hung up with my hands trembling. Through the glass, I saw my mother take something from her pocketbook and show it to her lawyer keys. My apartment keys. My car keys. She began reciting something, and while I couldn't hear her, I knew the pattern. She was listing my work schedule. Monday she has court at 9 o'clock. Tuesday's client meetings until 6 o'clock. Wednesday she volunteers at the women's shelter. The lawyer nodded while taking notes. James came through the door, still wearing his work clothes. Rosalind, I got your text. What's... But Clara stopped him in the hallway and placed a manicured hand on his arm. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her make a gesture towards me and then touch her temple in the global sign for insane. She brought out her phone and showed him something on the screen. The nurse who had helped me earlier returned with a plastic bag. These are the belongings you came in with, she replied, her face disturbed. She took out a few glossy brochures from Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic. Those aren't mine, I replied quickly. She unfolded one of the brochures. Inside was a consent sheet for egg retrieval from last week. The signature matched that on my power of attorney document. The hospital administrator, a slim woman with a polished grin, entered the room. Given the circumstances and the family's concerns, we think it might be best to transfer Rosalind to our psychiatric ward for a full evaluation, just as a precaution. My mother smiled through the glass. Detective Rodriguez stood up. She's not going anywhere without a court order. Of course, the administrator replied calmly. We're simply considering all options for Rosalind's well-being. My phone vibrated again. This time it was my law school mentor, Professor Chen. Just got off the phone with your mother. She's very concerned about your pregnancy delusions, she told me. You've been fixating on having a baby, but your body won't cooperate. Is everything okay? I wanted to shout. Every aspect of my life was systematically poisoned. I looked at Detective Rodriguez, then at the social worker, who still refused to meet my gaze, and last at James, who was in the corridor with Clara whispering in his ear. The evaluation, I stated abruptly. I'll do it. I'll prove I'm competent. The attorney smiled. Excellent. Dr. Margaret Ramsey will perform the evaluation. She's the best in the state. The name sounded familiar. Then it struck me. Mom's Book Club. Dr. Ramsey had been coming to our house for monthly meetings for more than 10 years, but it was too late to return it. The administrator was already making plans, and my mother's smile through the glass had turned triumphal. The nurse squeezed my hand as she checked my IV once again. She leaned forward, pretending to fix my pillow. Whatever happens, don't sign anything else, she said softly. And check your phone's location settings. Someone's been tracking you. As everyone filed out to prepare for my exam, I noticed something else. Clara was showing James her phone again, and this time I got a look at the screen. It was a text discussion, but not a recent one. These were from 2 years ago, when James and I first started dating, and I indicated that we might want kids eventually. She was making the point that I had always desired children, and that this was simply my unsatisfied desire showing as paranoia. And the look on James's face indicated that it was working. The psychiatric evaluation was set for tomorrow morning. As I lay in that hospital bed, watching my mother plot my demise through a pane of glass, I comprehended the full horror of my condition. She'd been plotting this for years, waiting for the perfect opportunity to release her trap, and I'd fallen right into it. The mental evaluation was scheduled for 8 a.m. I spent the night practicing replies in my thoughts, hoping to anticipate Dr. Ramsey's questions. The nurse from the previous shift had given me a sedative, saying that I'd need to slumber to appear stable. But sleep would not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see my mother's triumphant smile through the glass. Around 3 a.m., my phone lit up with an Instagram notice. Clara shared a photo from last month's family meal. There I was, slumped on my chair, eyes hazy. The text was as follows: "Praying for my sister's fertility journey. Some women struggle more than others to accept their maternal calling." It was posted 3 weeks ago, but I only just saw it. The responses expressed sorrow for her and concern for me. I looked over her feed with increasing horror. She had been tracking my journey for months. Photos of me during family gatherings, always exhausted or distracted. Captions regarding my baby fever and fertility issues. In one video, I was playing with her youngest daughter, and Clara put the following text overlay: "She'll be such a good mom when she stops fighting nature." My work email was pinged. Then it pinged again. And again. I opened it to discover my inbox full of messages. The subject lines made my blood run cold. "I'm thinking about you during this terrible time. Take as much time as you need. Your health comes first." My mother had sent an email to the entire firm using my account. I read it with shaky hands. "Dear colleagues, I'm writing to inform you that I'll be taking an indefinite leave of absence to address some personal health issues. As many of you know, I've been struggling with fertility issues, and the emotional toll has become overwhelming. My family is assisting me in getting the treatment I need, so please direct any urgent matters to the managing partners. Thank you for your understanding during this difficult time. Rosalind." The timestamp indicated that it was sent at 2:47 a.m., while I was lying here awake. I attempted to go into my work account to send a retraction, but my password was changed. My hands fumbled with the password reset, but the recovery email address had been changed to one I didn't know. My mother had shut me out of my own professional life. 3 of my clients had already sent encouraging letters to women I had assisted in leaving violent circumstances, assuming I was suffering from a mental health crisis. Someone wrote, "I always sensed you carried deep pain about motherhood. Please don't let it consume you like it almost consumed me." The irony made me want to throw up. The psychiatric ward's morning shift arrived around 6 a.m. I watched via my door's window as staff personnel whispered to one another and looked in my direction. News spread quickly in hospitals. They all knew I was the lady who attacked her mother for attempting to assist with reproductive treatments. The breakfast tray arrived, but I was unable to eat. My hands shook too much to keep the plastic spoon steady. When I tried to sip the juice, I noticed a harsh aftertaste and put it down right away. After hearing about the drugging at family dinners, I couldn't believe anything. Detective Rodriguez arrived at 7:30, looking fatigued. "I've been investigating all night," he replied gently, drawing his chair closer. "Your mother's name appears in several concerning patterns at that fertility clinic. But Rosalind," hissed, "the evidence is complicated. She's been very careful to make everything look like loving family support." "What kind of patterns?" I inquired. "Young women mostly from troubled backgrounds who suddenly decide to become egg donors or surrogates after meeting with clinic staff. Your mother often handles their intake paperwork." He handed me a booklet. "But here's the problem. They all signed consent forms. They all passed psychological evaluations. On paper, everything looks legitimate. Because the system is designed to protect the clinic, not the women," I informed them. He nodded grudgingly. "I need more evidence to build a case, but right now, I'm more concerned about getting you through this evaluation safely." Dr. Ramsey came exactly at 8 a.m., carrying a leather briefcase and wearing a sympathetic grin that did not reach her eyes. She was just as I recalled from Mom's book club meetings. Silver-haired, professionally dressed, and wearing reading glasses on a pearl chain. "Rosalind, dear," she replied kindly. "Your mother has told me so much about your struggles." Detective Rodriguez started to disagree when she raised a manicured palm. "I'm afraid this evaluation must be conducted privately. Standard protocol." "I'm staying," he stated firmly. "Then I'll have to note in my report that the patient required police supervision, which suggests violent tendencies." Her grin didn't falter. "Your choice, detective." He gazed at me, his jaw clenched. I nodded slightly. We both knew she had already made up her mind regarding the report. Having him removed would only give her more fodder. After he left, Dr. Ramsey sat in the visitor's chair and opened her briefcase. Inside, I saw what appeared to be finished forms with the evaluation results already typed. "Now then," she said, pulling out a tablet, "let's talk about your relationship with motherhood." For the following hour, each question was a trap. When I explained that I had chosen a career over children, she typed notes about defensive rejection of femininity. When I mentioned assisting women in escaping reproductive coercion, she murmured about projection of internal conflicts. When I tried to tell her about the forced injection, she asked if I ever felt persecuted by maternal figures. "Your mother mentioned you've been playing with dolls recently," she replied, looking at me over her glasses. "What?" "No, I haven't." "She found them in your apartment. Baby dolls. Hidden in your closet." She showed me a photo on her tablet of 3 dolls I'd never seen before, hidden behind my winter coats. It's quite common for women experiencing fertility grief to regress to childhood coping mechanisms. I stared at the photograph, my mind racing. The dolls were perfectly positioned, as if they had been staged. One was clutching a small bottle. Another carried a tiny diaper bag. The third was covered in what appeared to be a homemade blanket. "Those aren't mine," I said. "Denial is also common, Dr. Ramsey said, typing quickly. "Rosalind, there's no shame in wanting children. But when that desire becomes so overwhelming that you lash out at family members trying to help." She injected me with fertility hormones against my will. She attempted to give you a vitamin supplement, according to witnesses. You became violent and had to be restrained. She cocked her head sympathetically. The mind can play tricks when we're under stress. Sometimes we misinterpret loving gestures as attacks. My phone vibrated with a notification from my bank. A sizable withdrawal from my savings account. When I tried to check it, Dr. Ramsey reached over and gently grabbed the phone. "Let's focus on our conversation," she said, putting it in her briefcase. "Tell me about your jealousy toward Clara." "I'm not jealous of my sister." 7 successful pregnancies, a loving family, the admiration of your community," she said as she rose. "Meanwhile, you've dedicated your life to preventing other women from experiencing motherhood. Don't you see the connection?" Every protest I made was seen as evidence of my instability. By the end, she had created a portrait of a lady so plagued by fertility sadness that she had invented a complex persecution fantasy, rather than admitting her own wants. "I'm recommending a 72-hour hold for observation," she said, closing her tablet. "With continued therapy, I believe we can help you work through these delusions." "You can't do this," I replied. "I know my rights." "Of course you do, dear. You've spent years studying law to compensate for what you perceive as your feminine failures." She stood and smoothed her skirt. "The hold begins immediately. Psychiatric transport will be here within the hour." After she went, I took out the room phone to call someone, anyone. But who? My employer suspected I was having a breakdown. My sister poisoned my boyfriend against me. My bank accounts were being plundered. My mother's campaign went out to my mentor as well. The transport team arrived while I was still holding the dead phone, 2 orderlies with friendly faces and firm grips. They spoke to me as if I were vulnerable, dangerous, unpredictable. The nurse who assisted me previously was nowhere to be found. As they prepared to take me, I noticed my mother in the corridor. She was talking to Dr. Ramsey, occasionally drying her eyes with a tissue, as the concerned mother dealt with her daughter's mental health dilemma. Other employees stroked her shoulder sympathetically. The psychiatric ward was located in a separate structure connected by an underground tube. The fluorescent lights stung my eyes as they rolled me through. The orderly pulling my wheelchair murmured tunelessly. The roar bounced off the concrete walls, blending in with the squeak of wheels and the distant clang of doors. My new room was small and sanitary. White walls, a narrow bed with obvious restraint straps, a small window with reinforced glass. They handed me paper scrubs to wear and removed my items for safety reasons. The nurse conducting intake was young, efficient, and visibly uneasy. "Any history of mental illness?" she inquired. "Number of suicide attempts? Number of violent episodes? Wait, they're saying I attacked my mother, but..." She typed hastily, "I'll put down one recent episode. Dr. Ramsey's orders say you're to have no visitors except family for the first 24 hours. No phone calls, it's for your own stability." "That's illegal. I have the right to contact my lawyer." She bit her lip. I'll have to check with the attending physician about that." However, the attending physician, along with the patient advocates and ward administration, were conveniently absent. Everyone who could help was somehow unavailable. I was locked in a bureaucratic maze created to resemble treatment. My mother arrived that afternoon carrying a suitcase. "I brought you some comfortable clothes," she announced, placing it on the bed, "and some photos of Clara's babies. I thought they might help you remember what we're working toward." She unpacked her pregnancy clothing systematically, all in my size. Prenatal supplements, a journal titled My Fertility Journey, with the first few pages already filled out in handwriting that looked similar to mine, photos of newborns I'd never met, labeled with names such as your nephew and godson. "The retrieval is scheduled for next week," she stated casually, hanging up a piece of clothing clearly intended for a pregnant woman. "Dr. Patel at the clinic is very optimistic about your egg quality. 28 is still young enough for excellent results." "I'm not consenting to egg retrieval." "Of course not, dear, not in your current state." She adjusted the garment on the rack. "That's why I've petitioned for temporary medical conservatorship, just until you're thinking clearly again." She took out a folder stuffed with documents, legal forms, medical papers, and psychiatric evaluations, half of which were forged but convincingly signed. A paper trail that goes back months, detailing my purported spiral into fertility mania. "Your co-workers have been extremely supportive," she added. "Several have written letters for the conservatorship hearing. They've noticed your preoccupation with pregnancy for some time, apparently. All those pro bono cases for pregnant women, they thought you were working through something personal." I saw her transform my mental room into a nursery, and waited. She presented a small ultrasound photo in a frame called Baby Gonzalez, with the next month's date. A mobile featuring little elephants. A book about pregnant nutrition. Each object was carefully selected to support her story. "Clara sends her love," Mom said, bringing out her phone. "She's been so worried about you." She showed me a video of Clara in a hospital bed, surrounded by flowers and clutching her new baby. "Hi, Rosalind," my sister murmured to the camera, her voice soft but kind. "I just wanted you to know that I love you. And when you're ready, there's a wonderful couple waiting to give your babies all the love in the world just like mine are getting. Don't fight this, okay? Let Mom help you. She only wants what's best." The infant in her arms began sobbing. Clara winced as she altered her position, and I noticed a flicker of agony on her face. The camera shook slightly, and whoever was filming noticed. The video was then cut off. "She's so brave," Mom murmured, putting the phone away. 9 pregnancies now, and she never complains, unlike some people. A disturbance in the corridor halted her shouted voices, followed by the sound of security being called. Through the small window in my door, I noticed the nurse who had assisted me in the ICU being led out by security. She was lugging a box of personal belongings, her face flushed with rage. My mother caught my look and smiled. "Oh yes, she was let go this morning. HIPAA violations, I heard. Sharing patient information without authorization. Such a shame. She seemed like a nice girl." The message was clear. Anyone who supported me would face the consequences. After Mom went, I tried but couldn't sleep. The bed was too hard, the room was too bright, and the sounds from the hospital were too disturbing. Someone in the hallway was crying. Another patient repeatedly asked for their mother. The night nurse checked the room every hour, shining a flashlight through the window. Around midnight, another nurse slipped into my room. She was ancient, with gray hair and tired eyes. "I don't have long," she said quietly. "But I knew your nurse friend. She asked me to give you this." She pressed a tiny piece of paper into my palm. "It's just a phone number. Call it when you can," she urged. "Not from here. They monitor the ward phones, but when you get out." She nervously looked at the door. "There are more of us than you think. Women who've seen what happens at that clinic. We've been too scared to speak up." She left as swiftly as she had arrived. I memorized the number and tore the paper into little pieces before flushing them down the toilet. "Evidence of conspiracy," my mother would say. "Proof of paranoid delusions," Dr. Ramsey would say. The next morning, 6 women in a circle met for group therapy to share their struggles. The therapist, a young man with a sincere expression, pushed us to investigate our relationships with femininity. When my turn came, I remained silent. Anything I said would be recorded, twisted, and used against me. "Rosalind is dealing with some fertility grief," the therapist explained to the group. "Sometimes that manifests as rejection of traditional female roles." One of the other women, barely out of her teens, looked at me sympathetically. "I get it," she replied. "I used to think I didn't want kids either. But therapy helped me realize I was just scared of not being good enough." I wanted to shout that not wanting children was a genuine option, that femininity was not defined by reproduction, and that I was here because I had helped far too many women escape exactly this type of pressure, but I just nodded, allowing them to draw their own assumptions. Lunch was served in a communal area with barred windows. I picked at the food, still concerned about substances. My tablemate, an elderly woman with hollow eyes, leaned in conspiratorially. "First time?" she inquired. I nodded. "Word of advice: agree with everything they say. The quickest way out is to comply." She stirred her pudding absently. "I've been here 6 times. Keep fighting my daughter about custody of my grandkids. But this time, I'm going to play along, tell them I understand boundaries, accept my role." Her laughter was vengeance. "Whatever gets me out, right?" That afternoon I had individual therapy with Dr. Ramsey. She had established a permanent office on the ward to better serve my patients. The walls were adorned with encouraging posters about maternity and recovery. "Your mother tells me you were asking about the retrieval procedure," she says. I wasn't. It's natural to be curious. Many women find that understanding the medical process helps alleviate their fears. She took out a Blessed Beginnings pamphlet. "The clinic has an excellent success rate. And the couple your mother has selected is just lovely. He's a doctor, she's a teacher. They've been trying for 5 years. I'm not donating my eggs." "Of course not, you're donating the possibility of life. There's a difference." She scribbled something on her notebook. "Rosalind, I want you to try something. Close your eyes and imagine holding your biological child. Even if another woman carries them, they'll still be yours in the way that matters." I kept my eyes open, glancing at her degrees on the wall, all from reputable colleges. All are legitimate. This was not a back alley operation. It was a fully licensed psychiatrist working at an approved hospital, exactly as the system allowed. "Resistance is normal," she added. "But I think deep down, you know your mother is right. You've spent so many years fighting your nature that you've convinced yourself the fight is the purpose. But what if you just let go?" James came during visiting hours, but I was told it was just for relatives. Clara arrived instead, stepping slowly with one hand supporting her stomach. She had brought her 5 children, who shifted uncomfortably in the sterile visiting room. "Aunt Rosalind is sick," she informed them, "but she's getting better." The oldest, a girl around 6, looked at me intently. "Grandma says you're going to have babies soon too." "That's right, sweetheart," Clara remarked before I could reply. Aunt Rosalind just needs some help remembering how much she wants them. She'd brought images from our youth of the two of us wearing those hideous pregnant outfits, but she'd altered them somehow. In these renditions, I was smiling, playing along, and pleased. "Remember how you used to name your pretend babies?" questioned the woman. "You had a whole list of Lily, Sophia, little James Jr. if it was a boy." "That was you," I said gently. "Those were your names." "No, Rosalind." She took out a tattered notebook, familiar with my childhood diary. She opened it to pages I didn't recall writing, lists of baby names in what appeared to be my handwriting but wasn't. "See, you've always wanted this. The stress just made you forget." The youngsters watched our exchange with wide eyes, learning and absorbing as Aunt Rosalind was guided to remember her actual purpose. The oldest continued looking at her mother's large belly, then at my flat stomach, with uncertainty on her face. After they departed, I found myself in the bathroom, staring at my own mirror. The fluorescent lights made me appear pale and empty, like the other ladies on the ward. I was curious if many of them were here for similar reasons. How many people fought too hard against expectations and were classified as crazy? That evening, an incident occurred. A new patient, young and terrified, was brought in, shouting about being forced to have a child. Security had to detain her while nurses gave her sedatives. Through my open door, I heard snippets of her story: religious parents, pregnancy deal, and escape attempt. By dawn, she was quiet, compliant. Sitting in group therapy, she discussed how she had misread her family's affection. "Sometimes we perceive care as control," the therapist added, nodding in agreement. "But with medication and therapy, we can learn to accept support." I observed her closely, noting the little tremble in her hands, the delayed reactions, and the way she agreed with everything, including conflicting comments. They had drugged her into obedience, and everyone pretended that it was healing. My own medication arrived with breakfast, just to help with the anxiety, the nurse said. I recognized the pills as light sedatives, nothing dangerous, but I knew those were only the beginning. Refusing for too long would lead to greater interventions. I palmed the pills and pretended to swallow. Later, I would flush them like a phone number. But I couldn't keep doing this forever. They'd eventually conduct oral checks, provide drugs, and devise methods to enforce compliance. The conservatorship hearing was scheduled in 3 days. Dr. Ramsey informed me that it was only a formality, and that I wasn't required to go. "Your mother will handle everything. You just focus on getting better." But I knew exactly what that hearing meant. Once she obtained conservatorship, she could consent to anything on my behalf, including egg retrieval, hormone therapy, and coerced pregnancy, if she could justify it as helpful. That night I stayed awake planning. Not escape, which would simply show my instability, but acquiescence. Strategic, measured compliance could get me released before the hearing. I'd have to be the woman they wanted to see, one who had accepted her genuine wants, understood her mother's love, and was ready to embrace motherhood. The performance would need to be perfect. One slip, one moment of resistance, and I'd be stuck here permanently. But if I could persuade them that I had made a breakthrough and expressed adequate gratitude for their assistance, I might be able to get out in time to fight the conservatorship. I reflected about all the women I'd assisted throughout the years. How many others had been stuck in similar situations by familial expectations, medical systems, and legal frameworks that valued reproduction over autonomy? I had fought for them in court and shelters. Now I had to fight for myself with the only weapons I had left: manipulation and falsehoods. The irony was not lost on me. To show my sanity, I had to act insanely. To keep my autonomy, I had to relinquish it. To break free from my mother's influence, I had to accept all she wanted me to be. Tomorrow, I will begin my act. Cry in therapy about my empty womb. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey, for helping me realize the reality. Ask Clara for advice about egg donation. Allow my mother to outfit me in those pregnancy clothes and tell her how appropriate they felt. Every syllable would burn. Every action would undermine what I believed. But that was the only way out that did not require a needle in my arm or stirrups in an operating room. The night nurse checked my face with her flashlight. I maintained an even breathing pattern while pretending to sleep. Down the hall, someone was crying again, or perhaps still. In situations like this, crying never ceased. 3 days. I had 3 days to persuade them that I was free of the awful affliction of not desiring children. 3 days to complete the most significant deed of my life. The true tragedy was that I was confident I could achieve it. Years of watching Clara had taught me what to say, how to act, and what they expected to see. I might become the ideal patient, appreciative for their assistance, and ready to realize my biological destiny, and perhaps it was the worst part. Not that they were trying to break me, but that I understood just how to make them believe they had succeeded. The next morning I awoke with renewed determination. In group therapy I raised my hand for the first time. "I think I understand now," I admitted, my voice cracking. "All these years, I've been running from what I really wanted." The therapist leaned forward excitedly. "Tell us more, Rosalind." I detailed a made-up dream about cradling a baby, and the other woman nodded knowingly. When Dr. Ramsey arrived for our session, I was prepared. "I want to apologize," I said, wringing my hands in my lap. "You were right. I've been using my career to avoid facing my fertility grief." She virtually gleamed. "This is wonderful progress, Rosalind." For the next hour I told her precisely what she wanted to hear, how jealous I was of Clara's pregnancies, and how my work with reproductive rights was all about controlling what I couldn't have. By the end, she was typing furiously, capturing my breakthrough. "I think we should tell your mother," she added. "She'll be so relieved." When Mom came that afternoon, I was wearing one of the pregnancy clothes she had brought. The garment hung slack on my frame, but I continued to stroke my flat stomach as Clara had done numerous times. "Oh, sweetie," Mom murmured with tears in her eyes. "You look so natural." I allowed her to hug me, resisting the temptation to shove her away. "I'm sorry I fought you," I said quietly. "You were just trying to help." She drew back and studied my face. For a moment, I believed she saw through the act. Then she grinned and took out her cell phone. "Clara needs to hear this," she stated, already phoning. I spent the remainder of the day asking Mom about the egg retrieval process, looking at images of the couple who wanted my eggs, and even performing breathing exercises from those traumatic childhood sessions. Dr. Ramsey was so thrilled that she suggested accelerating my release. "If you continue showing this level of insight, we might not need the full 72 hours. That night, I was unable to sleep. Tomorrow was vital. I needed to retain performance while also gaining access to a phone or computer. The conservatorship hearing was in 2 days, and I needed to find a method to challenge it. The next morning delivered a surprise. James showed up during visiting hours, and this time they let him in. He looked fatigued and conflicted. "Your mom said you're doing better," he replied gently. I wanted to scream the truth, but I knew they were definitely watching us. Instead, I reached for his hand. "I've been so confused," I said. "But I'm starting to understand what I really want." He watched my face, and I attempted to convey discreetly. His eyes opened slightly. Did he understand? "Maybe when you get out, we can talk about our future," he added gently. "I'd like that," I said, squeezing his hand 3 times, our traditional signal for playing along. After he went, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe he didn't totally believe Clara's falsehoods. That afternoon, I convinced the ward personnel to allow me to use the computer in the day room to look into fertility possibilities. Instead, I simply logged into my email using a web browser. My password still worked on my personal account. I sent a message to a colleague who specialized in conservatorship law, leaving it vague yet urgent. I then checked my financial accounts. More money was withdrawn. At this pace, I'll be broke in a week. Finding good information? A nurse approached. I swiftly switched tabs to a fertility clinic's website. "Just learning about the process," I exclaimed happily. She grinned and continued on. I had maybe 5 more minutes before someone became suspicious. I went to the court's website and found the conservatorship file. My mother stated that I was severely impaired owing to fertility-related insanity. The hearing is planned for tomorrow at 2 p.m. I memorized the case number and courthouse, then erased my browser history. If I could just be released in the morning, I might make it to court. That evening, Dr. Ramsey convened an emergency session. My stomach sank. Had they uncovered my computer usage? "Your mother told me you've been asking about specific fertility clinics," she replied. "I'm so pleased with your progress that I'm recommending immediate release." I blinked. "Really? You'll need to continue outpatient therapy, of course, but I think you're ready to take the next steps in your journey." She cracked a joke. "Your mother has already made an appointment at Blessed Beginnings for tomorrow afternoon." Tomorrow afternoon. The same time as the conservatorship hearing. "That's wonderful," I managed to remark. I was freed the following morning at 9 a.m. Mom was waiting with a bouquet of flowers and a gift bag. "I bought you some prenatal vitamins," she explained, handing me the bag. "Just to prepare your body." I smiled and took them, already preparing my next step. "Mom, I need to stop by my apartment first, change clothes, and feel normal again." Her smile wavered. "Oh, but we have appointments." "Please," I murmured, mimicking Clara's manipulative style. "I want to look my best when we go to the clinic. This is such an important day." "That works." She drove me to my flat, but she insisted on entering. While she waited in the living room, I locked myself in the bathroom and called a colleague I had emailed. "Rosalind, I got your message. The hearing is at 2 p.m., right? I'll be there." "I can't make it," I said quietly. "My mother will have me at the fertility clinic." "Can you file an emergency motion?" "Without your present, it's harder, but I have evidence." I interrupted. "Check my work email. The password is ... I gave her my credentials. There's a folder labeled personal, everything's there." I hung up when Mom knocked on the door. "Everything okay, sweetie?" "Just nervous," I said back. I returned to find her reorganizing my bookshelf, removing my law volumes and replacing them with pregnancy manuals she had brought. "Much better," she said. "Now let's get you changed." She had brought an attire, a flowing dress that evoked fecundity and femininity. I put it on and played the part. We arrived at Blessed Beginnings about 1:30. The waiting room was filled with hopeful couples and young women who appeared distant. I recognized the look from my years of lobbying. "Evelyn," a nurse welcomed my mother cheerfully. "And this must be Rosalind. We've heard so much about you." They whisked me back for preliminary testing while Mom completed papers. While drawing my blood, the nurse discussed success rates and happy families. "Your mother says you're eager to help a special couple," she told me. "Very eager," I lied. At 2:15 I asked to use the restroom. Instead I sneaked out a side door and summoned a riding chair. The courthouse was about 10 minutes away. I burst into the courtroom at 2:25. The judge was already speaking. My mother sat at the petitioner's table alongside her lawyer. My colleague stood at the respondent's table, pleased to see me. "Your Honor," she replied swiftly, "my client has arrived." Mom's face turned white, then red. "She's supposed to be at the clinic." "Interesting," the judge replied dryly. "Miss Gonzalez, are you here of your own free will?" "Yes, Your Honor, and I'd like to contest this conservatorship petition." The following hour was awful. Mom's lawyer presented Dr. Ramsey's evaluation, the psychiatric hold, and my admissions to desiring children. But my colleague replied with the information I'd obtained, including the falsified signatures, Mom's planning timetable, and the clinic's habit of coercion. "Your Honor," I said when I was given the opportunity, "I don't have fertility grief. I have a mother who's built her entire identity around her daughter's reproductive capacity. She drugged me, forged documents, and orchestrated an elaborate campaign to destroy my credibility when I refused to participate in her breeding agenda." Mom began crying. "I just wanted grandchildren. Is that so wrong?" "You have 5 grandchildren," I said, "through Clara, who can barely walk anymore because of what you've done to her body." "She chose that life." "Did she? Or did you condition her from age 8 to believe she had no other value?" The judge demanded an order. After considering the information, including the hair follicle test results that my colleague had subpoenaed, he made his conclusion. The petition for conservatorship is denied, he stated firmly. Furthermore, I'm issuing a restraining order. Miss Evelyn Gonzalez, you are to have no contact with your daughter Rosalind. Mom wailed. Her lawyer whispered urgently into her ear, but the decision was decided. As we exited the courthouse, I noticed Clara in the parking lot, struggling to get out of her minivan with her enormous tummy. She had brought all 5 children. How could you? She cried out. Mom loves us. She loves what our bodies can do for her. I said, there's a difference. The oldest child, a 6-year-old girl, yanked on Clara's clothes. Mommy, why is Grandma crying? Daniela didn't respond. She couldn't because how do you explain to a child that they are being prepared for the same fate? I walked away with my colleague beside me. What now? She inquired. Now I will file a complaint with the medical board about blessed beginnings, I told them. And I start documenting everything for the civil suit. What about your sister? I returned my gaze to Clara, who was still standing by her van with youngsters forming a shield around her. I can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, but maybe I can protect her daughters. That evening, James visited my apartment. We sat on my couch, which was probably where Mom had planted the dolls, and spoke for hours. I almost believed them, he said. The texts, the photos, the stories, it all seemed so real. That's how good manipulators work, I explained. They take a grain of truth and build a mountain of lies. He remained the night, not romantically. Neither of us were prepared for that. But having someone there who believed me and saw through the gaslighting helped me feel more human. The following few weeks were a flurry of legal filings. Therapy is genuine therapy, not Dr. Ramsey's deception, and I'm slowly reclaiming my life. My firm welcomed me back once I explained the issue. Several of my clients contacted me and apologized for their doubts. The inquiry into blessed beginnings proved what I suspected: a history of targeting vulnerable women, as attested to by concerned family members such as my mother. The clinic was closed pending review. Mom attempted to reach me via flying monkeys, mutual acquaintances, distant relatives, and even my childhood priest. Every time, I logged it in the restraining order file. Clara gave birth to her 6th child 6 weeks later. I heard through the grapevine that there were serious issues. She lived, but only barely. The physicians advised her not to have any further pregnancies. I wanted to be validated, but I simply felt sorry. She was my sister, despite everything. And suddenly she was confronted with the reality of a body shattered in pursuit of someone else's goal. 3 months after the conservatorship hearing, I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Aunt Rosalind, a tiny voice said. It's Lily, Clara's oldest daughter. Hi, sweetheart, I said carefully. Is everything okay? Mommy is sick again, and Grandma keeps talking about when I'll be old enough to have babies. Her voice sank to a whisper. I don't want to be like Mommy. My heart broke and soared at the same time. You don't have to be, Lily. You can be whatever you want. Can I? Can I come see you sometime? Mommy says you're dangerous, but you don't seem dangerous. I'd love that, I said. But we need to make sure it's okay with your mom first. It wasn't fine, of course. However, Lily continued to call discreetly, either from a friend's phone or the school office. I became her safe haven, the aunt who assured her that she had worth beyond her uterus. 6 months later, during a family funeral not on Mom's side, I gratefully saw Clara. She was in a wheelchair, and her body was finally refusing to cooperate with her sacrifice. She glanced at me across the church, and for the first time in years, I recognized my sister as the girl who used to sneak into my room during thunderstorms, rather than the breeding machine Mom had built. She didn't say anything to me, but she also didn't look away. A year after everything happened, I was in a coffee shop when a young woman approached me. She appeared familiar, but I could not place her. You're Rosalind Gonzalez, she explained. You helped my friend escape her family. They were trying to force her to be a surrogate for her sister. I'm glad she got out, I said. She did it because of you. Because you fought back and made it public. She took a breath. I'm supposed to start fertility treatments next week. My mom's been planning it for years. But after seeing what happened to you, what you survived, I think I'm going to run instead. I handed her my card. Call me if you need help. She departed, and I sat there, reflecting on how they perpetuated patterns until someone broke them. How the breaking harms everyone involved. Sometimes the only way to win is to keep the next generation from going through the same thing. My phone vibrated. Lily, now 7, sent a text while sneaking her mother's phone. Grandma says I'm going to be a wonderful mother someday. I told her I want to be a lawyer like you instead. She got really mad. I smiled as I typed back, "Good for you, kiddo. Stand your ground." The conflict was not over. When family is involved, the situation never truly ends. But the battles had been won, boundaries had been set, and somewhere out there, girls were realizing they had options beyond what their bodies might provide for others. That has to be sufficient. My sister brought wine to my boyfriend's apartment, put her hand on his knee, and whispered she'd treat him better. He kicked her out in rage. What would you do if your own sister tried to seduce the man you loved, and then turned your entire family against you when you exposed her? For nearly 4 years, I believed I had finally found stability with Henry, my kind and successful partner. But when Lucy, my sister, walked into his apartment one evening and suggested he give it a go with her, I realized this wasn't just sibling rivalry anymore. It was war. My sister accompanied my wealthy lover to his apartment and suggested that he give it a go with her. Consequently, I told our parents about her. Nearly 4 years have passed since I began dating Henry. He's generous, diligent, and has achieved great professional success. He gets a good salary, yet he doesn't flaunt it. Lucy, my sister, has always loved a good competition. She has an innate desire to win at any costs, particularly when it involves stealing from me, and this trait has been with her since we were little girls. Lucy used to whine until my parents gave in and allowed her play with my new toys when we were little. Eventually, it would end up in her possession. She would sneak into my social gatherings and attempt to steal the show, generally by making me look foolish, whenever I had people over. When I was 15 years old, I had my first serious romantic interest. I confided in her. She wore her best clothes to school the following day, had lunch with him, and couldn't help but laugh at his jokes. She boasted to me later on, saying, "He talked to me more than you. Guess he likes me better." I was hoping she'd get over it. Not her. The sight of Henry's automobile brought a smile to Lucy's face the first time I introduced him to my family. Her inquiries regarding his occupation, income, and living situation persisted. On the inside I was apprehensive, but I shrugged it off. Whenever Henry dropped by during the subsequent months, Lucy would patiently wait. Henry would change the subject and giggle nervously when she said things like, "Wow, I wish I could find someone like you." She would also wear low-cut blouses and flip her hair. On occasion, she would jokingly inquire, "If you and my sister ever break up, you'll call me, right?" It was difficult for me. Lucy just rolled her eyes when I asked her to be more subdued. "My goodness, you seem really self-conscious. I'm merely trying to be friendly. Things came to a head 3 months ago, and it's not my fault if your partner enjoys our conversations." At Henry's flat, we had a little dinner party. Dressed for a night on the town, Lucy arrived in a figure-hugging dress and high heels, her scent wafting through the room. Throughout the evening, she remained fixated on Henry. She leant in close while he spoke, touched his arm, and muttered something in his ear, all of which clearly unsettled him. Separated from her, I inquired as to her whereabouts. Laughter escaped her lips. So that the evening wouldn't be destroyed, Henry begged me to let it go instead of kicking her out. "Relax. I'm just making conversation. You should be thanking me for keeping your man entertained." Henry spilled the beans a week later, and I felt sick to my stomach. While I was at work, Lucy showed up to his flat without warning. Bringing a bottle of wine, she explained that she was lonely and needed to chat to him. According to Henry, she began to vent about her feelings of isolation while sitting on the couch next to him with her legs crossed. At that point, she placed her hand on his knee and threatened, "If you ever get bored with my sister, you know I'd treat you better." Henry made it quite apparent that he was not interested and ordered her to go. He also informed me without delay. I contacted Lucy later that night and inquired as to whether she had gone insane. There was no denial on her part. "You seem to be taking things too seriously." "I was only kidding," she added with a mischievous grin. Henry could have removed me from the premises if he had desired. She made fun of me when I brought up the fact that Henry had actually removed her. Whatever. Maybe I was just testing him. You should be glad he passed. He was tested. She used that as an excuse. I called her out on her attempt to ruin our relationship, calling her pitiful, self-centered, and repulsive. She fired back. You're just mad because you know I could take him if I wanted to. You've always been jealous of me. I was done with you. I informed her that our sisterhood was over. Forget about phoning each other or visiting. We won't even pretend to be family anymore. Despite her indifferent laughter, I could sense that my remarks had an impact on her. My folks pleaded with me to let her go after they found out. My mom insisted, she's your sister. You can't just throw her away over a man. I calmly countered, this isn't about a man. It's about respect. And she's never respected me. Naturally, Lucy went on to tell everyone in the family that I'm being hyperbolic and attempting to ruin her life for no reason at all. On Facebook, she has been sharing nebulous quotations about inauthentic people and the destructive power of jealousy on relationships. Now we reach the meat of the matter. A friend of Lucy's, someone I don't even know very well, sent me screenshots of Lucy boasting about something in a group chat. In her text, she said things like, I could have had him if I wanted. She should thank me for not stealing him. My parents received screenshots of this conversation from the same buddy. She couldn't believe Lucy would confess, my mom said to me as she sobbed over the phone. She hasn't heard from my dad in weeks. Henry, on the other hand, informed me that he feels incredibly fortunate to be with someone who isn't game. We are more powerful than before. Lucy is unable to proceed with anything. I have been unable to receive her calls from unfamiliar numbers. The truth has finally broken through, and my parents no longer pressure me to make amends. This time, she lost in front of everyone, even though she usually succeeds when she plays her manipulative game. After 2 weeks of hearing nothing from Lucy, I began to wonder if she had finally understood. A call from the building security department interrupted my examination of quarterly reports as I sat at my desk. The guard's voice was tight as he described a stranger in the lobby who claimed to be my sister and wanted to see me. The realization that Lucy had located my office and was actually present sent a shiver down my spine. No matter what, I urged security to keep her down. I then recalled that our building's security software provided access to the lobby cameras for the convenience of our staff. I retrieved it from my phone and beheld her, a vibrantly dressed woman, at the security station, toting what appeared to be a gift bag adorned with tissue paper protruding from the top. As the two soldiers continued to shake their heads in disapproval, she made increasingly frantic gestures at them, her face turning redder by the second. Even though the video didn't capture her voice, I could make out her fast-talking sob story about how she needed to apologize to her sister. Afterwards, I observed her get her phone and begin filming the guards, alternating between them and herself as she continuously moved her lips. Arriving lunchtime workers couldn't help but gawk at the situation, with a few even taking out their phones to film the lobby drama. Both guards maintained an air of professionalism while appearing uneasy. One pointed to the door, while the other remained at the desk, likely phoning for reinforcements. I texted Henry to let him know what was happening, but my hands were trembling so badly that I could hardly type. Without delay, he responded, inquiring as to whether I would like him to exit his office and fetch me. Even though I was shaking from head to toe, I insisted that I needed to deal with this on my own. Having received a call from security regarding the issue downstairs, my manager rushed over at that very moment. Concerned that I looked too pale, she wanted to know if I should go early or if we should contact the authorities. She nodded and took up her desk phone to call security to document everything that was happening for my records. My phone rang 20 minutes after Lucy was eventually led away when a message arrived from an unknown sender. Lucy included a photo of herself sitting in her car, her mascara dripping down her face, and a message in which she claimed I was harsh for making fun of her, but that she really only wanted to buy me a birthday present for my mom. The entire justification became even more absurd when one considered that Mom's birthday was still 4 months away. Later that night, Henry dropped by, and we sat on his couch, debating whether or not his apartment needed security cameras. We were both aware that this was just Lucy trying to gauge my reaction to her behavior and see how far she could push me. She was clearly pushing my boundaries. Lucy had returned home in a state of convulsions after being humiliated at my employment, so Mom called at 9 o'clock that night, unhappy. Mom became silent for a second after I told her that Lucy had turned up unannounced and made a scene. But then she sighed and said that Lucy had been acting incredibly erratic as of late, using that very term. That night as I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling and thought about all the occasions that Lucy had acted out in our childhood, made up stories to make herself look bad, and then lied about it. My chest tightened at the sight of the design because I recognized it. On the other hand, she felt more desperate and strange this time, as if she were sliding out of control. Arriving at work 3 days later, I saw a bunch of roses on my desk, devoid of any accompanying card. A delivery woman had dropped them off approximately 1 hour before I arrived, according to my coworker Claire. However, the woman she portrayed did not resemble any of the local florists who typically delivered flowers to our office. I requested permission from the building's security to see footage from the lobby's cameras from earlier today, because something didn't add up with those roses. A woman I'd never seen before holding the identical bouquet appeared on the screen as soon as the security guard retrieved the tape. But as we continued to rewind, we noticed that she was first chatting with someone in the parking garage. Lucy was obviously giving the woman what appeared to be a $25 bill as the guard panned in, and my stomach fell at the sight of the woman gesturing toward the entrance of the building. After stealing the money and flowers from Lucy's car, the woman hurried inside as Lucy sped away. I asked the security guard to record it and send it to me via email right away. When I got back to my desk, I saw that the roses were of the expensive variety, with deep red petals and flawless centers. Claire said that they reminded her of the kind that Henry's mom favored, which gave me the creeps because Henry had brought up that precise detail with Lucy at a family meal a few months ago. At Claire's suggestion, I went to Lucy's old account and checked her Instagram to see if she had posted anything recently. She has been posting non-stop over the past few days, with phrases like, "finally knowing my worth," and images of herself with identical roses, as well as shots of herself eating at luxury restaurants. Patience pays off in the end, and the proper person will realize what he's been missing. This doesn't make sense. Lucy brings a present bag to work and says it's for their mom's birthday, even though it's still 4 months away. What a feeble justification. What she had in mind with that security measure is now completely puzzling to me. She uploaded the photo of the roses exactly 1 hour after the delivery lady departed my building, according to the timestamp. Henry informed me via text that his co-worker Brad had sent him an unusual message earlier that day. According to Brad, the barista at the coffee shop in their building that morning was asked about Henry's typical order by a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother, resemblance to the sibling Henry had mentioned. She informed the barista that she needed to know her sister's boyfriend's precise coffee preferences so she could surprise him with a gift. Even though the barista hadn't divulged any details, Henry should have known since she was someone Brad had remembered from last year's company holiday party. Because Henry's workplace was 25 miles away and she had visited both locations that morning, I read the note with trembling hands. Later that night, Dad gave Mom a weary-sounding call when she was at her book group. According to him, Lucy had been requesting little amounts of money from them recently, stating that she needed it for treatment sessions in order to address her concerns. She became defensive and insisted that they should have faith in her to manage her own mental health when he demanded documentation or the name of the therapist. Over the last month, he had handed her about $2,000. Nevertheless, something seemed wrong since she never appeared to have any appointments on the days she said she had them. After giving it a week, I made up my mind to start taking detailed notes. On my laptop, I made a folder that included each Instagram post, the surveillance footage, Henry's text messages regarding the event at the coffee shop, and Dad's list of money transfers to Lucy. I also included screenshots of each post. After I showed everything to Claire, who works in human resources for a computer company, she became extremely serious very quickly. This, she claimed, was classic stalker behavior, and I should think about getting a restraining order before things got worse. That evening, I began filling out forms that I had downloaded from the courtroom website. After another 3 days, Henry sent me a LinkedIn message purporting to be from a tech-forward solutions recruiter. Using a stock photo of a woman dressed for work, the profile gave off an air of professionalism. However, the letter was strange, describing a fantastic chance that necessitated a quick rendezvous in a downtown coffee shop. The moment I read it, my blood froze because it was exactly what Lucy wrote. Henry had mentioned that the manner seemed similar. Consistent use of punctuation and emphasis on specific words. Even though he thanked them for contacting him, he had already responded professionally by stating that he was not interested in new chances. The phony profile sent another message within 2 hours, this time utterly distraught, claiming he was making the worst decision of his career, would regret it forever, and that opportunities like these only come around once. We were both aware that it was her profile, so Henry banned it and reported it to LinkedIn. Simultaneously, I began to receive texts from people we knew, asking if Henry and I were okay. Lucy had been falsely stating that she and Henry had been in regular contact by exhibiting images of their text messages. I discovered that she had meticulously clipped out the dates from older communications before the incident, and was portraying them as recent when I requested to see these screenshots. The images that Lucy had shown her friend were actually from Henry's birthday supper 2 years earlier, but Lucy had altered them to erase the date stamps, so I knew they weren't from that special occasion. After a few of days, I saw her car in the parking lot, as I was supermarket shopping for dinner ingredients. That ding on the back bumper of that eye-catching red Honda. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I gave up on my optimistic cereal aisle cart. I hurried to my car, my heart racing as I pondered whether she was really trailing behind me, or if it was all a coincidence. I took an alternate route home, nervously checked my mirrors the whole way, and didn't calm down until I was safely inside my locked car. After waiting 2 weeks, Mom eventually called to confess the truth about what had been happening at their house. Lucy refused to leave her childhood bedroom, returned to her computer or phone, and spent most of her time there. Several times a day, Lucy would reload Henry's profile page and stare at his professional headshot, which Mom had seen she did obsessively. Additionally, she had printed out listings for flats within a 3-block radius of his building after doing research on his neighborhood. I received a Facebook message from someone whose name I initially didn't know 2 days after my mom informed me about the apartment printouts. After dating for 8 months during college, Marcus Matthews and Lucy had a messy breakup that Lucy refused to discuss. I felt sick to my stomach after hearing his brief message. He wanted to forewarn me since he had read posts from our mutual acquaintances regarding me and Lucy's relationship, and she had done something similar after they broke up. She began calling his company with false complaints about him, showing up at his new girlfriend's workplace, and even creating a phony dating site, using his images to message random women nasty things after he rejected her for infidelity. What he said next just served to exacerbate the situation, so I contacted him immediately. During our phone conversation, he accessed his email and forwarded me scanned copies of 2019 police reports, the veracity of which I found unbelievable. Lucy had allegedly keyed liar into his car when he began seeing someone else, according to the first account. 2 weeks in a row, she would leave him dead flowers on his porch, as described in the second one. The third and most disturbing one detailed her break-in while he was at work, and her subsequent destruction of all of his girlfriend's clothing. Due to Marcus's desire to move on and Lucy's agreement to undergo counseling, the charges were dismissed. However, she never showed up for her scheduled therapy appointments. Claiming that she needed to recuperate from Marcus's abuse, she simply informed everyone that she had done so and returned home. As soon as I hung up the phone with Marcus, I texted my parents the details. My father returned my call so quickly that I hardly had a chance to absorb the new information. As he informed me that he was going to the bank immediately to put a hold on the emergency credit card that had been handed to Lucy, his voice quivered. She had claimed last month that she required money for treatment appointments, and he was going to demand invoices for each one. While Lucy was at what she said was a job interview, my mom texted me to see if we could have coffee first thing in the morning. Mom appeared as though she hadn't slept in days when we met at the coffee shop close to their house. Even before I sat down, she began to cry, and her hands trembled as she held her cup. Apparently she knew Lucy was envious of me ever since we were tiny girls, but she held out hope that Lucy would eventually get over it. She said that she had noticed the warning flags, such as Lucy's tendency to mimic my actions while attempting to outdo me. Whenever I achieved a goal, she would become enraged. The constant attempts she made to abscond with my friends or possessions. According to Mom, after Lucy ruined my prom dress the night before the dance, her parents attempted to bring her to therapy when she was 16 years old. However, Lucy yelled and threatened to injure herself if they forced her to go. Their mother stated it was the worst decision they ever made because they quit up due to fear. While I was preparing dinner that night, Henry called, and his voice seemed strange. An incident in the parking garage had just been reported to him by the building's security. Someone attempted to get entrance to the resident area using an old key fob that was reported lost 6 months ago. As soon as security approached, the individual bolted for their vehicle, but the footage caught every move. A fantastic fit for Lucy's vehicle was the license plate. A woman wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap was shown in the film that was pulled by security. The gait she took and the posture she assumed made it plainly her. After waiting 3 days, Henry and I finally made it to the station to report the incident that had occurred in the parking garage. At first, the desk officer appeared uninterested, as if this were just another family argument that he preferred not to handle. However, I retrieved the folder that contained all the documentation, the old police reports from Marcus, the screenshots from Julia, the security footage from Henry's building, and printed copies of all the threatening texts from unknown numbers. The documents were organized chronologically with the dates and times highlighted. As he turned the pages, the officer's expression transformed entirely. He summoned his boss, who double-checked everything and requested that we be patient while they created duplicates. We were provided with a case number and informed that a detective will contact us within the next week. In order to manage all the stress, I chose to seek expert assistance. My doctor suggested a therapist, so I scheduled an appointment with her. As I recounted the events of that first appointment to the therapist, her eyes widened in understanding. She informed me that Lucy's actions were following a worrying trend and that we should make preparations for potential dangers. We devoted the remaining portion of the hour to discussing potential outcomes in the event that Lucy may visit my place of employment, Henry's apartment, my apartment, or make an unsolicited approach to me in public. She instantly provided a list of security procedures that I needed to implement and instructed me to document everything, no matter how small. Julia texted me multiple times while I was in treatment, claiming I was experiencing a mental breakdown and that Henry was concerned about my stability. She forwarded me screenshots of communications that Lucy had been sending to their entire friend group. Lucy expressed her fears that I may harm myself or others, and she informed them that I was neurotic and made up things about her. A few of my friends were considering purchasing it and were consulting Julia about whether they ought to contact me or have someone check on my welfare. As quickly as a disastrous first date can lead to blocked numbers, Lucy is going from roses to restraining orders. Someone had a fever dream about corporate speak while trying to replicate LinkedIn's style guide. Her faux recruiter act reads like that. Even when Julia informed them that everything was a fabrication, Lucy persisted in promoting her story and even started a group chat for Emma's support during her dilemma, in which she acted as the worried sister. Reading such messages prompted me to start making changes to my routine right away. Every day, I take a different route to work and, instead of going to the gym at 6 a.m., I go at various times. Compartment, varying the times and locations of my lunch breaks, and refraining from sharing my whereabouts on social media. It was tiring to be on high alert all the time. I had to check my mirrors as I drove, scan every room I entered, and jump whenever someone got too close to me. My sister played the villain in what seemed like an espionage movie. After working for almost a week, Henry returned home to see something gleaming on the floor of the hallway outside his apartment. Something nobody of us noticed was the silver earring he picked up, which had a tiny pearl. To check if anyone had reported it missing, he brought it down to security. Things were strange once more at that point. After reviewing the surveillance tape from earlier in the day, the security guard confirmed that an individual like Lucy was seen conversing with a maintenance worker near the service elevator. This time, instead of her usual baseball cap, she sported a medical mask, as if she were suffering from allergies or something. She spoke to the maintenance guy, and he shook his head in confusion. She swiftly departed after giving him anything. A woman approached the maintenance worker and claimed to be Henry's sister, who had locked herself out while visiting. Security summoned him down, and he explained the situation. She insisted on waiting for Henry in his apartment, but he informed her that doing so was against company policy and that she should instead use the lobby. Anger and a $25 note were her weapons as she swung her tantrum and walked off. The entire encounter was awkward for him, so he tossed the money aside. On his computer, the building manager retrieved the maintenance logs for that week and began to scroll through them. He paused at a Tuesday entry that revealed someone had reported a water leak in Henry's unit and submitted a work order. Tenant contacted back to confirm it was a false alarm, and the order was then canceled 25 minutes later. The number that called did not correspond to any tenant in the building, according to the manager's review of the phone records. He presented us with the printed logs, stating that we should report this activity since it was highly suspicious. My phone started beeping non-stop with Instagram notifications at 3 a.m., a week later. Lucy had managed to unblock herself and was sharing old family images from our childhood. I shook my hands trembling as I grabbed screenshots of every photo and description, which said things like, "Missing better times," "Before everything changed," and "Family is forever." Eventually I blocked her new account. Upon viewing the posts the following morning, Claire contacted me and extended an invitation to spend a couple evenings a week at her apartment. She advised me to be unpredictable and change things up if Lucy was observing my tendencies. I began spending Tuesdays and Thursdays at Claire's place while she worked night shifts, so I packed a suitcase and started living there. After 3 days of searching their Amazon account for a refund, my dad called me, sounding perplexed. He discovered that Lucy had made unannounced purchases of books using their stored credit card. Winning back trust after betrayal, manipulation tactics in relationships, and strangely, corporate espionage for beginners were some of the titles that made him sick to his stomach. The harm had already been done when he canceled the orders and terminated her account access. The big public demo day, when Henry's company showcased their new software to prospective investors, was 2 weeks away. As I sat in the audience, engrossed on Henry's presentation, I noticed an old acquaintance arriving a little late, dressed in a sharp suit. During the Q&A, Lucy pretended to be an investor and asked technical questions, having somehow learned about the event. She quickly began to express her remorse to Henry, after cornering him near the coffee stand during the break. Seeing that Henry appeared uneasy, Henry's chief executive officer went over to see if he was all right. As Henry identified Lucy as someone who must depart, security personnel escorted her while she continued to assert her status as an authorized participant. We took the screenshots and maintenance logs with us to the police station the following morning. Following a thorough review, the investigating detective concluded that there was sufficient proof of escalation to warrant the enforcement of a no-contact order. He assured us that the approval procedure would be lengthy, a few weeks, but that our current materials should be sufficient. Later that night, my mom sent me a text message informing me that Lucy had been so upset by the police involvement that she threw her laptop against the wall. Lucy insisted they purchase a replacement screen so she could continue her job hunt despite the screen's total destruction. Lucy was advised by Mom that Dad would not agree and that she needed to be responsible for herself. I showed the building administration a picture of Lucy and set up a doorbell camera 2 weeks later. They shared her photo with the whole security team and put her on their "Do Not Admit" list. Henry's employer was already very serious before the incident on demo day. All guests were required to get prior approval at least 24 hours in advance as part of the new security standard. Everyone on staff was informed of the incident, and Lucy's picture was added to their security system. I was beginning to believe things would settle down, when suddenly Marcus contacted me in a state of panic. After Lucy discovered his fiancée on Instagram, she proceeded to send her images of their former personal college communications. She made it up when she informed his fiancée that Marcus had been messaging her lately about wanting to meet up. After hours of trying to reassure his betrayed fiancée, Marcus finally succeeded in showing her that he had blocked Lucy years ago and that she was lying. The following day, Marcus's fiancée contacted me to express her desire to assist us in obtaining a no-contact order. A co-worker had been sending her anonymous messages about Marcus's infidelity, and she brought them over with printed emails that proved it. The communications appeared to have originated from many email accounts, however they consistently employed Lucy's peculiar expressions. With a slight tremor in her palm, she passed the stack of documents to me. Marcus's fiancée also presented screenshots displaying the dates and times from her workplace computer. As I patiently read each communication, Henry went through everything and began compiling a file. Then it hit me like a ton of bricks. Lucy was more interested in what I had than before. So that no one could ever own it, she wanted to destroy it all. My stomach turned at the prospect, and I got up and paced the flat in an effort to calm down. A weekend getaway to Portland was a pleasant surprise from Henry 5 days later. With the exception of emergencies, we solely informed Claire of our whereabouts and silenced our phones. We dined at food trucks and strolled the city for 2 days without mentioning Lucy once. It was great to just be ourselves without anybody watching. Upon our return on Sunday night, we discovered numerous scratches surrounding the lock on my apartment door. The metal appeared to have been picked with the incorrect instruments, as it was all scratched up. Although nothing was amiss within, my doorbell camera mysteriously ceased functioning at that very moment. The external surveillance tape was retrieved by the building management, and Lucy was plainly visible. At 2 a.m, she splattered black paint on the lens of my doorbell camera. Prior to attempting to pick my lock for 25 minutes. She stormed out of the room, kicking the door in her annoyance, as seen on camera. On Monday morning, we immediately brought the footage to the courtroom. A temporary restraining order was immediately granted after the judge watched the film twice. After scheduling a full hearing for 2 weeks from now, she had the document forwarded to Lucy that very afternoon. That night, my dad called me sobbing. Lucy had accused me of stalking her when the sheriff had served her with the papers. According to her, I had been harassing her by creating false social media identities and following her. No one could tell me what to believe, so I had to explain everything to my dad. Bringing a laptop and a box of old photos, I made my way to my parents' house. There was a 3-hour session at the kitchen table where I showed them the date stamps on all of the items. While Lucy boasted about her attempts to take Henry in old postings, I found images of myself from the same period that showed a very different side of my personality. After gaining a thorough understanding, Dad buried his head in his hands. A week after that, I got a Facebook friend request from an unknown sender along with a message. The profile was obviously not real, but the message made it seem like Lucy was genuinely suffering and needed to talk. It made me feel bad about my heart. As soon as I saw it, I took a screenshot, and Henry contacted our attorney to discuss the obvious breach of the restraining order. After 3 days, I saw a rental car, this one silver, parked across from my building of employment. From the time I arrived until the time I departed, it remained in the same spot every day. Upon inspection, security discovered rental documents bearing Lucy's name on the dashboard, in addition to receipts from a coffee shop located close to my workplace. Our attorney advised us to take pictures of the scene and record the details of each infraction in order to secure a permanent restraining order. That same afternoon, I photographed the vehicle, rental documents and receipts and sent them all to our attorney via email. My building's security guard began recording the arrival and departure times of the vehicle. Henry was up all night that night worrying about who might be breaking into the house and why he kept checking the locks. After much prodding, he confessed that he had been dreaming that Lucy was breaking into our house while we were sleeping. For our own peace of mind, we booked a hotel room the night prior to the court hearing. The following day, Claire contacted me via phone to inform me that she and several of our friends intended to attend the hearing in the capacity of witnesses. Using her parents' Amazon account, Lucy is purchasing corporate espionage for beginners. For someone who is purportedly experiencing a breakdown, that seems unusually particular. It makes me question if she's following a script instead than behaving irrationally. They wanted to be there for us because they had all witnessed Lucy's insane behavior at some point. I was taken aback by the number of people who had noticed what was happening. I began to cry when she informed me. 3 weeks later, the hearing was scheduled, and my nervousness intensified as the date drew nearer. Lucy had threatened to cut off all communication with Mom if she came to support me, but the night before, Mom called to tell me she was coming anyway. The idea of openly taking a side was too much for Dad, so he remained at home. Our lawyer had brought a heavy folder of evidence to the courthouse the night before the hearing, so we arrived early on the morning of the hearing. Lucy, who was attempting to appear innocent, arrived with her own lawyer while dressed in a conservative style that I had never seen before. Things were looking great for us when the hearing began until Lucy's attorney presented what appeared to be printed text messages from Henry, claiming that he was interested in her. Even though my stomach churned, our lawyer wasted no time in requesting to see the images and quickly established that they were heavily edited. Metadata indicated they were made during the past 2 days, and the font didn't even correspond to actual iPhone messages. A visibly irate judge questioned Lucy's attorney about his knowledge of the messages' falsity. Because he had only gotten them that morning from his customer, he insisted he couldn't verify their accuracy. The judge devoted an additional hour to going over all of our proof, which included the surveillance footage from the rental car, the online postings, and the testimony of our witnesses. He issued a restraining order prohibiting any form of communication, including electronic or otherwise, for a period of 2 years. After Lucy leaped to her feet and yelled loudly, "We ruined her life!" Her attorney seized her arm and escorted her from the courtroom. Mom wanted to have a serious conversation with us after the hearing, so she invited us over to her house. She appeared weary when we arrived, and she informed us that she and Dad had given Lucy 30 days to locate a new place to live. The level of drama in the family home had reached an unsafe point, and Mom was unable to cope with the stress. After returning to Henry's apartment that night, he became silent and revealed that we were capable of overcoming any obstacle as a team. He formally asked whether I would like to live with him. He wanted to be by my side first thing in the morning, not because we were afraid. I agreed without hesitation, and the next week we began searching for a new location, preferably in a distant area where Lucy wouldn't be able to find us. In our search for a place to call home, we logged countless hours onto apartment search engines and explored neighborhoods on opposite sides of town. In the midst of my relief, Julia forwarded me fresh Instagram screenshots in which Lucy claimed our relationship was polyamorous and framed me as the envious one who couldn't bear to share. A deluge of messages from people we knew, all inquiring about the veracity of the posts, began flooding my phone. For the following 3 hours, I typed out the identical explanation to my bewildered friends and coworkers. Claire contacted me from the office to inquire about Lucy's post about my being in an unusual dating arrangement. 2 of Henry's coworkers wanted to know if he was okay at home, so they texted him screenshots. Even though she suspected something was wrong with Lucy, my former college buddy told me this was too far. Reliving the entire ordeal made my hands tremble with each new message. After a while, Henry removed my phone and instructed me to let him deal with the responses while I attempted to collect myself. The following morning, our attorney contacted to inform Lucy that a legal letter to stop and desist regarding the defamatory posts was being sent by her. Additional legal action for harassment and defamation will be pursued if she did not remove everything within 48 hours. On that same afternoon, certified mail was used to send the letter to her last known address, as well as her place of employment. Someone touched me on the shoulder as I was buying milk 3 days later at the supermarket. I hardly recalled her, but it was Hannah, a high school buddy of Lucy's. Despite her unease, she insisted on telling me something about Lucy. While we waited at the dairy department, she went into detail about how Lucy had done the same thing to her college roommate back in the day. After spreading rumors about them having threesomes, Lucy managed to get her roommate's boyfriend to break up with her, humiliated by the claims. Hannah claimed she never stopped wondering if there was more going on, even though everyone else just saw it as a girl or sister issue. In case I wanted confirmation that this was typical behavior from Lucy, she provided me with her contact information. We spent another 2 weeks looking for the perfect apartment and making security plans before we finally found one. With key fob admission at each door and security guards on duty around the clock, the building featured all the amenities we required. That afternoon, we began packing as soon as we signed the lease. The following day, Mom cried on the phone because she had an epiphany while assisting Lucy with her online apartment search. When applying for housing, Lucy had been concealing the restraining order by using her mother's maiden name. Mom was surprised by how much the deceit upset her. She insisted that she had not raised Lucy to be dishonest. Tech Vision Solutions emailed Henry a week later with a fantastic job offer, 2 times Henry's present salary, and all the details about the opportunity. Upon sensing something amiss, he sent it on to his IT buddy, who proceeded to trace the email headers. A coffee shop located 2 streets away from Lucy's friend's apartment provided the IP address. We included it in our ever-expanding record of restraining order violations, and our attorney assured us that we now had sufficient evidence to pursue criminal harassment charges. She suggested keeping detailed records, but that Lucy should wait to see if the letter of cease and desist had any effect before acting. Unexpectedly, that week's treatment session became a turning point in my progress. My therapist wanted me to recall particular memories as I was describing how much I missed playing with my younger sister. No matter how hard I looked, Lucy always managed to contaminate them with her attempts to steal my friends, toys, or attention. It then hit me. All this time I had been grieving for a sister who was never really here. My longing for a different Lucy was an attempt to escape the truth about her. After 3 weeks of packing, we finally loaded up the moving truck and made the crosstown trek to our new digs. Before granting us access to the parking garage, the security guard verified our identities by checking our IDs and key fobs. We spent the day arranging our new home security system and relocking the doors after we moved in. I slept for 8 hours straight that night without waking up in a panic, which had not happened to me in months. The following morning my dad sent me a text message informing me that Lucy had moved in with a man she had met online, a man she had known for precisely 1 week. She was making such careless choices, and he was troubled about it, but he knew he couldn't stop her. Now that her family has pulled back, he claimed, she seems to be in an urgent need of a caregiver. After 3 days, Claire finally called me at work, and her voice was so trembling that I could hardly make out what she was saying. Someone had contacted her employer's human resources department, saying they were checking my history for a government position. Strange queries on my mental health, and a history of false accusations against family members were among the many that they probed. The caller wanted to know if Claire had ever witnessed me being emotionally unstable or violent, so her boss summoned her to a meeting to answer their questions. The HR manager became concerned when the caller began asking very intimate questions about my relationships and couldn't produce any formal documents. A prepaid phone purchased with cash at a gas station 25 miles outside of Seattle was the one that was ultimately linked to the call. The caller was familiar with details such as my college and my first job upon graduation. The Human Resources Department at Claire's company reported the incident to the authorities because it is a federal crime to impersonate a government official. Adding this to our ever-expanding harassment file against Lucy, I made a beeline for the police station. She could be facing real jail time, according to the investigator who reviewed everything, including the restraining order infractions and this new item. That afternoon, he assisted us in formally charging someone with harassment. That evening, my mom broke down and called me sobbing. Lucy had stormed up to their house, yelling that she needed money to hire an attorney. She insisted we were out to ruin her life by spreading false information, and that she was innocent of any wrongdoing. Lucy escaped before the authorities could arrive, forcing Dad to physically barricade the door while Mom dialed 911. I received a call from the prosecutor's office 3 weeks later, informing me of case developments. If Lucy admitted to the harassment, they would accept her plea deal and give her 6 months of probation with therapy as a condition. She faced a possible 18-month prison sentence if she declined and went to trial. A woman approaching me at Pike Place Market the following Saturday had Lucy's identical hairdo. As my pulse raced, I dove behind a flower stand, my body numb with fear. I shook uncontrollably for an hour, even though it was only some random woman purchasing vegetables. I was so distraught over being afraid of my own shadow that Henry came running over to comfort me as I sat on a bench trying to collect myself. 2 days subsequently, the prosecutor contacted to inform Lucy that she had declined the plea bargain and was now seeking a trial. She insisted we were all plotting against her and that she was innocent. We were cautioned by the judge that any contact with us would lead to instant arrest, and the trial date was set for 3 months in the future. Marcus, via his attorney, made contact, stating that he would be willing to testify regarding Lucy's history of harassment and aggressive behavior. His fiancée has also consented to testify regarding Lucy's recent communications with them, including texts and phone calls. They had recorded everything, even the voicemails in which Lucy threatened to call off their wedding unless Derek helped her. It would be like presenting crayon-written evidence to court, the phony texts with the incorrect font. That was such a clumsy effort that even Judge Judy would have found it funny. In an effort to alleviate the emotional and mental strain this situation was putting on Henry and me, we enrolled in couples therapy. With the therapist's support, we were able to overcome our crippling worry that Lucy may reappear at any moment. We practiced skills for controlling trauma responses and re-establishing a feeling of safety through these exercises. I was informed by Mom that Lucy's new roommate had ejected her 2 weeks into treatment. She was discovered by him as she rummaged through his desk, attempting to get his financial records and credit card details. She started claiming to be a victim of circumstances on social media and began sleeping on people's sofas. For the first time in weeks, I returned to work full-time the following Monday. In addition to staffing the main entrance with additional security guards who now verify identities, the corporation has upgraded key card readers on each floor. While I was working, Claire brought me coffee and demonstrated the panic button that had been placed beneath my desk. Coming back was strange, but it was nice to get back into a pattern. Henry contacted me 3 days subsequently via his office, his voice betraying his confusion. While he was in the middle of a discussion, someone dropped an unreturned envelope on his desk. There was a prepared letter inside that warned him to get the hell out of here, because I was exactly like my sister. Just like Lucy annihilated everyone in her path, the letter warned that I will reveal my true colors and ruin his life at some point. Henry promptly took it to our attorney, who subsequently forwarded it to the appropriate authorities for fingerprint examination. Despite its typography, the forensics team was able to match Lucy's partial prints from her prior arrests to the paper. Not only that, but they found a watermark on the paper from a brand that was exclusive to 3 stores in Seattle. 2 days prior to the letter's arrival, Lucy was caught on camera purchasing that particular paper, according to security footage from one retailer. It was further proof supporting the harassment allegations, which our lawyer had been amassing. The following week, we had another meeting with him, and he informed us that Lucy's public defender was vigorously advocating for a mental health evaluation. Their argument was that she required treatment rather than incarceration because she lacked the mental capacity to stand trial. This was a typical defense strategy, the prosecutor told us. It rarely succeeded but could put things off for months. 2 hours after that, at the crack of dawn, I was back at my kitchen table, putting pen to paper for a letter I would never send. I detailed my childhood fantasy of having a sister and how that fantasy was always just that, a fantasy. Over and over again, I detailed the birthday celebrations she destroyed, the friendships she pilfered, and the trust she broke. My grief over the relationship we may have had if she could have loved rather than taken was detailed in my writing. Every time I remembered all that she had done to Henry and me, a fire would ignite in my chest, and I would write about it. Even though I knew I wouldn't mail it, I needed to get the words out, so I folded it and stashed it away. The results of the court-ordered mental examination arrived 2 weeks later. An antisocial form of narcissistic personality disorder was Lucy's official diagnosis, according to the psychiatrist. She was characterized in the study as having no genuine compassion for others and seeing them merely as tools to be used for her personal gain. This had probably been going on in her life since she was a kid, but the enabling of her parents had shielded her from consequences until now. According to the assessment, she was morally aware but unconcerned about the harm she inflicted on others. Therefore, the insanity defense was unsuccessful, and she could stand trial because of her mental competency. Mother contacted me in tears after reading the report, expressing her disbelief at having failed to see the warning signals for such a long time. Although he spoke more quietly, I could detect the remorse in his voice as he admitted that they should have sought assistance for her many years ago. They began attending treatment sessions jointly the next week in an effort to confront their joint responsibility for Lucy's transformation into a monster. Lucy learned that she could do anything without actual consequences from her parents' habit of giving her second opportunities and endless justifications, which the therapist helped them comprehend. We did not receive our trial date until 3 months following the filing of the criminal charges. Henry had to assist me in getting ready that morning as my hands were trembling so badly from stress. I felt like throwing up. Entering the courts had a surreal quality. It was as if I were observing the daily lives of someone else on television. Then, after all these days at the flat, I finally laid eyes on her. Lucy, dressed in a simple gray suit, appeared smaller than I recalled when she sat at the defendant's table. She had lost weight, and her hair was pushed back, giving her a hollow, pointed face. I was expecting to feel terrified when our gazes locked across the courtroom, but all I felt was emptiness. Putting on my sister's face made her appear like an alien. On day 2 of the trial, the prosecutor summoned me to testify. I was able to prove the harassment that had gone on for years with 3 binders full of screenshots, emails, and texts. I presented the jury with her Facebook posts confessing to attempting to abduct Henry and her threatening texts delivered after we severed communication. I detailed the phone calls to my office, the letter she had sent to Henry's office, and the false dating profiles. Lucy stood across the room from me the entire time I was speaking, her icy anger evident in her eyes, as if she were about to strangle me. Despite her lawyer's best efforts, the facts proved that I was not exaggerating my reaction to typical sibling rivalry. Henry was composed and knew exactly what had transpired when he took the stand the following day. He gave testimony regarding Lucy's attempt at seduction when she showed up unannounced at his residence. He went into detail about the break-in attempts and the phony employment offers sent to businesses across in his name. Records from the bank showed that shortly after Lucy's release on bond, someone had attempted to open credit cards using his Social Security information. His impersonal, fact-based testimony was fatal to her defense since he could back up his claims with evidence. The courtroom fell silent as Marcus took the stand. 5 years previously, Lucy had done the same thing with his brother, and he had the invoices to prove it. Claiming to need assistance with her automobile, she had come up at his brother's workplace. Her next move was to begin messaging and sending him images, claiming she could take better care of him than Marcus could. Marcus possessed several electronic communications, including texts, emails, and a recording in which Lucy confessed to enjoying stealing from others. As the prosecutor played the tape, Lucy's laughter about how simple it was to disrupt people's relationships could be heard. Additional evidence was presented by my counsel that Lucy had created phony social media profiles in order to communicate with Henry's co-workers. Her story was that he was unmarried and interested in dating someone from his workplace. According to 3 separate women's testimony, they had all received messages from accounts utilizing photographs of Henry, but with different identities. The gallery began whispering, prompting the court to issue 2 orders for silence. After Lucy's attorney argued that the evidence was entirely circumstantial, the prosecutor revealed the most devastating piece of information. At 3 a.m, Lucy tried many keys to Henry's door, as shown on security footage from Henry's building. 2 days subsequent to the issuance of the restraining order is the timestamp. At last, Lucy got up on stage to try to portray the whole incident as an innocent misunderstanding. She said I was fabricating everything, and that I had always been envious of her. Prosecutors presented her with screenshots in which she boasted to her friends about her attempt to steal Henry, and she fell mute. Message after message detailing her plans was shown. She was going to put Henry through his paces until he realized I was his mistaken sister, according to one message. Yet another claimed to have already decided on the location of their nuptials. Her explanation of Henry's credit card applications was requested by the prosecutor. She fumbled through a statement about how prevalent identity theft is nowadays. Next, they uncovered articles in her laptop's search history that discussed creating accounts under a false identity. Deliberation by the jury was a mere 40 minutes. On charges of criminal harassment, stalking, identity theft, and restraining order violation, they returned guilty verdicts. Upon hearing the judge's decision, Lucy shook uncontrollably. A residential mental health facility for 6 months, 18 months of probation, and mandatory psychiatric therapy were her punishments. On top of that, the judge protected Henry, myself, and our families with a permanent restraining order. For the security systems we had built and the legal bills, she was ordered to pay $25,000 in reparation. The judge ruled that Lucy had a concerning pattern of escalation, despite her lawyer's efforts to secure a reduced sentence. My mom snatched me off the street outside the courthouse and embraced me tightly. In a low voice, Mom told me that she was pleased with my courage in defending Henry and myself. Standing beside us, Dad's eyes welled up with tears. Henry and I went to our go-to Thai joint for supper a week after that. Nothing about winning or losing was brought up. What was discussed instead was progress toward our shared goals and the future. When the owner found out we were going through a bad time, he surprised us with complimentary dessert. Lucy checked into the rehab facility that the court had ordered 3 days later, according to a text message from my dad. A halfway home for those struggling with OCD and other related conditions was her current residence. She was initially scheduled for a 6-month program, with the possibility of extensions pending improvement. That night, I removed all but one photo of Lucy from my phone. When we were 6 and 9 years old, we used to go to the beach and construct sand castles before it became a competition. I held on to it because I want to recall the days when she was simply my sister. 2 weeks after we moved into our new apartment, Claire hosted a housewarming celebration. Our previous building lacked adequate security, so we relocated across town to one that had doormen who checked IDs. Those friends who had been there for us through the ordeal were the only ones she invited. No one once brought up Lucy's name the whole night, even though everyone brought food. I don't understand why Lucy's attorney didn't challenge that handy security film from 3 in the morning. The building seemed to magically provide ideal camera angles at the exact moment they were needed. That mental examination is also quite textbook-like. It meets all the criteria for a diagnosis. Lucy was completely silent for 6 months. Through my lawyer, Lucy's therapist wrote a letter stating that Lucy wants to communicate. Apologizing or admitting guilt wasn't it. She acknowledged the need for assistance and expressed her efforts to comprehend her actions in her writing. A single reading was enough for me to tuck it away in the past folder. Some relationships are best left in the past, and some bridges should remain burned. That night, Henry saw me gazing out at the Seattle skyline from our new apartment's window. As we stood there, holding hands, he showed me how the ferries crossed the sea. We were both aware that we had survived something that would have killed us, so there was no need for words. Even though the restraining order would remain in effect indefinitely, the terror was beginning to subside. We were given fresh locks, new habits, and the opportunity to construct anything without being watched. I was no longer involved in Lucy's path, even though she was receiving assistance. After 3 years of guarding Henry's and my creation, we could finally enjoy it. In the end, I learned something painful, but necessary. Family is not just about blood, it is about respect, trust, and care. Sometimes the people who share your last name can wound you the deepest, and the people who choose to stand beside you, partners, friends, even colleagues, become your true family. I may never have the sister I once wished for, but I now know that real family is built on love that protects, not envy that destroys. After my parents tried to trap me into supporting my sister, I packed everything and moved out in secret. Then they begged me to return. My name is Emma, and I am 28 years old. I believed I had the perfect situation, working as a social media marketer and renting a wonderful flat from my parents at a reasonable price. I had been saving for my own home, building it brick by brick. Then, one morning at 7 a.m., my unemployed sister Martha arrived at my door with her baggage. Before I could grasp what was going on, my mother called to say that my sister was moving in with me and that my rent would be doubled. My carefully planned life was falling in front of my eyes. Before things went wrong, I had a life that I was truly proud of. As a social media marketer with Digital Pulse, a growing marketing agency in downtown, I had established a comfortable niche for myself. Our office was a beautiful modern environment with glass barriers, communal workstations, and a break area full of everything from cappuccino to kombucha. My desk faced a wall of windows overlooking the city, which provided me with both inspiration and a sense of success every morning. My wage was sufficient to cover my costs while also allowing me to save 20% of my monthly income for a future home. I had worked with the company for 4 years and had lately been given care of our largest client, a national fitness chain wanting to rebuild their entire web presence. My supervisor had hinted at a promotion if the campaign went well, which would increase my income by at least 15%. My haven was the apartment I rented from my parents. It was a 1-bedroom apartment in a quiet neighborhood, close enough to downtown for a tolerable commute, yet far enough away to escape the hustle when necessary. When my parents bought the building as an investment property 5 years ago, they offered me one of the flats at a price below market value, which seemed like a blessing at the time. I had poured my heart out throughout the years to make that room my own. The living room included a plush sectional sofa that I had paid off over 6 months, a coffee table that I had bought at an estate sale and refurbished myself, and bookshelves stocked with my collection of psychology and marketing books, as well as vinyl recordings I had accumulated since college. My kitchen was small, but I had high-quality appliances that made cooking enjoyable rather than a burden. The Vitamix blender was a splurge following my first bonus, while the espresso machine was a birthday present for me last year. My bedroom was my genuine haven, with a memory foam mattress that had been well worth the money, linens with a thread count that would make hotels jealous, and a reading nook by the window where I spent wet Sunday mornings with coffee and good books. Every item in my apartment had a narrative, signifying years of careful selection and budgeting. My long-term financial goals were clear and on pace, thanks to my regular savings rate and the upcoming promotion. I projected that I would have enough money for a down payment on my own home in 3 years. I had even begun exploring real estate listings, not truly shopping yet, but becoming acquainted with the market and neighborhoods I might want to target. My connection with my family has always been complex, particularly with my younger sister Martha. She had always been our parents' darling, the one who could never go wrong. While I worked part-time jobs throughout college and graduated with little debt, Martha attended a pricey private university, changed majors 3 times, and had her tuition completely supported by our parents. This tendency maintained till adulthood. Martha needed a car, so our parents purchased one for her. When I needed an automobile, I obtained a loan. When Martha lost her job, she returned home rent-free. When I struggled following a company layoff early in my career, my parents provided me a loan, with interest. Do not mistake, I adored my family, but I had long understood that there were separate sets of norms and expectations. I'd made peace with it by creating my own independent existence in which I didn't need their support or approval. The living arrangement felt like a rare opportunity for me, a chance to profit from family connections while remaining independent. There had been warning signals that my carefully created balance was about to be upended. Martha texted me unexpectedly 2 weeks ago to inquire about my well-being. This was odd because we usually only communicated at family gatherings. Then my mother called to inform me that Martha and her boyfriend had split up and she had quit her job as a sales associate at the boutique where she had been working for the previous 8 months. I recall feeling an unsettling twinge when Mom stated, "Your sister is going through such a difficult time right now. Family needs to stick together during hardships." At the time, I nodded compassionately over the phone, unaware that those words were foreshadowing what was to come. The night before everything changed, I recall lying in bed, looking through Pinterest, saving ideas for a summer kitchen backsplash project. I had no idea that within 24 hours, a knock on the door would destroy my plans and calm. The knocking began at precisely 7 a.m. on a Tuesday. I remember because I had set my alarm for 7:30, and the incessant pounding woke me up 30 minutes early. Disoriented and partly sleeping, I stumbled to the door in my pajamas, hair sticking out in all directions, expecting a parcel delivery or a maintenance problem. When I opened the door, I saw Martha standing there with 2 enormous luggage, a duffel bag, and her luxury pocketbook. Her normally flawlessly combed hair was pulled back in an untidy ponytail, and her eyes were puffy, possibly from crying, or a lack of sleep. "Hey sis," she murmured with a strained smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Surprise. I will be staying with you for a while." I stood motionless in the doorway, my mind straining to comprehend what was going on. "Martha, what are you talking about? What are you doing here so early?" She pushed by me and rolled her suitcase into my living room. "Mark and I broke up. Actually, he cheated on me with his coworker. Can you believe it? After 2 years together. And then my boss at the boutique was being completely unreasonable about me needing some time off to process everything, so I had to quit. I cannot deal with toxic work environments on top of heartbreak." I closed the door gently, attempting to collect my thoughts. "I am sorry about Mark and your job. That is really tough. But Steph, this is a 1-bedroom apartment. There is no space for you here. Why did you not go to Mom and Dad's?" Martha collapsed theatrically on my sofa. "Their house is being renovated, remember? The guest room is completely torn apart. Besides, Dad snores so loudly now. And Mom has been on this health kick where she only keeps kale and quinoa in the house. I would go crazy there." She was appreciative as she explored my flat. "This place is perfect. You have always had great taste, Allie." I cringed at the childhood moniker I had outgrown years ago. "Martha, I work from home 2 days a week. I need my space. This really would not work." Right then, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen and noticed my mother's name. As I responded, a horrible feeling fell over my stomach. "Emma, your sister is there, right?" Mom continued without waiting for my reply. "I want you to make her feel welcome. She is going through a very difficult time, and she needs family support right now." "Mom, I understand she's having a hard time, but my apartment is too small for 2 people. Maybe we could help her find her own place, or she could stay with Jessica," I suggested, referring to Martha's old friend who had a 2-bedroom apartment. Jessica is not family, my mother said harshly. Family takes care of each other. Emma, your sister needs you right now. This is not the time to be selfish. I took a big breath and moved to my kitchen so Martha wouldn't overhear. It is not about being selfish, Mom. There is literally no space here. I do not have an extra bedroom. She can sleep on the couch. It is temporary until she gets back on her feet. The tone in my mother's voice indicated that this was not a suggestion, but an expectation. How temporary are we talking about? I inquired as Martha began unpacking her amenities and arranged them on the coffee table. As long as she needs, Mom said vaguely. Now stop being difficult. I raised you better than this. Do I need to get your father involved? The threat was implicit. My father would take an even harsher stance than my mother, and any complaint from me would be interpreted as ungrateful and selfish. I'd done this process enough times to know the script. Fine, I said, defeat weighing heavily in my voice. She can stay for now, but we need to figure out a more permanent solution soon. That is my good girl, Mom remarked, quickly warming up. Call me if you need anything. Love you both. After hanging up, I stood in my kitchen, watching Martha proceed to make herself at home by moving my throw pillows and placing her framed photos next to mine on the bookcase. A wave of invasion poured over me, but I choked it down and maintained a calm tone. The couch pulls out into a bed. We will need to put it back during the day so I can work. I have meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays from home. Martha scarcely glanced up. Actually, I was thinking I would take the bedroom. The living room gets so much light in the morning, and you know I am not a morning person. Plus, I have all these clothes that need to be hung up. I glanced at her, disbelief growing. Martha, this is my apartment. I am not giving up my bedroom. She gazed at me with the same attitude she had used on our parents for years, a perfect combination of hurt and wrath. Wow, Allie. I just lost my boyfriend and my job. I am at my lowest point, and you cannot even make a small sacrifice to help me. The living room is bigger anyway. I held my ground. You can have the couch. That is already a compromise. The standoff could have lasted, but my phone rang with a text from my mother. Be kind to your sister. Remember how many times she was there for you. I couldn't recollect these alleged incidents, but I realized this war wasn't worth fighting. Not now, at least. Fine, I said with gritted teeth. You can use the living room, but we need to establish some ground rules. Martha's expression immediately brightened. You are the best sister ever. This is going to be so fun, like when we were kids and shared a room. I didn't have the heart to explain her that those days were far from idyllic, with her regularly borrowing my belongings without permission and moaning to our parents whenever I tried to set boundaries. As she cheerfully resumed unpacking, I texted my buddy Sophie. I saw Martha. Just moved in. There is no warning, no choice. Send wine and patience. Sophie responded immediately. Oh no. Nightmare flashbacks to my college roommate days. I am coming over tonight with emergency supplies. Continue to be patient. Looking at my sister singing to herself as she took up more and more of my space, I wondered how long I could truly hang in there until something gave. The first week of cohabitation with Martha was every bit as difficult as I had anticipated. While I kept my regular schedule, waking up at 7 a.m. should start work by 8:30. Martha usually slept until noon. This would not have been a problem if she hadn't turned my once peaceful living room into a bedroom fashion boutique, makeup studio. On Wednesday morning, I had a crucial video call with clients. I had to carefully angle my laptop camera to avoid capturing the blanket spread across my sofa, the beauty items scattered on my coffee table, and the garments hanging from various doorknobs and chair backs. When my supervisor mentioned my atypical history, I mumbled something about redecorating and promised myself that I would discuss the problem with Martha that evening. But discussing anything with my sister was practically impossible. When I advised she look for a new career, she sighed deeply and claimed she needed time to heal. When I asked her to clean up after herself, she promised, but never got around to it. When I noticed the rise in my shopping expenditure, she reminded me that she was going through a difficult time and needed comfort food. By the conclusion of the first week, I realized my well-stocked refrigerator had been looted. The meal prep containers I had packed for my work lunches were suddenly empty. The pricey specialty coffee beans I treated myself to once a month were almost finished. Even my secret cache of dark chocolate had been found and drained. Martha, I murmured one evening, as I found her curled in my favorite throw blanket and watching reality TV at full volume. We need to talk about some house rules. She looked up, plainly upset that her entertainment had been interrupted. Can it wait until commercial break? No, it cannot. I have been trying to talk to you all week. I sat across from her and pulled out a paper on which I had written some basic principles. First, we need to establish quiet hours for when I am working or sleeping. Second, we need to discuss shared expenses like groceries and utilities, which have gone up since you arrived. Third, we need to talk about personal space and belongings. Martha rolled her eyes. Are you seriously giving me a roommate contract? I am your sister, not some random person off Craigslist. That is exactly why we need clear boundaries, I explained, attempting to maintain my voice low. Because we are sisters, things can get complicated if we do not communicate clearly. She laughed, actually laughed and returned to her show. You have always been so uptight. Allie, just relax, this is not forever. How long is it then? I inquired. Have you started looking for jobs or apartments? She breathed deeply. Can you stop pressuring me? I told you I am taking time to process my breakup. Besides, Mom and Dad said I could stay here as long as I need to. That was when things clicked for me. Wait, what exactly did Mom and Dad tell you about staying here? Martha shrugged. Just that you had plenty of space and could use the company, and that since they own the building, it is basically like staying with family anyway. My blood started to boil. Without saying anything, I strolled onto my small balcony and called my parents. My father answered the fourth ring. Dad, did you and Mom tell Martha she could move in with me indefinitely without even asking me first? He paused before responding. Emma, your sister is going through a difficult time. The apartment is plenty big enough for both of you temporarily. We thought you would want to help family. But it is not temporary, is it? She has no plans to look for a job or her own place, and she is not contributing anything to the household. My father's demeanor hardened. Your mother and I give you a significant discount on rent for that apartment. Many people would be grateful for such an arrangement. The implied message was apparent. The apartment was not actually mine. It was a family asset that could be reassigned as my parents saw fit, despite the fact that I had been paying rent and making my home there for years. I am grateful, I stated gently, but I also need to be able to live my life. Martha is not respecting my space or my things. You have always been the responsible one, Emma, my father remarked, his voice softening slightly into a manipulating tone that I understood. Martha needs that stability right now. Just give her some time to get back on her feet, be the big sister. By the time I hung up the phone, my irritation had changed to resignation. This was the same pattern that had persisted throughout our upbringing, with Martha's wants always taking precedence over mine. The situation deteriorated during the next few weeks. Martha would unexpectedly bring folks around, often when I was on the phone for business. She borrowed my things without asking, and returned them soiled or stretched out. Her water bill increased as she had 2 40-minute showers per day. Her continual use of my styling products and electronics caused a surge in my electricity expenses. My quiet morning ritual was disrupted by having to traverse her possessions. My nighttime relaxation was impossible because her pals were laughing loudly, and her phone talks lasted late into the night. My weekend plans were sidetracked by her unexpected emotional crisis, which required my attention and care. The impact on my work began to manifest. I failed to meet a deadline for the first time in my professional career. My manager summoned me in for a check-in, concerned about my recent dip in performance. My once promising promotion prospects appeared to be slipping away. Is everything okay at home? My employer Clara inquired during our one-on-one meeting. I pondered lying, but ultimately chose the simple truth. Family issues. My sister is staying with me temporarily, and it has been an adjustment. Clara nodded compassionately. Family can be complicated. Just do not let it affect your work for too long. The Henderson account is too important. That evening I found myself remaining late at work, unwilling to return to my own apartment. This had become a habit, finding reasons to be anywhere than home. I canceled arrangements with friends because I was embarrassed about the state of my apartment and fatigued from the continual stress. One night, after discovering Martha had used and emptied my pricey face cream, I burst into tears in my bathroom. I called Sophie, who had become my lifeline during this trauma. I cannot do this anymore, I wailed. It is like I am a guest in my own home. My parents will not listen. Martha will not change. I feel trapped. Have you considered looking for another apartment? Sophie asked gently. On such short notice, and at current market rates? My parents charge me about 30% below market for this place. I cannot afford something comparable on my own. Maybe not comparable, says Sophie, but something that is yours, where you make the rules. Is your sanity worth the price difference? As I looked around at my once peaceful sanctuary, now overrun by Martha's presence, I thought Sophie might be correct. But before I could fully evaluate that choice, events took an even more drastic turn. Exactly 1 month after Martha moved in, I received a call from my father while at work. His tone was exceedingly serious and even businesslike. "Emma, your mother and I would like to have a family discussion this evening. It is important that both you and Martha are present. We will come by around 7 p.m. A feeling of dread settled in my gut. "What is this about, Dad?" "We will discuss everything tonight," he said cryptically before hanging up. I spent the rest of the workday distracted, going over different situations in my head. Are they going to take Martha back to their home? Have they found her an apartment, or is this something else entirely? When I arrived home, Martha had cleaned the apartment for the first time since her arrival. She appeared strangely quiet and kept checking her phone. "Do you know what this meeting is about?" I inquired, my suspicions rising. She shrugged, without meeting my gaze. "Not really. Dad just said they wanted to talk to us both." At precisely 7 p.m., our parents arrived. Mom prepared a casserole so we wouldn't have to worry about dinner, and Dad was carrying a folder, which instantly rang off alarms in my mind. We sat around my modest dining table, which I'd purchased at a flea market and meticulously refurbished. My mother served the casserole, and my father cleared his throat and opened the folder. "Emma, as you know, your sister has been staying with you for the past month. Given that the living arrangement appears to be working out, we need to make some adjustments to your rental agreement." I froze, fork halfway to my mouth. "What kind of adjustments?" My father slid a document across the table. "We will need to increase your rent starting next month. The new amount will be double what you are currently paying." I almost choked. "Double? Why would you double my rent?" "Well, there are 2 people living in the apartment now," my mother added, as if this clarified everything. "That means twice the utilities, twice the wear and tear on the property." "But Martha is not paying anything," I said, my voice rising despite my efforts to remain cool. "She does not have a job." "Which is exactly why we need to adjust your rent," my father said patiently, as if I were being obtuse. "We need to cover the additional expenses Martha incurs while she is getting back on her feet." I looked at Martha, who was intently scrutinizing her dish, a faint smile flickering on her lips. She had known. Of course, she had known. "Let me get this straight," I said carefully. "You want me to pay double rent to cover Martha living here? Even though I did not invite her, even though I did not have space for her, and am already dealing with increased costs and disruption to my life." "Now, Emma," my mother added, her voice taking on the cautionary tone I knew well from childhood. "Martha is family. Family supports each other during difficult times." "Then why is the support always one-directional?" I was puzzled. "Why am I always the one expected to give while Martha only takes?" My father frowned. "That is unfair, Emma. Your sister has had some bad luck recently." Bad luck or bad choices? I couldn't stop myself from saying it. The table went silent. Martha's eyes welled with tears on cue, a skill she had honed over the years. "I cannot believe you would say something so cruel," my mother reprimanded. "After everything we have done for you, giving you this beautiful apartment at below market rent for years." "I have paid rent faithfully every month," I answered. "I have maintained the apartment, improved it. Even this was a business arrangement that benefited both parties." "And now the arrangement is changing," my father stated firmly. "The new rent will be effective from the 1st of next month. That gives you 2 weeks to adjust your budget." I looked down at the paper that he had slid across the table. The increased sum would take up roughly 70% of my monthly salary after taxes. It would wreck my financial strategy and make it impossible to continue living my existing lifestyle. "I cannot afford this," I stated plainly. "Not on my current salary." "Then perhaps you should look for a better paying job," my father said. "Or take on some freelance work. You are always talking about those side hustles people do nowadays." Something snapped inside of me as he casually rejected my financial reality. Years of always being the responsible one, of seeing Martha get countless second chances while I worked twice as hard for half the recognition, all culminated in this moment. "Or," I replied, my voice firm despite the rage and hurt surging within me, "I could just move out." There was a moment of stillness before the 3 of them burst out laughing. "Move out to where?" my mother responded, chuckling. "Do you have any idea what rental prices are like right now? You would not find anything close to what you have here, even at the increased rate," my dad replied confidently. "Your whole life is here," Martha added. "All your stuff, Your routine. You would not really leave. Their callous laughter felt like a smack to the face. They honestly believed that I was imprisoned, with no choice except to accept whatever terms they imposed. Perhaps worse, they believed I lacked the fortitude to set out on my own. I will start looking for a new place tomorrow, I answered gently. My father waved his hand dismissively. Emma, do not be dramatic. Just sign the new agreement, and we can all enjoy this lovely dinner your mother made. I accepted the pen he offered and held it over the paper for a long time. Then I put it down without signing. I will let you know my decision by the end of the week, I told you. The rest of the dinner was spent in uncomfortable discourse, largely between my parents and Martha about her ambitions to find herself and pursue new employment opportunities. I stayed mute, a tempest of emotions and thoughts raging within me. Martha tried to pretend as if nothing had happened by turning on the television and returning to her customary seat on my sofa. They are right, you know, she added nonchalantly. You would not really move out. This place is too perfect, and you hate change. Something solidified within me as I watched her lounge on my furniture, use my Netflix account, eat my food, and speak with such entitled assurance. It wasn't just about the rent hike. This was about respect, setting boundaries, and standing up for myself in a family dynamic that had been broken for far too long. I went to bed without reacting, but I remained up for hours, my mind racing with ideas and plans. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The following day, I called in sick to work for the first time in over a year. As soon as Martha left for her daily coffee shop visit, where she pretended to be networking but actually spent hours perusing social media, I sat down at my dining table with my laptop and a notebook. First, I reviewed my financial condition. I'd been saving 20% of my paycheck for the past 3 years. While it was insufficient for a down payment on a property, it was a sizable emergency fund that could cover the first and last month's rent, security deposit, and moving fees if needed. I determined my maximum feasible rent using the typical rule of not spending more than 30% of my salary on housing. The figure was sobering, significantly less than what I was now paying, even before the projected increase, implying that I would have to make compromises on location, size, and amenities. Next, I contacted 3 real estate brokers that specialize in rentals. I was open about my financial limits and time frame, stating that I needed to move within 2 weeks. 2 of them were skeptical, but agreed to see what they could discover. The third, Olivia, was more positive. The market is tight, but not impossible, I was told. Especially if you are willing to consider neighborhoods a bit further from downtown or slightly smaller spaces. While I waited for the agents to respond, I reviewed my current lease agreement. I took the document out of my filing cabinet and carefully studied it, which I confess I should have done more extensively before signing. To my astonishment and delight, there was no minimum lease period indicated. After the first 1-year contract, which had long since expired, I was effectively on a month-to-month basis, with a 30-day notice to depart. More crucially, no condition addressed the apartment's furniture or fittings. Everything I had purchased over the years was legally mine to keep, from the sofa to the refrigerator. My parents had only supplied basic built-in appliances, such as a stove and dishwasher. I still wanted to be assured. I texted Sophie, whose brother was a real estate attorney, and asked, "Can you ask Derek a hypothetical legal question about tenant rights and furniture ownership?" Sophie called me back 20 minutes later. "Derek says that unless specifically stated in the lease, any furniture you purchased belongs to you regardless of who owns the building. He also said that if your parents try to claim otherwise without documentation, they would not have a case." With this knowledge, I felt more confident about moving forward. By the end of the day, Olivia had emailed me listings for 5 possible apartments. All were smaller than my current house, and none had the same charm or personality, but they were within my price range and available right away. The next day, I took another personal day and visited all 5 properties. The first 3 were no-goes, either in bad shape or in places that would make my commute intolerable. The 4th had potential, but it was at the very top of my budget, leaving little space for discussion. The 5th apartment was the smallest, measuring barely 500 square feet, but it had recently been refurbished with new flooring and appliances. It was in a safe building with on-site laundry, and while it was 15 minutes away from my business, it was close to a direct bus route. Most importantly, the landlord was prepared to work with my tight deadline and even offered a little reduction on the security deposit if I could move in within 10 days. I signed the lease on the spot, paid the deposit with my credit card, and scheduled a final walkthrough for the following week. As I exited the building, I felt an odd combination of worry and excitement. I had just committed to a full transformation of my life in 48 hours. Back at my soon-to-be old apartment, I started organizing the practicalities of the relocation. I made a careful inventory of everything I owned, categorizing it into 3 categories: must take, could sell, and could donate. I researched moving firms and was disappointed with the estimates I received on such short notice. Even the simplest truck with limited help would cost around $1,000. That evening, as Martha was on the phone with a friend discussing an upcoming party, entirely unaware of my plans, I contacted my circle of acquaintances. Within hours, I had gathered a volunteer moving crew of 6 individuals, including 2 pickup trucks and an SUV. Sophie offered her garage as temporary storage if necessary, and her boyfriend, a contractor, offered to help remove and reinstall items. The final component of my plan was timing. I examined my parents' social media accounts and discovered what I had suspected. My mother had been posting about an approaching family reunion at my aunt's house, which was 3 hours away. They had been discussing it for months, and I had already denied the invitation due to work constraints. Martha, who was always looking for family attention, had confirmed her attendance. This provided me with an excellent opportunity. My dad and Martha would be gone from Friday evening to Sunday afternoon. I booked the move for Saturday, giving us a whole day to clear out the apartment of everything I had. As the strategy came together, I felt a surge of resolve. This was more than just avoiding an unfavorable financial circumstance. It was about me standing up for myself and altering a toxic family dynamic that had existed for far too long. The night before my parents' planned ultimatum meeting, where they expected me to sign the new rental agreement, I texted my father. "I've decided on the apartment. I'll talk about it with you when you return from Aunt Margaret's on Sunday." He answered immediately. "We need to have this resolved before the weekend. Emma, your mother and I expect you to be reasonable in this situation." I did not respond. For once, I wouldn't be following their script. The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of preparation. I sent my mail, scheduled utility transfers, and quietly packed important goods while Martha was away. I took out cash for last-minute expenses and complimented my former self for keeping detailed records of purchases, replete with receipts for the majority of big items stored on a cloud drive. By Friday evening, as I watched Martha prepare an overnight bag for the family reunion, I felt oddly peaceful. She had no idea that when she returned, the apartment, and our relationship, would be altered. "Are you sure you will not come?" she said as she walked out the door. "Mom says Aunt Margaret really wants to see you." "I have too much work to catch up on," I said accurately, but not for the reasons she expected. "Have a good time." As her ride-sharing pulled away, I gazed around the apartment where I had lived for 5 years. By this time tomorrow, it would be very different, as would my life. Saturday morning began clear and bright, as if the cosmos had approved of my decision. I had scarcely slept, my fear and adrenaline keeping me awake all night. By 6 a.m., I was already picking through the last clothes in my closet when my phone buzzed with a text from Sophie. "Independence Day is a go. Troops arrive at 0800 hours." I laughed as she attempted to lighten the situation with military lingo. By 7:30, I had disassembled my bed frame and was working on emptying my dresser when the first knock came on the door. Sophie arrived with coffee and bagels, shortly followed by her boyfriend Eric and his tools. Within an hour, the remainder of my volunteer team had assembled. "Okay everyone," I said, trying to keep my voice calm despite the emotion threatening to overtake me. "Thank you all so much for helping today. The plan is to have everything out by 4 p.m. The big furniture goes first, then the boxes, and finally all the small loose items." We operated with amazing efficiency. Eric and his friend were in charge of disassembling the heavier furniture items, while Sophie and 2 other friends organized a box brigade from the apartment to the trucks. I switched between groups, controlling traffic and deciding what went where. By lunchtime, my bedroom was completely empty. The kitchen was halfway packed, and the living room furniture was ready for transportation. We had a quick lunch break with brought sandwiches, sitting in a circle on the floor because all of the seating had been removed. "How are you feeling?" Sophie inquired quietly as the others chatted. I thought about the question thoroughly. Sad, angry, relieved, proud, all of it at once. She grasped my hand. "You are doing the right thing. This is long overdue." The afternoon progressed at the same pace. We took 3 journeys to my new flat, meticulously arranging furniture and piling boxes in the considerably smaller space. My new landlord seemed surprised by the efficiency of our operation but was impressed by our organization. "Most move-ins I see are complete chaos," he said as he helped hold a door open for us. "You folks have a system." By 3:30, We were down to the final items. The flat that had been so meticulously furnished now stood strangely empty. The built-in appliances and window curtains remained in situ. Everything else, including the shower curtain and lighting, was mine, and had been stored up. I did a final inspection to ensure I hadn't left anything in cabinets or closets. In the kitchen, I put an envelope on the counter with my keys, the next month's rent money, needed by my 30-day notice, and a brief message explaining my decision. The letter was factual and unemotional, just saying that I was exercising my right to cancel the rental arrangement with adequate notice, and that I had taken only my goods. Sophie wrapped her arm over my shoulders as I stood in the empty living room one more time. "Are you ready?" she inquired gently. I nodded, unable to speak with the lump in my throat. With one last look, I shut and locked the door behind me. The reaction came faster than I expected. We had just completed our final journey to my new apartment and were celebrating with pizza and beer when my phone exploded with notifications. First, Martha sent a series of texts. "What the hell, Emma? Where's all the furniture? Where should I sleep? Mom and Dad are furious." Next came the phone calls. My mother came first, followed by my father, and then my mother again. I let them all go to voicemail, needing time to gather my thoughts before the showdown. When I finally heard the messages, my mother's voice was almost hysterical. "Emma Elizabeth, what have you done? We came home to find the apartment completely empty. Is this some kind of joke? Call me immediately." My father's message was colder and more menacing. "This is completely unacceptable behavior, Emma. That furniture belongs in that apartment. You have violated your lease agreement. Call me back now before I have to take legal action." I waited until my friends had left, thanking them gratefully for their assistance, before calling my father again. When he spoke, his voice was tense and filled with barely contained wrath. "Explain yourself," he asked without pause. I took a deep breath and centered myself. "I decided to move out, as I told you I might. I gave proper notice as required by the lease, paid the final month's rent, and took my belongings with me." "Your belongings?" he exclaimed. "That furniture belongs in the apartment." "Actually, no," I answered quietly. "Every piece of furniture in that apartment was purchased by me with my own money. I have receipts for everything, if you would like to see them. The lease makes no mention of any furnishings provided by the landlord, which would be you and Mom." He recovered after a moment of astonished stillness. "This is not about legalities, Emma. This is about your sister having nowhere to sleep tonight. The apartment is completely empty." "There are air mattresses at Target for under $50, I told you. Or she could stay at your house. The guest room renovations must be finished by now, right?" Another longer silence. I suddenly realized that there had probably never been any renovations. It was just an excuse. "Where are you?" he finally inquired. "I have a new apartment," I said, without providing the address. "It is smaller, but it is mine." "This is not over," he said. "Your mother is beside herself. Martha is crying. Is that what you wanted? To hurt your family?" The guilt trip nearly worked. Almost, but I remained firm. "What I wanted was to be treated with respect," I said calmly. "What I wanted was for my boundaries to be acknowledged. What I wanted was to not have my kindness taken for granted." "So this is what? Revenge? Some kind of childish tantrum because we asked you to help your sister?" "No, Dad. This is me making a choice about my own life. I paid rent for the final 30 days as required. Martha can stay there if she wants, but she will need to get her own furniture." I heard my mother's voice in the background, demanding the phone. There was a rustling sound, and her tear-filled voice emerged. "How could you do this to your sister, to us, after everything we have done for you?" "Mom," I responded quietly. "I have done nothing wrong. I simply moved out of an apartment that was no longer working for me, taking my own possessions with me." "But where is Martha supposed to sleep? There is nothing left." "The same place she would have slept if I had never lived there in the first place. The apartment was unfurnished when I moved in." That simple fact appeared to cut her short. After a long gap, she spoke again, her voice different this time. "You really moved everything out in one day?" "Yes. And you have a new place already? You planned all this?" "Yes." Another pause. "I never thought you would actually leave." Her tone conveyed something, perhaps the beginnings of respect. A realization that I was not the pushover they had always thought I was. The talk ended abruptly with vague threats regarding future discussions and decisions. I hung up, exhausted, but strangely relaxed. For the first time in my adult life, I had drawn and kept a line, despite previous emotional manipulation and guilt trips. Later that evening, my father sent me a startling text. "The apartment seems different, vacant. I'd forgotten how it looked before you moved in. We'll chat more tomorrow." It was not an apology. Rather, it was an acknowledgement. And that was enough for now. In the weeks following my dramatic departure, I settled into my new flat. The area was significantly smaller, necessitating imaginative arrangement and difficult judgments about which belongings to maintain. My king-sized bed dominated the bedroom, leaving little room to maneuver around it. My cherished sectional sofa had to be disassembled into individual parts to accommodate the living room. My dining table now acted as both a desk and an eating area. Despite the limits, my new home had a lightness about it that had little to do with square footage. For the first time in years, perhaps ever, I felt completely in control of my surroundings and my life. Every object was precisely where I wanted it. Every decision, from when to do the laundry, to what temperature to set the thermostat, was entirely mine. The tranquility that accompanied this autonomy was far more valuable than the extra room I had left behind. I introduced myself to my neighbors, which I had never done in my prior building. To my pleasure, the woman across the hall was a graphic artist who worked remotely and offered me to join her for coffee on our common rooftop terrace. When I had to travel for work, the older gentleman next door offered to water my plants. I gradually created a tiny community in my new building, making genuine and helpful connections. Meanwhile, the situation with my family changed in unforeseen ways. Martha, confronted with an empty flat and no one to cater to her needs, was compelled to make changes. According to my mother's hesitant updates, she had obtained a part-time work at a local boutique, similar to her former one. It wasn't much, but it was a step toward financial independence. After the immediate shock and fury had gone, my parents appeared to be reflecting. My father, in particular, seemed to be questioning his role in facilitating Martha's dependence. During a brief phone chat 2 weeks following my move, he inquired about my new residence without the criticism I had anticipated. "Are you doing okay with the budget?" he asked, his tone perfectly calm. "Yes," I answered honestly. "It is tighter than before, but I am making it work. The location is actually better for my commute, which saves on transportation costs." "That is good," he said hesitantly. "Your mother and I have been talking about Martha, about some patterns we might have encouraged over the years." It was as close to acknowledging their preference as I had ever heard. And, while not an apology, it did feel like progress. My relationship with my mother remained tense. She still saw my actions as a breach of family devotion, rather as a necessary step toward healthy limits. Our chats were brief and superficial, centered on the weather and work, rather than the emotional elephant in the room. Interestingly, Martha was the first to reach out in a meaningful way. A month after my leave, she texted to see if we might meet for coffee. I accepted, wondering about what she wanted but resolved to stay inside my bounds. We met in a neutral cafe midway between our homes. She appeared different, with less makeup and simpler clothing than her typical elegant attire. "So," she asked when we got our beverages, "your new place is good?" "It is," I said. "Different, but good." She nodded and fidgeted with her napkin. "I did not think you would really leave, none of us did." "I know, it was kind of badass actually," she said with a faint smile. The look on Dad's face when we walked into that empty apartment. I wish I had taken a picture. Despite myself, I laughed. It was not about revenge, you know. "I know that now." She looked down at her coffee. "I've been thinking a lot about stuff. About how I have always expected people to take care of me. How I never really had to face consequences because someone always bailed me out." I remained mute, allowing her to continue at her own speed. "When you left, it was like, suddenly I had to figure things out. Mom and Dad brought over an air mattress, but it was uncomfortable and I hated it. So, I got a job to buy my own bed. And once I started working again, I realized I actually like having my own money, not having to ask for everything." "That is fantastic, Steph," I answered, truly happy for her. "I am still staying at the apartment," she swiftly added, "but I am paying rent now, not much, but something. And I am looking for a roommate situation for when the lease ends." We talked for nearly 2 hours, the longest we'd spoken in years. For the first time, it felt like a discourse between equals, rather than the usual dynamic of her taking and my offering. As we left ways, she gave me an awkward hug. "I am sorry," she muttered, "for being such a terrible sister." "You were not terrible," I corrected her. "We just had unhealthy patterns, all of us." Over the next few months, my family's mending progressed gradually. There were setbacks and painful conversations, as old patterns sought to resurface. My mother still tried to make me feel terrible for abandoning Martha. My father occasionally fell into his authoritative role, offering unsolicited advice about my finances or job. However, something essential had changed. They could no longer take my compliance and support for granted. Each interaction required mutual respect, or it did not occur. I declined invites that seemed like duties and only accepted those that seemed sincere. I offered support where I could without anger, and declined when I couldn't. 6 months following my relocation, we celebrated Thanksgiving at my parents' place. The vibe was unusual, tentative, but not unpleasant. Martha brought a dessert that she had prepared herself. I brought a bottle of wine that I could actually afford. My father sliced the turkey with less pomp than usual, and my mother inquired about my new neighbors with seeming real curiosity. As we ate, I looked around the table at the people who had influenced me in both positive and negative ways. I didn't feel the animosity that had drove me away, or the frantic desire for approval that had kept me docile for so long. Instead, I felt a sense of peaceful acceptance, a awareness that we were all flawed people doing our best with the emotional resources we had. The most valuable lesson I gained from this experience was not about furnishings, housing, or even money. It was about the distinction between love and enabling, generosity and taking advantage of. I learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself and others is to establish clear boundaries and stick to them, even if it is difficult. I also realized the importance of true independence, not just financially, but emotionally. The assurance of knowing I could stand on my own, make difficult decisions, and deal with the repercussions instilled confidence in me, which pervaded every part of my life. My career improved, my friendships expanded, and my sense of self grew stronger. Today, 1 year after that eventful moving day, I sit in my modest but cherished apartment, surrounded by the same furniture that formerly filled a larger space, but now feels completely appropriate for my situation. I've added new pieces expressly for this home while letting go of others that no longer served me. In many ways, that is what the whole event taught me about life. We hold on to relationships, routines and expectations that were once appropriate but have now become uncomfortable or restricting. Having the guts to examine what actually serves us, to keep what promotes our growth, and to let go of what limits us, that is possibly the most crucial talent we can cultivate. If you've ever been in a situation where your kindness was misinterpreted as weakness, where your boundaries were routinely violated, or where you felt trapped by others' expectations, remember that you have the right and power to change the dynamic. It may not be simple and it may not happen immediately, but taking the initial step toward fulfilling your own needs can change not only your life, but the lives of people around you in ways you never imagined. Thank you for watching, take care, good luck. After years of quietly supporting my family, I offered my dad a retirement gift. He threw it back, accusing me of trying to show off. My name is Natalie, and at 32 years old, I started a $20 million business from scratch with no college education. For years, I silently supported my family financially while they judged my professional choices. Last month during my father's birthday dinner, everything changed when he called me illiterate trash and told me to leave his house. What he didn't realize was how accomplished I had become. 3 weeks later, the expression on his face made every tear I wept worthwhile. Before I tell you how I went from supporting my family to being called garbage by my own father, please leave a comment and tell me where you're viewing from. If you've ever felt underestimated by those who should have believed in you the most, click the like button and subscribe. I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in Columbus, Ohio, where expectations were straightforward and customary. My father, Richard, had been an accountant at the same firm for 30 years and was convinced that education was the only genuine path to success. My mother, Helen, taught elementary school and silently supported his viewpoints. From a young age, I knew I was different from my siblings, David and Claire, who both took the traditional road. Even at the age of 10, I had evidence of a business mentality that perplexed my parents. While the other kids played after school, I ran an elaborate lemonade stand with a variety of flavor selections and loyalty cards for repeat customers. By the age of 13, I was servicing computers for neighbors, charging $20 per hour instead of the local repair shop's $75. My parents saw these activities as cute hobbies, nothing more. Natalie needs to focus on academics instead of these little business projects, my father would say at supper. These games will not pay the bills when she grows up. High school was tough. I maintained good grades while spending my free time reading business books and following entrepreneurs online. While my siblings joined clubs that would seem good on college applications, I started an internet company selling personalized phone cases that I made myself, earning nearly $2,000 before graduating. Despite my reservations, I enrolled in community college to satisfy my parents. It just took one semester to prove what I already knew. The controlled environment felt like a prison, and the business classes were taught by professors who had never ran their own businesses. When I addressed my parents about skipping out to pursue my business ideas, the fight lasted several days. "You will throw your life away," my father yelled, his cheeks flushed. "No child of mine will be a college dropout working minimum wage jobs forever." Despite this, I left school at 19 with barely $2,000 saved from different side hustles. The first few months were terrible. I rented a small studio apartment in a dodgy neighborhood, the type where you never do laundry after dark. I survived on ramen noodles and inexpensive food products while working 18-hour days to establish my e-commerce website. My first 3 business ventures failed totally. I lost money on a dropshipping enterprise because vendors provided substandard products. My social media management service failed because I underpriced my services and burned out attempting to serve too many clients. My endeavor to make handcrafted jewelry did not expand beyond occasional sales at local markets. Each failure offered essential lessons that no college course could offer. I learned supply chain management the hard way, effective client contract structures through unpleasant experience, and production scalability by confronting its constraints personally. The turning point came when I met Catherine at a local business networking event, who was 20 years my senior and had many successful exits. She noticed something in me that my family never did. She became the mentor I urgently needed, imparting practical business wisdom without regard for my lack of academic education. "Education comes in many forms," Catherine told me over coffee. "Some of the most successful people I know learned by doing, not sitting in classrooms." At 22, I polished my business strategy with her advice. I established an e-commerce platform that united small American producers with customers looking for locally made products. The timing was ideal, riding a wave of enthusiasm for supporting small firms and home production. Those early days demanded tremendous sacrifice. I converted half of my little apartment into a makeshift workplace, sleeping on a sofa that also served as my couch. My desktop computer and printer took up much of my living space. I worked from 5 a.m. until 11 p.m., managing everything from website coding to customer service calls. The breakthrough came 8 months later when a well-known lifestyle blogger featured one of our artisan partners. Orders poured in, exceeding our basic systems. I worked for 72 hours straight, fulfilling orders and updating our website infrastructure. That single feature generated $10,000 in revenue, more than I'd ever seen in my account. I called my folks, eager to share my progress. My father answered with wary skepticism. "That is nice, honey, but it is probably just temporary. You know you can always go back to college when this thing runs its course." His words wounded, but they also fired my determination. I would show him wrong, not with arguments, but with incontrovertible results. The following 5 years were a whirl of constant growth and obstacles. My e-commerce site, Coastal Crafted, grew beyond its original concept. We started with only 27 artisan partners across 3 states. By year 3, we had represented over 400 manufacturers and artisans from all 50 states, connecting them with customers who appreciated American-made items. Each level of development presented unique problems. When our server broke during a large offer, I stayed up for 48 hours straight, working with developers to restore the site and personally responding customer emails to retain goodwill. When a larger competitor attempted to lure our top sellers with promises of better terms, I pushed to meet with each one in person, strengthening relationships and boosting our incentive structure. The most challenging period was in year 2, when cash flow almost choked the business. We were growing too quickly for our capital basis, with inventory requirements exceeding income. I went without a salary for 4 months, moved to a smaller apartment to save money, and negotiated longer payment terms with suppliers. Those months taught me financial discipline, which would help me as the company grew. Major milestones occurred in rapid succession. Our first office was a converted industrial facility downtown, and I employed 3 people to manage customer service and seller relations. Midway through year 3, I reached $1 million in yearly revenue, which I celebrated alone in my office with a single glass of champagne after everyone else had departed. Throughout it all, I kept my burgeoning success relatively private from my family. They knew I had a website firm that was performing well, but I minimized the full scope of our expansion. Their initial discouragement had built a barrier that I was unable to overcome. A part of me hoped they'd ultimately ask thorough questions about my job, demonstrating true curiosity, but those conversations never happened. Despite their lukewarm support, I continued to assist my family financially as needed. When my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in the 4th year of my business, I secretly paid the $75,000 in medical bills that were not covered by insurance. My father revealed an insurance payout that had spared them from medical bills, without realizing its source. My brother David struggled with the down payment for his first home. His financial account was $40,000 short of what he required. I made a family loan through a second account, making it appear to be from a distant uncle. He gladly accepted the money, but whenever we talked about my profession, he kept mentioning getting a real job with benefits. Claire, my sister, had always dreamed of having the perfect wedding. When her fiancé, Ethan, lost his job 6 months before the wedding, I covered the $50,000 difference between the location and food. Claire knew the money came from me, but she reduced it at family gatherings, alluding to my small online business, which was doing well. The gap between my actual accomplishment and my family's perceptions fueled an increasingly agonizing internal conflict. By day, I oversaw strategy meetings for a multi-million-dollar company, made choices that impacted hundreds of partner businesses, and negotiated exclusive collections with large retail chains. By night, I received texts from family members who treated me like I was a college dropout who got lucky with the internet. My company's headquarters grew to a full floor in a downtown office building, with 38 full-time employees and an active internship program. Our valuation rose to $20 million after a Business Insider piece drew the attention of numerous investors. I retained majority ownership, rejecting takeover bids that would have made me wealthy but cost me control of my vision. As my father's 60th birthday neared, I reached a conclusion. It was time to be open about my accomplishments, not to brag, but to finally break through the myths and hopefully win the respect I had been pursuing for years. I bought a large gift, a fully funded retirement investment account, and prepared to present it along with the truth about my company during his birthday dinner. The night before the meal, I practiced what I would say. I was no longer the uncertain 19-year-old looking for acceptance. I was a successful entrepreneur who provided possibilities for hundreds of American manufacturers and dozens of employees. Surely, that would finally earn my father's respect and alter how my family perceived my odd route. I couldn't have been more wrong. The evening of my father's 60th birthday began well enough. Their house appeared precisely like it had throughout my childhood, with the same furnishings and family portraits on the walls. The sole new addition was a giant television that my brother had bought for them last Christmas, which was prominently displayed as a symbol of his financial commitment to the family. My mother greeted me with her usual reserved affection, a short hug and a pat on the back. "You look nice, Natalie. Did you cut your hair?" It was the same haircut I'd had for 3 years. David arrived with his wife Melissa, dressed nicely in business casual attire that gently emphasized their upper-middle-class background. Claire and Ethan arrived shortly after, and Claire immediately began telling stories about her recent rise at the accounting firm where she followed in our father's footsteps. "The partners are already hinting that I might make junior partner next year," she revealed, while assisting to prepare appetizers. Youngest in firm history. During the pre-dinner discussion, no one inquired about my career. When Ethan briefly mentioned viewing an article regarding e-commerce growth, my brother quickly shifted the conversation to his son's minor league accomplishments. Dinner was my mother's typical pot roast with all the fixings, served on fine china saved for special occasions. My father sat at the head of the table, accepting comments on his youthful appearance with reserved modesty. "65 looks good on you, Dad," David replied, raising his glass. "Here's to another 20 years at least." The occasion felt appropriate when dessert was presented. I had patiently waited through conversations about neighborhood gossip, David's children's accomplishments, and Claire's forthcoming vacation plans. No one has asked any questions regarding my life or business. "Dad, Mom, everyone," I said, my heart racing despite my outward calmness. I wanted to share some news about my company. My father nodded absently, grabbing for another slice of cake. "Coastal Crafted was recently valued at $20 million, I told you. We have received several acquisition offers, and I have been featured in Business Insider and Entrepreneur magazine last month." The hush that followed seemed interminable. My mother froze with her fork halfway into her lips. Claire shared a brief glance with Ethan. David just stared. My father was the first to answer, and his tone was contemptuous. "What exactly does that mean, Natalie? These internet businesses use all sorts of funny math to come up with these valuations." I remained calm, explaining in layman's terms how business values work, our income sources, and growth trajectory. I highlighted our office of 38 employees and collaborations with over 400 American manufacturers. David intervened before I could continue. So, you got lucky with this online thing. That is great, but some of us have been building real careers with actual qualifications. He stressed the word qualifications as he looked at his wife, who nodded in agreement. It is not luck, I explained gently. It is 7 years of working 18-hour days, solving complex problems, and building something meaningful. We have helped save dozens of American manufacturing businesses that were on the verge of closing. My mother eventually spoke, her tone uncertain. That sounds impressive, dear, though I still wish you had finished your degree. Even with this business, education is important. I was losing patience, but I persisted. Actually, I brought something for Dad. I handed him an envelope containing paperwork for the retirement account I had established. I wanted to ensure you both have a comfortable retirement. My father opened the letter, his face darkening as he recognized what he was looking at. Instead of appreciation, his cheeks heated with something resembling rage. What is this supposed to be? Some kind of charity? He dropped the papers on the table. We did not raise you to throw money around like you are better than everyone. That is not my intention at all, I explained. I just wanted to help, the same way I helped with Mom's medical bills, David's house down payment, and Claire's wedding. 3 heads snapped up at the same time. My hidden financial help was abruptly revealed. You, my father exclaimed. That was all you. Claire appeared humiliated. David's visage hardened into something unpleasant. My mother simply looked puzzled. You have been secretly paying for things behind our backs, my father's voice increased with each syllable. Playing the big shot with your internet money. I was just trying to help, I said, my voice lower than I intended. I never wanted recognition, I just wanted to support the family. Support, interrupted David, by making us feel like charity cases. Some of us work honest jobs with actual degrees, not getting rich quick with online schemes. It is not a scheme, I said, feeling the topic slide out of my control. I built a legitimate business that helps American manufacturers reach customers. We employ dozens of people with good salaries and benefits. My father stood up, letting his napkin fall to the floor. You drop out of college against our advice, disappear into your little internet world, and now you come back throwing money around like you have all the answers. That is not what I am doing, I insisted, struggling to keep my voice calm. You think your money makes you successful? He asked, his voice rising more. You are still just uneducated trash who got lucky. Anyone can get lucky. The room went silent. My mother gasped gently and offered nothing in my defense. David gazed down at his plate, a little smile forming in the corner of his mouth. Claire looked split between humiliation and agreement. Richard, my mother finally said, too late and gently to matter. No, my father insisted, now completely agitated. I have worked my entire life the right way. I got an education, built a respectable career, raised a family. I will not be shown up in my own home by my dropout daughter. I arose slowly, collecting my handbag. I should go. Yes, you should, my father retorted. Get out of my house, you lowlife. Your money does not make you part of this family. We have standards. The words landed like physical blows. I examined each face around the table, looking for any ally or hint of support. There was none. Happy birthday, Dad, I replied quietly, heading to the door with all the dignity I could summon. Nobody followed me out. Nobody called after me. I got into my car, my hands shaking so much that I could scarcely grip the steering wheel. As I drove away from the house where I grew up, I felt something essential had broken and could never be fixed. My trip back to the hotel was a jumble of lamps and tears. I had to pull over twice because emotion overcame my capacity to drive safely. The horrible irony wasn't lost on me. I had a multi-million-dollar firm, yet I was spending the night in a hotel in my hometown because my own family's home was no longer accessible to me. In the sterile silence of my hotel room, I repeated the evening's events, scrutinizing every word and emotion. Had I been too forward and proud? Had I misjudged our family dynamics all these years? The financial assistance I had supplied now felt like a silly attempt to buy acceptance that I could never obtain through my own achievements. I took out my laptop and started documenting every penny I had given my family over the years. The list was extensive. $75,000 for my mother's cancer treatment, paid straight to the hospital and doctors. My brother's house cost $120,000, which included not only the down payment but also additional renovations he wanted months later. $50,000 for my sister's wedding, including the location, catering and honeymoon, which she had no idea I paid for. Countless lesser expenses. My father's auto repair last winter, $22,000. My mother's kitchen makeover, $35,000. Christmas gifts, birthday presents, and emergency bills are all handled discreetly through accounts meant to conceal their origin. Nearly $300,000 in all, not including the retirement account my father had recently rejected. Money I never intended to get back, given freely out of love for a family who had just called me garbage. Around midnight my phone lit up with a text from Claire. Dad is still upset, but he will overcome it. You know how he reacts when his authority is challenged. There was no apology, no acknowledgement of the awful things stated, only the assumption that I would absorb the abuse and return to the family dynamic as if nothing had occurred. I did not reply. The following morning I contacted a therapist in the city where I usually lived. Dr. Mitchell consented to an emergency virtual session that afternoon. Family wounds cut deepest, she said after I told her about the dinner, especially when they target the very things we have worked hardest to overcome. Dr. Mitchell assisted me in understanding the complicated dynamics at play during the next few days. My achievement jeopardized the family structure and the principles that my parents had based their lives on. My financial support, rather than eliciting gratitude, had sparked animosity by emphasizing a shift in power dynamics that they were unable to accept. Your father's identity is built around being the provider and authority, she told me. Your success challenges both roles. I started journaling, documenting not only the previous night, but also patterns throughout my childhood. Subtle ways my entrepreneurial spirit had been discouraged. Times when academic achievements were celebrated while business successes were downplayed, and the constant reminder that, without a degree, I would never really succeed. This method indicated how thoroughly I had assimilated the messages. Despite my apparent success, a part of me still felt like the family failure, the dropout with something to prove. This explained my reluctance to openly reveal my accomplishments and ongoing financial assistance, without recognition. A week after the awful supper, my sister called. I let it go to voicemail. Natalie, please call back. Dad feels horrible about what occurred, we all do. But you have to realize how it appeared. You walking in and basically flaunting your wealth. It was inconsiderate to those of us who had worked hard for our careers. I deleted the message instead of returning the call. The plot twist was breathtaking. Somehow I had become the villain for just expressing facts about my firm after years of downplaying my success. My brother texted next. Family is family. Let's go past this. There was no apology there either, only an assumption that I would accept my assigned role and the treatment that came with it. 2 weeks after the dinner, I made a choice that felt both terrifying and freeing. I would choose self-respect above destructive familial relationships. My new home would be the beach house I had acquired as an investment property in Naples, Florida the year before. Before leaving, I sent a letter to my parents, not an angry tirade, but a genuine confession of hurt and disappointment. Dear Mother and Father, I've spent years seeking your acceptance and respect. To avoid making anyone uncomfortable, I have provided financial assistance for our family while downplaying my achievement. Despite creating a $20 million company that helps to maintain American manufacturing jobs, I've been made to feel like the family failure because I took a different path than you did. When Dad referred to me as illiterate garbage and a low life, it exposed how you truly perceive me. No amount of accomplishment can ever alter that perception. I cannot continue to be involved in a relationship in which my worth is determined by credentials rather than character and achievement. I will always love you both, but I need to separate for my own well-being. I hope that eventually we can repair our friendship on the basis of mutual respect. Love, Natalie. I sealed the letter and mailed it from the post office myself. No response arrived in the days that followed. I had my executive assistant pack and ship my personal items from Ohio to Florida. I asked her to donate the majority of my furniture and clothing to local charities, as I wanted to start over with as little baggage as possible. My company might be run remotely, with periodic visits back to attend essential meetings. The leadership team I had developed over the years was capable of handling day-to-day operations without my personal presence. As I boarded the plane to Florida, I had a strange mix of loss and freedom. The family I had worked so hard to please was behind me, but so was the pressure of seeking approval I would never receive. Naples, Florida, welcomed me with warm sunshine and salt-scented air, a sharp contrast to the dismal Ohio winter I had left behind. My beach house was a modern 2-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Gulf of Mexico, standing on a secluded stretch of shoreline. I bought it as an investment property the previous year but had only been there twice for short holidays. When I initially arrived, the property felt impersonal, more like an elite hotel than a home. The real estate agency had handled the furniture with normal luxury vacation home decor, which was lovely but soulless. Making my house genuinely mine was a type of therapy. I began in the primary bedroom, replacing the bland beige bedding with handcrafted quilts from one of my coastal crafted craftsmen in North Carolina. The mass-produced art was replaced with original works by emerging American artists I discovered through the business. Each morning, I awoke to the sound of waves and the sight of true creativity all around me. The next step was to renovate the kitchen. I set up open shelving to showcase handcrafted ceramics from our Vermont and New Mexico suppliers. The industrial-grade appliances remained, but colorful hand-woven linens and locally produced wooden serving boards added warmth to the area. Routines became vital to my healing process. Every morning started with a sunrise walk down the beach, feet in the cool sand, gathering shells and watching dolphins arc through the waves offshore. I discovered a small coffee shop managed by a Cuban-American family, where I became a regular, greeted by name rather than order. Running the business remotely was easier than expected. In-person meetings were replaced by video conferences, and our existing systems worked seamlessly with minimum changes. Without the daily drive and office distractions, I found myself more productive and able to make better judgments from my new, serene headquarters. After the first month, my executive team paid a visit and spent 3 days on my oceanfront deck conducting strategic planning meetings. Several people commented on the good changes they saw in my leadership style. "You seem more centered, Tyler," my operations director remarked, "more confident in your decisions." He was correct. Without the pressure to seek family approval, my business instincts flowed more readily. I trusted my own judgment without the specter of my father's condemnation hovering over each decision. Community involvement became another pillar in my new life. I joined both the local Chamber of Commerce and a business women's networking organization. Unlike in my hometown, where I had minimized my success, here I was forthright about my company and accomplishments. Respect came naturally, free of the baggage of who I was before to my achievement. I became friends with Samantha, the owner of a local art gallery, and she introduced me to her network of people. These were accomplished women in their 30s and 40s who admired each other for their current accomplishments, rather than their former qualifications. Our weekly dinner gatherings became a highlight, filled with laughter and talks that never featured inquiries about my schooling or claims that I had simply gotten lucky. 3 weeks after I moved to Florida, I received an unexpected visit. My brother David showed up suddenly at my door one Saturday afternoon. "Nice place," he exclaimed, whistling as he took in the seaside view from my living room. "Really nice." His arrival was unsettling in my new refuge. He seemed out of place in his button-down shirt and pressed khakis against my casual coastal decor. "What brings you to Florida, David?" I inquired, not offering a drink or a seat. "Family," he said with the same confident smile that had enchanted our parents since infancy. "And I could use some advice about an investment opportunity, possibly a loan to get in on the ground floor." Some patterns were too obvious to be shocking. His facade immediately dissipated in the absence of my parents. This was strictly a financial visit. "I'm not making any loans to family members anymore," I stated firmly. "That chapter is closed." His expression stiffened. "So that is how it is. You move to your beach mansion and forget where you came from. Dad was right about you." "Dad called me uneducated trash and kicked me out of his house," I told him later. "Is that what you came here to reinforce?" David retreated fast. "He did not mean it like that. You know how he gets. Family fights happen." "That was not a fight. It was a revelation," I responded. "Now if you will excuse me, I have plans this afternoon." After showing him around, I sat on my terrace, watching the surf, remarkably unaffected by the experience. The boundaries I was establishing felt proper, even though they were difficult to implement. That evening, I made an important decision. I called my lawyer and set up an anonymous scholarship fund at the community college I had briefly attended. The Natalie Brooks Entrepreneurship Scholarship would offer complete tuition and mentorship to 5 students each year who displayed entrepreneurial potential but lacked traditional academic advantages. Make sure the selection criteria focus on demonstrated initiative and creative problem solving, not grades, I told the applicant. And look for mentors who have actually developed businesses rather than just taught business classes. As the weeks passed, my place actually felt like home. I created a garden of native Florida plants that attracted butterflies and hummingbirds. I rescued a mixed-breed rescue dog named Milo, who accompanied me on beach walks and slept at the foot of my bed. His simple affection was a constant reminder of how relationships should feel. I discovered surprising peace in solitude. Without the continual underlying fear of family criticism, I uncovered facets of myself that had previously been overshadowed by stress. I took a pottery session at a nearby studio and enjoyed the contemplative process despite my lousy skills. I attempted paddleboard yoga, spending more time in the water than on the board, but laughing through each try. 3 weeks became a month, and then 6 weeks. The anguish of familial rejection persisted, but it became less sharp, more like an old hurt that occasionally ached than a new one. I was creating something new here, not simply a home, but a real existence based on my ideals rather than others' expectations. Then came an unforeseen revelation that would bring my family's narrative full circle in ways I never imagined. The Naples Business Journal was not a publication I usually read, but Samantha texted me early one morning and insisted I get a copy. Page 3. You will want to see this. The feature story highlighted local company owners who have an impact outside Florida. There I was, pictured on my deck with the Gulf of Mexico behind me, with the headline, "E-commerce innovator brings multi-million-dollar business to Naples." The journalist had done her research, outlining Coastal Crafted's rise from startup to $20 million valuation, our effect on American manufacturing, and my recent Entrepreneurship Scholarship Foundation. The story presented a considerably more thorough image of achievement than anything I had seen in my hometown media. "I did not authorize this," I told Samantha after she called to congratulate me. "Public records," she clarified. "Property transfers, business registrations. Once they knew you were here, the rest was easy to piece together. Besides, it is a great article." She was correct. The post was well researched and flattering, emphasizing corporate accomplishments rather than personal information. I didn't think much about it until the next week, when my phone began to light up with social media notifications. The piece was taken up by numerous larger business publications, and then widely shared on LinkedIn and Facebook. Former high school classmates immediately recalled our bond. Teachers remarked that they had always recognized my talent. Most surprising were the letters from several small business owners in my hometown, who thanked me for demonstrating what was possible without following established channels. "You motivated me to eventually start my business," wrote one former student. "If you can develop something that substantial without a fancy degree, then perhaps my proposal has value as well." The local newspaper in my hometown published a simplified version of the article with an additional angle. "Local entrepreneur makes national impact." The irony wasn't lost on me. The same community that had discreetly reinforced my parents' disappointment suddenly recognized me as a hometown success story. My family eventually discovered the full depth of my accomplishment as a result of the media's ripple effect. The first hint was a friend request from my cousin Hannah, followed by several additional extended family members who had previously expressed little interest in my life. Then my mother texted me. "I saw the article about your company. Very impressive, my dear. Dad and I are quite proud." No mention of his unkind words, no acknowledgement of the schism, just a casual claim of pride that had been noticeably absent while I sat at their dinner table. My father's voice message arrived the following day, his tone deceptively cheerful. "Natalie, there's huge news regarding your company in the paper. I've always known you have it. There appears to have been a misunderstanding last time we spoke. Call me back as soon as you can." A misunderstanding. He referred to his daughter as illiterate trash and ordered her to leave his house. 3 days later my mother texted again. "We are thinking of visiting Florida next month. I would love to see your new place. Let us know if that works for you." The message struck like a stone in my gut. 6 weeks of mending, of creating a new life free of their judgment, and now they wanted to simply show up at my door as if nothing had occurred. I did not answer right away, instead scheduled an emergency session with Dr. Mitchell. "You have several options," she said after hearing my concerns. "You can decline the visit entirely. You can agree, but set strict boundaries about what you will and will not discuss. Or you can see this as an opportunity for honest conversation that might lead to healing, though that requires their willingness to acknowledge the harm done." After careful thinking, I wrote my mother. "You and Dad are welcome to visit, but we need to have an open discussion about what happened at his birthday dinner before we can proceed. Please let me know if you are open to that kind of conversation." Her response was quick. "Of course, dear. We just want to get this behind us and be a family again." The phrase bothered me, the desire to put everything behind us without confronting it directly, but I finalized plans for their visit the following month. As the day neared, I prepared physically and emotionally. I made arrangements for them to stay in a neighboring motel rather than my home, allowing me to maintain my privacy. I role-played unpleasant conversations with Dr. Mitchell to practice setting limits without becoming defensive. My folks arrived on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. I met them for lunch at a seaside restaurant, which provided a public atmosphere to help temper the initial meeting. They appeared smaller, less threatening than they did in Ohio. My father appeared to be losing confidence. My mother seemed more nervous than I remembered. Despite the coastal environment, they both dressed formally, my father in a button-down shirt and pants, and my mother in a structured dress more appropriate for church than beach eating. "This place is something else," my father observed, pointing to the turquoise lake visible through the restaurant windows. "You have done well for yourself, Natalie." The subtle emphasis on "for yourself" did not escape me, the hint that my success existed independently of family values. "Thank you," I said simply, not breaking the tense silence that ensued. My mother joined in with small conversation about their flight, the weather, and how different Florida was from Ohio. I responded pleasantly, but did not contribute to the conversation. Finally, once our meal arrived, my father spoke up about what had happened during my birthday dinner. Things got a bit heated. "You called me uneducated trash and a lowlife," I replied quietly. "You told me to get out of your house and that my money did not make me part of the family." His cheeks reddened. "I was surprised by the news about your business. It caught me off guard. I may have overreacted." Not an apology, but an excuse. "I need to understand," I said, keeping eye contact. "Was that reaction about me sharing my success, or about learning I had been helping the family financially?" "Both. Felt like you were showing off," my mother remarked. "Like you were saying you are better than us now." "I never said or thought that," I explained. "I spent years hiding my success to avoid making anyone uncomfortable. I helped financially because I could, and I wanted to support the family I love." My dad shifted uncomfortably. "Well, the way you presented it was very forward, and finding out you were behind those other things. It felt like charity we never asked for." The talk remained in this vein throughout lunch. There was no genuine apology, only explanations and attempts to diminish the gravity of the situation. The implication became clearer. They were here because my public achievement made rejecting me socially unpleasant, not because they had revised their opinion of my value. As we finished our lunch, I came to a decision. "I would like to show you my home. But first, I need to be very clear about something. I will not pretend the dinner never happened. I will not accept being called names or having my choices denigrated. If you want a relationship moving forward, it has to be based on mutual respect." They exchanged eyes, and my father nodded stiffly. "That seems reasonable." When they arrived at my beach property later that afternoon, their looks as they took in the magnificent ocean vista said it all. This tangible evidence of my progress could not be dismissed or minimized. The $20 million valuation was no longer an abstract figure, but rather reflected in beachfront real estate and elegant elegance. "This is quite something," my father said, his voice tense. "Would you like a tour?" I suggested. As I guided them through the house, pointing them the handcrafted artifacts from coastal crafted craftsmen that adorned each room, I realized something significant. Their acceptance, which I had desired for so long, no longer carried the same weight. I was proud of this home and the company that made it possible, regardless of how they reacted. This discovery was possibly the most valuable outcome of their visit, worth more than any apology they could have given. The talk that occurred after my parents' tour of the beach house was painful but important. We sat on the terrace overlooking the ocean, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink that seemed too lovely for such a heated debate. "I want to be clear about something," my father said, his tone more conciliatory than I'd ever heard. "I am sorry for what I said at my birthday. It was uncalled for, regardless of how surprised I was. While the apology was appreciated, it was tempered by a qualification that reduced its significance." His attention remained on his amazement, rather than the damage his comments had caused. "What hurt most," I said softly, "was that those words seemed to reveal how you truly see me, despite everything I have accomplished." My mother reached across the table, indicating toward my hand rather than touching it. "We have always been proud of you, Natalie. We just worried about your future without a degree." "My future is here," I declared, pointing to the property and the business that had made it possible. "I built it without a degree, but with 7 years of working harder than most people ever will. That deserves respect, not condescension." My dad shifted uncomfortably. "The business world can be fickle. Companies rise and fall overnight. We just wanted security for you." "I understand that concern comes from love," I told you, "but there is no perfect security in any path. Plenty of people with degrees struggle financially, while others without formal education thrive. What matters is recognizing there are multiple valid paths to success. The chat lasted several hours as the sun sank and stars appeared over the gulf. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no sobbing group hug that somehow repaired decades of misunderstanding. Instead, we achieved a shaky agreement, a beginning point rather than a conclusion. Moving forward, I said as the party ended, I am open to rebuilding our relationship, but with clear boundaries. I will not accept being demeaned for my educational choices or having my success attributed to luck rather than hard work and skill. My parents consented, but I could see my father's reluctance in his tight grin and the way he qualified his comments. My mother appeared more open, perhaps realizing for the first time the part she had played in permitting the family dynamics that had caused so much suffering. After they returned to Ohio, I reflected on my visit and the road that had brought me here. The mending process was far from complete, but great progress had been made. In the months that followed, I only spoke with my parents once a week, which grew less awkward over time. My relationship with my siblings developed differently. Claire eventually made a real apology for her role in the family dynamics, and we gradually restored a relationship based on adult friendship rather than childhood habits. David stayed distant, occasionally sending holiday pleasantries, but making no genuine attempt to understand or acknowledge the pain done. My personal recovery journey continues with frequent therapy appointments. Dr. Mitchell assisted me in seeing how family trauma had influenced my approach to business and relationships, instilling habits of seeking validation through performance and financial generosity. Success is not a substitute for self-worth, my mother informed me, and family approval cannot be purchased, no matter how much you give. This realization prompted me to set firmer limits in all interactions. I felt more comfortable talking about my successes without downplaying them. I learned to contribute out of true charity, rather than in an attempt to get acceptance. The Entrepreneurship Foundation became the focal point of my philanthropic efforts. Aside from supporting scholarships, I created a mentorship program that connects successful businesses, without traditional credentials, with talented students experiencing similar obstacles. Witnessing their development and achievement provided a deeper sense of happiness than any family approval could. My friend circle in Naples grew, forming a chosen family built on mutual respect and true connection. Our weekly reunions provided a sense of joy and belonging that I had never had in Ohio. These interactions, which I deliberately picked and maintained, showed me what it feels like to have healthy support. The beach house evolved completely over time, with each space representing my unique taste and beliefs rather than generic luxury. The garden thrived with native flora that attracted wildlife. Milo, my rescue dog, found a buddy when I adopted a second dog from the local shelter, a senior retriever named Daisy, whom everyone had overlooked. Running Coastal crafted remotely was such a success that I created flexible work practices for all employees, allowing them to work from anywhere for part of the year. Productivity rose, and employee satisfaction reached all-time highs. 1 year after moving to Florida, I organized a dinner party for my new friends. As we sat around the table on my terrace, watching dolphins frolic in the sunset waves, I thought how drastically my life had changed from that awful night at my parents' place to chosen family. Samantha toasted by raising her glass. And to having the courage to prioritize respect over obligation. The remark perfectly reflected what I had learned on my journey. Family relationships are important, but not at the expense of dignity and self-respect. Success cannot be evaluated merely by degrees or traditional accomplishments, but rather by the people we touch and the good impact we have. Most significantly, I learned that forgiving does not imply forgetting or continuing to tolerate abusive treatment. True forgiveness is an emotional process that involves releasing anger and resentment while keeping healthy boundaries. My tale, like everyone's, is still unfolding. My connection with my parents is constantly changing, sometimes improving and sometimes reverting to old patterns. I maintain my boundaries with compassionate firmness, acknowledging that total comprehension may never be possible but refusing to compromise my self-worth in the pursuit of it. If my experience has taught me anything, it's that your worth is not defined by other people's impressions, especially those clouded by obsolete beliefs and expectations. Success manifests itself in a variety of ways, often unexpectedly, and the most painful rejections can lead to the most true and gratifying future roots. Have you ever had to choose between meeting family expectations and following your own path? Did you confront criticism for your unique approach to success? Please share your experience in the comment section below. If this story spoke to you, remember to like and subscribe, and then share it with others who may be dealing with similar familial situations. Thank you for listening. Take care. Good luck. My ex-wife left me for a better man. He cheated, she lost everything, and now they're begging for help while I earn over $500,000 a year. I recall the precise moment Lily chose to end our marriage. She sat at the kitchen table, mindlessly browsing through her phone. I had just walked in from work, ready to drop my bag and relax, when she looked up and casually remarked, "Derek, I want a divorce." There was no preparation, no softening of the blow, just a brutal, cruel statement delivered as if she were commenting on the weather. I hesitated for a second, unsure whether I had heard her correctly. "Excuse me?" I inquired, my voice composed despite the tempest boiling within me. "I said, I want a divorce," she repeated, her tone implying that I was too sluggish to understand the first time. I should have been outraged, maybe even devastated. Instead, I was astounded by her chutzpah. Divorce, after everything we had gone through together. And the reason is what struck me the hardest. "I can't keep living like this," she said, crossing her arms. "I need someone who actually works, who contributes. This isn't the life I signed up for." I hadn't realized it. Does not work? I wanted to laugh, but I maintained my cool. For years I'd built my profession from the ground up, earning a six-figure salary and preparing us for a future that most people could only dream about. But Lily didn't bother asking about my work. Never showed any interest in how I made money. I suppose she assumed I was just coasting along, barely getting by. I leaned against the counter and studied her. She seemed so sure of herself, so certain that she was making the correct decision. "All right," I replied calmly, laying my suitcase down. She tilted her head in surprise. "All right?" "Yes, Lily. If you want a divorce, I won't stop you." I caught a glimpse of concern on her face, but it was quickly replaced by the smug, self-assured look I'd gotten accustomed to. "Good, because I've already spoken to a lawyer. You'll need to move out by the end of the month. Move out of my house." This woman's nerve was almost funny, but I did not protest. If she wanted me to leave, I would. At least for the time being. "Fair enough," I said, turning to go upstairs. I could feel her gaze on me, waiting for me to scream, beg or argue, but I offered her nothing. In the seclusion of our bedroom, I perched on the edge of the bed and processed the situation. This was not about divorce. This was about power. Lily wanted to feel in control and present me as the failure in our relationship. And perhaps she believed she could persuade me to fight for her, begging for a chance to win her back. But she didn't know me as well as she assumed. The days that followed were a masterclass in passive-aggressive behavior. Lily immediately had a lot to say about everything, even how I folded the clothes and how I spent my evenings. She ridiculed my hobbies, routines, and even how I brewed my coffee. It seemed as if she was attempting to justify her decision by making me the villain. And then there was Ethan, my self-proclaimed best friend. At first I didn't notice how frequently she said his name. "Ethan said this," or "Ethan suggested that," but it was soon evident to her that he was more than simply a buddy. I did not confront her. I wasn't prepared to reveal my hand. Instead, I let her believe she was in control. I led her to believe that I was the passive, clueless husband who couldn't see what was going on right in front of his eyes. One evening, as I was packing a suitcase with a few necessities, Lily leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed and a sneer on her lips. "So, have you figured out where you're going to stay?" she inquired, her tone condescending. I shut the bag and turned to face her. "Don't worry about me, Lily, I'll be fine." She huffed, evidently upset by my cool manner. "Good, because Ethan and I are planning a dinner party here next weekend. It would be awkward if you were still hanging around." "A dinner party? In my house? With my best friend?" The audacity was nearly impressive. "Don't worry," I reassured, shouldering the bag. "I'll be gone long before then." As I moved past her, I noticed her smug look. She believed she had won. She assumed I was slinking away in defeat. But Lily didn't realize she had just handed me the match to light the fuse. If she wanted to burn everything down, I'd let her. And then I'd watch the flames consume both her and Ethan. Sometimes shouting or fighting isn't the greatest way to exact revenge. It's silent. It requires patience. It is allowing the other person to dig their own grave while you silently prepare to bury them in it. And trust me, I was only getting started. Betrayal is a pernicious thing. It makes no grand entrance or display of fireworks. No, it slips in silently, disguised as casual chats and harmless gestures, until one day you wake up to discover that everything you believed was solid has been chipped away. Lily's request for a divorce was the first crack. What followed was a slow breakdown of what I thought I knew about her and Ethan. Yes, Ethan was my best friend, or at least the man who had held that position for many years. I should have seen it coming, but hindsight can be terrible. Initially it was subtle. Lily began invoking Ethan's name more frequently than normal. Ethan said this, or Ethan recommended that, she'd casually say during supper. I would nod, not thinking much about it. After all, he was a good friend to both of us. But as the weeks passed, his name came up in our chats more regularly and with a warmth that made my stomach churn. The first real red flag appeared on a Saturday afternoon. Lily had just returned from one of her meals with Ethan. She was laughing, and her cheeks flushed in a manner I hadn't seen in years. When I inquired what was hilarious, she dismissed me with, "Oh, it's just something Ethan said. You wouldn't get it." I wouldn't get it? When did I start peering in on our marriage from the outside? The solution, I realized, came much earlier than I'd like to admit. I started to notice more. She'd type the texts with a cheeky smirk before hastily locking her phone. She would suddenly dress up more when she had arrangements with Ethan. The explanations that they were only pals or that I was overthinking things. Overthinking. That is the preferred word of any guilty individual attempting to transfer the blame. I still didn't confront her, however. What could have been the point? She'd merely deny it and spin the story to make me appear like the anxious husband who couldn't deal with her having male pals. So I let her believe I was blind, too absorbed with my own affairs to watch hers unraveling. The big blow came when Ethan showed up at my house unexpectedly. I was in the process of packing my life into luggage, as Lily had sweetly requested, when I heard the doorbell. I opened it and was greeted by Ethan's ever-confident grin. He walked in without waiting for an invitation. "Derek, my man," he continued, as if we were still best of friends. "How's it going?" I stared at him, every ounce of patience in my body tested. "What do you want, Ethan?" I inquired, keeping my voice level. He leaned against the wall, carefree and charming. "Just checking in. Lily told me you were moving out, and I thought I'd see if you needed any help." Assistance. From the man who was literally moving into my life. The audacity was nearly astounding. "I've got it handled," I said curtly, returning to my packing. Ethan lingered, and when I looked over, I noticed the wheels churning in his head. He wasn't simply checking in. He was come to make his point and set his claim. "Listen," he began, his voice taking on a tone he undoubtedly felt was genuine. "I know this must be hard for you, but things happen." "Things happen," I repeated, turning to face him directly. I took a hesitant step forward, forcing him to meet my gaze. "Yeah, Ethan. Things do happen, and sometimes they come back to bite you." He faltered for the first time. The arrogant sneer faded, replaced by something almost like uncertainty. I did not wait for him to recover. I returned to my suitcase, clearly dismissing him. "You've always been a cool guy, Derek," he added nervously before going to the door. "No hard feelings, right?" I did not respond. Silence is a strong tool, especially when someone is yearning for a response. Ethan went without saying anything else, and as his car drove away, I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. That night, as I slept in the bed that would soon be mine, I relived the events of the previous few months, missed signals, lies, and betrayal. I could have gotten outraged, confronted them both, and demanded answers. But what would this accomplish? They'd already dismissed me as irrelevant, a footnote in their story. What they didn't comprehend was that I wasn't the passive, naive husband they assumed I was. I had been paying attention, making mental notes, and strategizing my future actions. If Lily and Ethan thought they could walk off into the sunset together without consequences, they were in for a shocking awakening. Because betrayal continues even when the truth is revealed. No, that's when the actual game starts. And as far as I was concerned, this was a game I completely expected to win. Divorce. It's a small word for something so disorganized. It indicates closure, a straightforward conclusion to a convoluted story. But when Lily and I walked into that courtroom, I recognized this was not the end. For her, it was a victory lap, a celebration of what she saw as an enhancement. She arrived prepared to impress, in a fitted outfit that exuded refinement and a confident smile that made my stomach churn. Ethan was not far behind her, hovering like a shadow. He did not enter the courtroom, of course, he would not dare. But the very fact that he was present told me everything I needed to know. Lily wasn't simply divorcing me. She proudly displayed her betrayal. "Derek, let's not drag this out," she urged as we sat across from each other at the negotiating table. "I don't want this to be harder than it needs to be. It's harder than it should be." The irony was not lost on me. she had already made things difficult by stomping on years of marriage as if it were a worn-out rug that she couldn't wait to replace. "I don't plan to," I said calmly, meeting her eyes without flinching. The lawyer outlined the terms. She wanted the house, some furnishings, and a portion of what she believed to be my limited savings. She presumably expected me to resist her, perhaps even plead for a better bargain, but I didn't flinch. I agreed to all terms and signed each form without hesitation. Lily glanced at me, puzzled. "You're okay with all this?" "Why wouldn't I be?" I inquired, keeping my voice light. "It's just stuff, Lily. You can have it." I caught a glimpse of doubt in her expression, but she soon disguised it with a smug smile. She thought she had won, that she was leaving with everything important. What she didn't realize was that the house was not mine to begin with. It was a rental in my name, which I had used as a workstation when I first began freelancing years ago. And the savings she thought she was taking were only a percentage of my total worth. The true money was hidden away in investments, accounts she had no idea existed. As the documents were signed and the process was over, Lily reclined back in her chair, content. "Well, I'm glad we could handle this like adults," she replied, patronizingly. I simply nodded, fighting back the impulse to chuckle. A week later, I packed my possessions and left the house she sorely desired. I gave her everything she asked for: furniture, decor, even pricey kitchen appliances she'd never used. It was not worth the effort to take any of it. Let her have her goodies. Ethan, of course, wasted no time settling in. A neighbor texted me a photo of him unloading boxes into the house, and Lily was standing on the porch with the same smug expression on her face. They probably thought they were creating the ideal little life together, fully unconscious of the storm looming just outside their view. What Lily didn't realize was that I had already been gathering evidence of her affair with Ethan months before the divorce. Photos, text messages, and even a GPS history reveal their frequent lunches at a neighboring hotel. And, while I could have used it to disrupt the divorce process, I chose against it. Why? Because dragging this out in court would simply prolong the drama, and I desired something far more rewarding. I expected karma to take its course, and I wanted front row seats when it did. In the weeks that followed, I adjusted to my new life. My profession continued to prosper, and my salary increased even more as new chances arose. Meanwhile, Lily and Ethan were showing off their love around town, sure they were the picture of happiness. I did not react. I did not call. I did not text. My quiet was deafening, and I knew it was going to wear them down soon. One day I got a message from a mutual buddy. "Derek, did you know Lily is throwing a housewarming party? She and Ethan are really leaning into this whole thing." I was just having a laugh. Of course they were. Lily was the type that sought validation from others and thrived on the appearance of accomplishment. She had no idea that her shining new life was constructed on a foundation of falsehoods, and that foundation was already beginning to crack. As I sat in my new apartment that evening, looking out at the city skyline, I couldn't help but feel peaceful. Lily believed she had won, but she had no idea what she had actually lost. And while Ethan was about to realize that taking something that wasn't his comes with a cost, I wasn't in a rush. Revenge, after all, is best served cold, and I was only getting started. I am not sure what Lily expected when she and Ethan agreed to make their relationship official. Perhaps she imagined a picture-perfect life filled with weekend brunches, romantic getaways, and the excitement of a new romance. If so, she was in for a harsh revelation. It did not take long for cracks to appear. Naturally, I maintained silence. There was no reason to intervene. They were excavating their own graves perfectly fine without my assistance. The first indication of problems came from whispers among mutual acquaintances. A friend told me that Lily and Ethan were already straining to sustain their new fantasy life. "She's throwing all these dinner parties just to show off," my pal added. "But I hear Ethan's been overspending, and they're behind on the bills." I was not surprised. Ethan has always been the type of person who preferred the lifestyle over the work. He enjoyed costly clothing, showy automobiles, and excellent meals, but he lacked the discipline and revenue to support it. Lily clearly didn't realize she had swapped financial stability for a showman with little substance. Then there was the talk about their disagreements. They were not the pair everyone assumed they were. People discussed the shouting battles that could be heard through the walls of their rental home. Yes, rented. Lily's house, which she had been so proud of accepting after the divorce, was no longer there. She'd been forced to sell it since she couldn't afford the upkeep. One day, I received a call from an old neighbor. "Derek, you won't believe this," she exclaimed, barely containing her laughter. "Lily and Ethan had the landlord banging on their door this morning. They're behind on rent." I leaned back in my chair, a smile growing across my face. "Oh, how far behind?" "3 months," she answered. "They're trying to act like it's no big deal, but you can tell they're struggling." It was rather poetic actually. The life they had so proudly built on betrayal was collapsing under the weight of their own conceit. Meanwhile, I concentrated on my personal life. My income had increased dramatically after the divorce, and I was busier than ever with new initiatives and opportunities. I put myself into my work, creating something genuine and long-lasting, while Lily and Ethan struggled with their hollow love. Then, unexpectedly, Lily reached out. She texted me one evening, pretending to be pleasant. "Hello Derek. I hope you are doing well. I just wanted to check in and see how things were going for you." I glanced at the message for a time, unsure whether to answer. I could sense the underlying desperation in her remarks. She was not checking in. She was fishing. Nonetheless, I chose to play along. "Things are going well, Lily," I said. "Business is growing. How about you?" Her reaction arrived shortly. "Oh, Ethan and I are doing fine. We're making do with a limited budget." I nearly laughed. Managing. That was being generous. The real kicker arrived a week later. I was leaving a client meeting when I noticed Lily waiting outside the building. She looked different, tired, worried, and nowhere near as put together as she once was. "Derek," she said, her voice filled with something I hadn't heard from her in years: uncertainty. I approached her, adopting a neutral attitude. "Lily, what brings you here?" She hesitated and fiddled with the strap of her purse. I wanted to talk. Things have been tough lately, and I thought maybe we could catch up." Catch up? I knew precisely what she wanted, but I wasn't going to make things easy for her. "I'm a little busy," I said. "But I hope things improve for you." She tried a grin, but I could see the fissures underneath. As I went away, I couldn't help but feel satisfied. This was karma at its best. Lily and Ethan thought they were trading up, but they didn't comprehend the cost of their decisions. Now they were trapped in a life they couldn't afford, fighting to maintain appearances as the walls closed in around them. What is the best part? I didn't need to lift a finger. They had done this to themselves, and I was pleased to see from afar while they harvest what they had sowed. Their pristine little world was collapsing, and I hadn't even begun my payback yet. The thing about retribution is that it does not always have to be loud. Sometimes the sweetest successes are those that require no words. Simply tell the truth, and the outcomes will speak for themselves. This is exactly what I did. I was prospering as I watched Lily and Ethan's carefully created fantasy existence dissolve while they were preoccupied with maintaining their beauty. My work had taken off in ways I had not anticipated. Deals were closing left and right, and my annual revenue had risen to more than $533,000. I was not only doing well, I was blossoming. But I kept it secret. There was no need to boast about my success. Lily had already discarded me as the unproductive man, and I was content to let her believe that. Why correct her when her ignorance worked so well in my favor? Instead of focusing on them, I directed all of my attention inward. I updated my flat to a sleek, modern space in the middle of the city, reflecting my new existence. Floor-to-ceiling windows, sophisticated technology, and a stunning perspective of the skyline. It was a home made by my own efforts, free of the anger and treachery that had soiled the previous one. My days were packed with meetings, initiatives, and opportunities that kept me focused and involved. My nights were for me. I started going out more, reconnecting with old acquaintances and meeting new ones. Life felt lighter, more open, and full of possibilities. Of course, Lily was not entirely absent. Every now and then, I'd get a text or hear from common acquaintances about her and Ethan's latest problems: unpaid bills, disputes, and rising debt. Apparently, they attempted to throw a dinner party at the rental, only to have the electricity turned off in the middle of the evening because they had not paid the energy bill. "Derek," a friend said as they talked, "you should have seen it." Lily was mortified. Ethan tried to play it off like it was a mistake, but everyone knew what was really going on. I did not laugh, however. I simply nodded, letting the satisfaction flood over me. This wasn't about schadenfreude or pointing out their failures. It was all about balance. They had tilted the scales with their betrayal, and now life was balancing them out. One day, I ran into Ethan in a coffee shop. He appeared tired, his previously polished appearance replaced by something more unkempt. He didn't notice me at first, so I had a time to observe. He crouched over his laptop, his brow strained, scrolling through what appeared to be job postings. When he finally looked up to see me, his countenance changed. There was no smugness or bravado, only a glimmer of embarrassment. "Derek," he replied, standing awkwardly. "Ethan," I said calmly. "How's it going?" He hesitated, his gaze darting around as if looking for an exit. "Good, just busy with work and all that." "Work, huh?" I asked, lifting an eyebrow. "That's good to hear." He chuckled uneasily, but not with his eyes. "Yeah. Keeping busy. You know how it is." I simply nodded, allowing the silence to stretch between us. He shuffled uneasily before muttered something about needing to return to his chores and quickly excused himself. That interaction revealed everything I needed to know. Ethan was struggling, and Lily's lovely new life was not as idyllic as she had thought. Lily's texts increased in frequency over the course of several weeks. They were vague at first, simply checking in or wishing you well. But I understood what they actually meant. She was testing the waters to see whether I would be willing to help her out. I ignored most of them. The handful I did react to were brief and courteous, leaving her with little to work with. Her texts quickly grew more blunt. "Derek, I understand we've had our disagreements, but I could really use a friend right now." "A friend?" The irony was not lost on me. She had dumped me like yesterday's news, but now that her glossy new life was collapsing, she needed a lifeline. I didn't respond. Not out of spite, but because I owed her nothing. Lily had made her decisions, and she now lived with them. My silence spoke volumes. While she and Ethan struggled to keep their heads above water, I soared. Opportunities kept coming. My investments were thriving. My life was full with tranquility and purpose. I did not need to confront Lily or Ethan. I didn't have to rant, accuse, or demand apologies. My achievement, my happiness, was my revenge. And the best part? They were fully aware of this. They saw it in every ignored message, every rumor about my success, and every interaction in which I left with my head held high as they hurried to pick up the pieces. It wasn't simply about getting even. It was about showing to myself that I could rise above everything. And I had, quietly, boldly, and totally. Lily and Ethan's downfall did not involve an explosion. It was a slow, crumbling disaster of their own making. I watched it unfold from afar, hearing bits and pieces from common connections and seeing the occasional social media post. Each fresh update provided a clearer picture. They were drowning in their own arrogance, and the water was rising rapidly. At first, Lily attempted to maintain appearances. She continued to share photos of herself and Ethan at fine restaurants, trips that appeared far more luxurious than they were, and snippets of their idyllic life. But the cracks were beginning to appear. Dinners grew less regular, vacations were non-existent, and the grins in their images appeared forced. Then came the murmurs. People began to notice that Lily was no longer as put together as she once was. Her once perfect hair and fancy clothes were being replaced by more affordable alternatives. Ethan, the ever-flashy showman, was now reusing clothing he'd barely worn once. It wasn't long before the rumors evolved into direct updates. One day, a mutual friend called and told me the news. "Derek, you'll love this," she remarked, hardly holding back her laughter. "Lily and Ethan are in some deep trouble. Apparently they're months behind on their rent." I lifted an eyebrow in surprise, but not shock. "Rent? I thought they owned that house." "Not even close," she replied. "They've been renting it this whole time. Word is they're on the verge of being evicted." I gave a tiny chuckle. It was poetic justice, really. Lily had battled so hard to get that house in the divorce, only to discover she couldn't afford to retain it. The financial woes did not end there. Another buddy reported that Ethan was laid off from his work. He was still appearing to have everything under control, but it was evident that he was struggling. Lily, for all of her concerns about me not working, had never worked a real job. Their idyllic life was crumbling under the weight of rising debt and a lack of income. One evening, when I was sipping coffee and scrolling through emails, Lily texted me. "Derek, I really want to talk to you. It's important." I glanced at the message for a long time before typing my response. "Is everything okay?" Her reply came almost immediately. "Not really. Ethan and I are going through a hard stretch, and I was hoping you might help. Just a small loan to see us through." A loan from me? I couldn't stop laughing at the irony. She'd abandoned me, mocked me, and flaunted her new relationship with Ethan, and now she wanted my aid. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, "but I'm afraid I can't help. I'm confident you will figure it out." Her response was delayed this time, and I could almost feel her frustration through the screen. "Derek, please, just once. You don't need to make it a huge issue." I did not bother answering, there was nothing left to say. Lily and Ethan had made their bed and were now lying on it. The next piece of news arrived a week later. Lily and Ethan had been officially evicted. The landlord, evidently tired of their excuses, had given them a strict deadline, which they had failed to meet. They were compelled to move into a small, dilapidated apartment on the outskirts of town. "Derek, I wish you could see it," the same mutual acquaintance said on the phone. "It's such a far cry from the life they were pretending to have. Lily's barely holding it together, and Ethan looks like he's aged 10 years. I did not gloat. I did not need to. Their failure was not because of me. It was about the implications of their own decisions. Lily had given up a life of security and support for a fantasy that couldn't endure reality. And Ethan, well, he was getting exactly what he sowed. However, the most telling indicator occurred during another unexpected encounter. I ran into Lily at a grocery shop with her basket full of store-brand necessities. She looked up, noticed me, and froze. "Derek," she murmured with a trembling voice. "Lily," I responded, keeping my tone calm. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. She appeared defeated. The confident, cocky lady who had requested a divorce and boasted about her affair was nowhere to be found. "I hope you're doing well," I murmured, breaking the stillness. She nodded hurriedly, her gaze slipping away. "You too," she said, wheeling her cart down the aisle. As I watched her walk away, I couldn't help but experience a peculiar spectrum of feelings. Satisfaction, definitely, but also sorrow. Lily made her decisions, and they led her here. This was the life she had battled so hard to build, and now she was locked inside. I did not need to say or do anything to make her regret her actions. Life has already taken care of it for me. And as I walked out of the store that day, I realized that karma doesn't always require a push. It simply takes time. Everything quickly came to a head. I knew what was coming. It was inevitable. People like Lily and Ethan do not handle repercussions well. When their carefully crafted facade of prosperity begins to disintegrate, they lash out, looking for someone to blame, or someone to save them. One morning, while I was wrapping up a client conversation, my phone lit up with a number that I hadn't stored. But I knew it. Lily. For a moment, I pondered letting it ring out, but curiosity got the best of me. I picked up, keeping my voice quiet. "Derek speaking?" Her voice was tight, about to snap. "Derek, we need to talk." I sighed and leaned back in my chair. "About what, Lily?" There was a pause, as if she was searching for the appropriate words. "About everything. About Ethan. About us." I raised an eyebrow, but she couldn't see it. "Us. The nerve of this woman. Lily, there is no us. That ended the day you handed me divorce papers. What's this really about?" She paused again, her voice lowered. "We're struggling, Derek. Things haven't been easy since everything happened. I just thought maybe we could talk. Maybe you could help." Help. There it was. The true reason she called. "Help with what?" I inquired, pretending ignorance. "Financially," she conceded, her tone tinged with forced humility. "Just a loan to get us back on our feet." I couldn't help but laugh. "Lily, you left me because you thought I wasn't good enough, that I didn't work hard enough or make enough money for you. And now you want me to fix the mess you made?" Her voice tightened, and defensiveness crept in. "You don't understand. Ethan and I just hit a rough patch." "A rough patch," I interrupted her. "Lily, you made your choice. You left me for Ethan, thinking he was the better option, and now you want me to clean up after you? Not a chance." She began to complain, but I stopped her. "You wanted to be free, Lily, free of me, free of my lack of ambition, so enjoy that freedom. I have no interest in being your safety net." I hung up before she could reply. The following interaction was not over the phone. It was in person. A week later, Lily arrived at my office unexpectedly. She appeared stressed, her previously polished looks transformed by something far more desperate. "Derek," she exclaimed, walking into my office despite my assistant's attempts to stop her. "We need to talk." I leaned back in my chair and folded my arms. "You've got 2 minutes. Make it count." She launched into a tirade about how horrible things had been for her and Ethan, how the world had treated them unfairly, and how she was only asking for a simple favor. "Lily," I quipped, "you made your decisions. You left me for Ethan, thinking you were upgrading your life. How's that working out for you?" Her face reddened with rage and shame. "Derek, I know I hurt you, but you don't have to be so cruel. I thought you were better than this." "Better than this?" I asked, laughing. You thought I was a failure, Lily. You thought I wasn't good enough. Now you're here begging me for help because your perfect life isn't so perfect after all. I owe you nothing." Just then, as if the world wanted to emphasize the point, Ethan came in. He must have followed her since his timing was too good to be coincidental. He appeared even worse than Lily, unkempt, agitated, and plainly out of his element. "Derek," he said, attempting to be nonchalant, but his voice was unsteady. "Can we talk man to man?" I rose up and walked around my desk to meet him. "Man to man," I repeated. "You mean the same way you talked to me while sleeping with my wife behind my back? Save it, Ethan." He winced, but pressed on. "Look, we made mistakes, but Lily and I are in a tough spot, and we thought maybe you'd be willing to help us out. Just a loan, something small." I shook my head and laughed again. "Unbelievable. You betrayed me, lied to me, and now you want me to bail you out? The audacity is impressive, I'll give you that." Ethan's cheeks flushed hot, and his hands balled into fists at his sides. "You don't have to be a jerk about it, Derek." I moved closer, my voice low but forceful. "I don't owe you anything, Ethan. You made your bed, now lie in it." Lily reached out and pleaded. "Please, Derek, we're desperate." I turned to her and spoke calmly but coldly. "Desperation doesn't erase betrayal. Lily, you both made your choices, and now you're living with them. This conversation is over." Without saying anything, I moved to the door and opened it, beckoning for them to leave. They stayed there for a moment, shocked, before moving out, their heads lowered. As the door shut behind them, I felt a sense of completion. They felt they could influence or shame me into assisting them, but I was no longer the man they thought they knew. This was not simply about vengeance. This was about standing strong, recognizing my worth, and refusing to let those who had failed me bring me down. And as I sat back at my desk, I couldn't stop smiling. They thought they had broken me. Instead, they'd freed me. The beauty of treachery is that it has the ability to turn on itself. Ethan and Lily felt they could escape the mess they had made by banding together. However, the gaps in their relationship began to widen into full-blown fractures. It was almost lyrical to see them crumble beneath the weight of their own choices. The first indication came from a mutual acquaintance, Naomi, who always seemed to have her ear to the ground. She called me one afternoon, her voice full of gossip. "Derek, you're not going to believe this," she told him. "What now, Naomi?" I responded, amused by her dramatic tone. "It seems Ethan has been, how should I put this, seeing someone else." I laughed, a genuine belly laugh that I hadn't had in a while. "Seeing someone else? Are you serious?" "Dead serious," she remarked. "Apparently Lily caught him texting another woman, some young thing from his new job, if you can believe it." I shake my head. The irony was so thick, I could taste it. Ethan, the man who had betrayed me and Lily, was now betraying her in the same way. Karma did not simply catch up with them, it ran them over. The fallout was fast. Lily, who had always been cocky and confident, was now caught off guard. According to what I heard, she confronted Ethan in a very public setting, screaming at him in the middle of a cafe. He tried to brush it off, Naomi explained, loving every detail. Said it wasn't a big deal, and Lily completely lost it. She threw her coffee at him. I could almost see it. Lily, the same lady who once boasted about leaving me for a better man, is now down to tossing lattes in public. It seemed almost too good to be true. But it did not end there. The woman Ethan had been texting was not a casual affair. He'd met her at his new work, and she was everything Lily wasn't: young, reckless, and uninterested in settling down. Ethan, being the impetuous moron he was, convinced himself that she was worth sacrificing everything for. Lily, of course, did not take the treachery calmly. She sought explanations. I demanded that Ethan clean up the mess he'd created. But Ethan was Ethan, and repairing things was never his strong tea. Instead, he doubled back, blaming Lily for their financial problems and accusing her of being overly demanding. Their disputes were the buzz of the town. Neighbors reported hearing yelling battles late at night. More than one friend described unpleasant occasions in which Lily burst into tears in the middle of a conversation. Ethan eventually moved away, leaving Lily in their filthy flat with no method of paying the rent. She contacted me again during this period, her voice quivering with rage and desperation. "Derek," she began, without bothering with pleasantries. "You were right about Ethan. He's a liar and a cheat, and I can't believe I trusted him." I leaned back in my chair and let her rant. I could have given her sympathy or said something conciliatory, but where was the fun in that? "Lily," I replied after she paused for breath. "You made your choice. You chose Ethan over me, thinking he was the better man. How's that working out for you?" She remained silent for a moment. On the other end of the line, I could hear her breathing heavily. Finally, she murmured, "I don't need your lectures, Derek. I need your help." "No," I responded firmly. "What you need is to learn to live with the consequences of your decisions." She hung up with me after that. According to what I learned later, Ethan did not return. He moved in with his new girlfriend, who soon found he was just as unstable as Lily. Last I heard, he was couch surfing, unable to maintain a job or a relationship. Lily, on the other hand, was left to pick up the pieces of her broken existence. She had no work, no funds, and no one else to turn to. Her family had grown bored of her incessant drama, and even her friends had begun to drift apart. The life she had fought so hard to create with Ethan had crumbled to ash. And I didn't have to move a finger. Karma had completed all of the work for me. There's a certain thrill in knowing that people like Lily and Ethan will eventually destroy themselves. They believe they are cunning, that they can deceive and betray their way to happiness. However, life has a way of humbling them. And while they were fighting, I was thriving. My work was booming, my life was tranquil, and my future seemed brighter than ever. They say that living well is the best form of payback, and by that standard, I had won. The odd thing about hitting rock bottom, when you're the one betrayed, humiliated, and rejected, is that you realize how resilient you truly are. For me, divorce was not the end. This was the beginning. A new start camouflaged as catastrophe. Lily and Ethan had destroyed the bridge behind them, but I was already constructing a better one ahead. Following the divorce, I made a pledge to myself that I would not let their betrayal define me. I'd soar beyond it. Not for retribution, but for my own peace. And this is exactly what I did. The first stage involved investing in myself. I updated my apartment to a beautiful penthouse in the city center. Floor-to-ceiling windows, simple furniture, and a vista that reminded me every day of how far I had come. It wasn't simply a place to live. It was a statement, a representation of my new existence. My formerly solid career began to flourish in unexpected ways. Freed from the stress of Lily's incessant criticisms and Ethan's backstabbing, I refocused on my work. Clients noticed. New contracts flowed in. My annual income has surged, reaching $513,000 and growing. Then there were unexpected chances. My skill and reputation in my profession resulted in lecture engagements, collaborations, and investment opportunities. Every accomplishment seemed like a tiny win, a reminder that I was more than the man Lily had dismissed. Socially, I started rebuilding as well. Old acquaintances who had drifted apart over the years reconnected. New friends entered my life. People who valued me for who I was, rather than what they could get from me. I began attending events, networking with like-minded people, and even taking the odd weekend trip for fun. However, the most major alteration was internal. I learned to value myself in ways I hadn't previously. For years, I had devoted so much work to keeping Lily happy, attempting to match her unreasonable expectations, that I had lost sight of my own worth. Now I was reclaiming it. Therapy was also helpful. I won't pretend I did anything on my own. Talking to someone objective, someone who could help me comprehend the betrayal and ongoing anger, was priceless. My therapist once told me, "Derek, you're not responsible for other people's decisions, you're only responsible for how you react to them." Those words became my motto. Then there was my creative side. I had always dabbled in writing and photography, but now I had the time and energy to pursue both properly. I established a blog, which is half personal journal, part professional thoughts, and it soon gathered traction. People connected with my tale of rebuilding, of turning suffering into progress. Every now and then, I heard rumors about Lily and Ethan. Their downhill fall had become something of a cautionary tale in our former circle of acquaintances. The latest reports were always the same: more debt, drama, and remorse. "Derek," a mutual acquaintance once commented over coffee, "I don't know how you're so calm about all this. If I were in your shoes, I'd be furious." I shrugged. What's the point? They're living their karma. I don't need to add to it. And it was true. Watching them struggle while I succeeded was not only pleasant, but also liberating. I didn't need to seek vengeance or harbor anger. I was too busy living happily. However, there were times of introspection. Late at night, peering out at the city lights from my penthouse, I'd reflect on everything I'd gone through: betrayal, heartache, and wrath. It had not been simple to move on, but I had done so. In the process, I discovered a side of myself I didn't know existed. Stronger, wiser, more confident. Life continued to throw problems at me, as it always does. But I approached each one with clarity and resilience that I had never experienced before. Losing Lily and Ethan was awful, but in retrospect, it was the best thing that had happened to me. They didn't just leave, they had released me. Every day seemed like progress. I was not simply surviving, I was thriving. And the best part, I did not need anyone's approval to prove it. I had created a life I was proud of, surrounded by people who appreciated me and full of exciting chances. My universe was brighter, larger, and better than anything Lily or Ethan could have dreamed. And as far as I was concerned, the chapter with them had over. This was my story now, and I was writing it just the way I wanted. Parents left me in foster care for a beach life at 12. At 23, they were begging me for help. So I kicked them out of my graduation party. My name is Noah and I'm 24. But this story begins years ago, when I was just 12. Back then I felt my family was quite average, or what I considered to be typical. We weren't rich, but we had a decent house and clothes, and everything looked to be going well. Diane and Russell, my parents, acted as if nothing was wrong. Well, until it was. Then there was my sister Lily. Lily was the golden child, you know the type. Teachers adored her. Her parents could not stop gushing about her. If she sneezed that much, it was regarded as a masterpiece. Me? I was only Noah. It wasn't that I was a bad kid, but everything I did was just background noise. Lily received the fridge space for her drawings, while I got a slap on the back and a "that's nice, Noah." And the truth is, I didn't resent Lily for it. It wasn't her fault they treated her like a trophy and me as if I didn't exist, but it made me feel unimportant. Anyway, the day everything came apart began very routinely. I was in my room, playing with some old action figures that I hadn't completely outgrown yet. Diane then summoned me downstairs in that strange voice parents use when they're trying to appear calm, but you can tell something's up. I figured I had left the milk out or forgotten to do a task. When I walked into the living room, Russell and Diane were both sitting on the couch, looking far too serious to be discussing milk. "Sit down, Noah," Russell instructed, motioning to the chair across from them. His tone was tight, as if this were a meeting rather than a family talk. Diane, on the other hand, was doing her best to be empathetic, but something felt odd. I sat down, confused. Diane took a big breath and stated, "Noah, we need to talk about something important." My immediate reaction was that somebody had died. Perhaps it was a grandfather I scarcely knew. But then Russell stated, "We've had some financial difficulties and can't afford to take care of you anymore." At first, I assumed I had misheard him. "What do you mean can't afford to take care of me? Am I some kind of subscription you're canceling?" I just gazed at them, trying to absorb what he'd said. But Diane kept going. "It's not your fault, sweetie. This is something we've been struggling with for a while, and we had to make a really hard decision." A difficult decision, right? They made it sound as if they were considering which cable package to keep, not whether or not to abandon their child. I inquired what they meant, hoping it wasn't what it sounded like. Diane stated that they had found me a foster home, but it was just temporary. She continued uttering that word as if it was meant to make me feel better. "Why can't Lily go to the foster home?" I said. I was desperate to comprehend. Diane's face grew chilly for a short second before she said, "Lily's in school, Noah. She needs stability." Stability? As if I didn't? Russell interjected before I could say anything else. "This isn't about choosing one of you over the other, it's about what makes the most sense right now." I started crying, and it wasn't the silent type. It was ugly. Full-fledged crying. Because how else would a 12-year-old react when told his parents are giving up on him? Diane attempted to hug me, but I pulled her away. "Why are you doing this?" I asked again. But all they did was regurgitate the same rehearsed phrases about difficult decisions and financial troubles. The following day, they prepared a tiny bag for me and drove me to the foster home. The ride there was quiet. Not the kind of quiet where people are deep in concentration, but the kind where the tension is palpable in every breath. I continued staring at them, expecting that one of them would crack, glance back at me and say, "This is a mistake. You're returning home." But they didn't. When we arrived at the house, I waited in the car for a bit, thinking they'd change their minds. Russell turned around and said, "Come on, Noah. Let's get this over with." as if it were a duty he merely wanted to mark off his list. I got out of the car, clutching the duffel bag they had packed for me. The foster parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, were standing at the entrance. They appeared pleasant, but I scarcely noticed them. All I could think of was that my parents were ready to leave me there. Diane knelt in front of me and said, "We love you, Noah. This isn't goodbye forever. Just give it some time, okay?" She kissed my forehead, but it didn't seem reassuring. It felt as if someone had stamped a returned label on me. Russell shook my hand. Neither a hug nor a handshake. Like I was a distant cousin he hardly knew. Then they were gone. I stood on the porch, watching their car disappear down the street, my chest feeling heavier by the second. I kept thinking, they'll be back. They need to come back. However, they didn't. That night I kept repeating the day in my mind. What did I do wrong? Was I not good enough? Why Lily, not me? Those questions stayed with me for weeks. The worst part was that I had no answers. All I had was their word that this would be transitory. Even though I wanted to believe it, I had a nagging feeling that I'd never see them again. Looking back, I understood that was when everything changed. It wasn't simply about their departure. It was about how they left as if I were a burden they were relieved to get rid of. But at 12, I didn't have the words to process it. All I knew was that my parents had driven away and I was alone. Over the next 3 days, the Bennetts attempted to make me feel at ease. Mrs. Bennett prepared pancakes for breakfast every morning. Mr. Bennett would occasionally enter my room and ask me random trivia questions. Despite their attempts, I was not ready to trust them or anybody else. My parents had promised me that this was just temporary, so I clung to it like a lifeline. I kept telling myself that they would call, explain everything, and I'd be home before I knew it. But days slipped into weeks, weeks into years, and they said nothing. It wasn't until I returned to school that I realized how serious my position was. Kids at school noticed I was new and asked me a variety of questions. Where are you from? Why did you relocate here? I didn't have enough energy to explain the reality, so I made up vague replies like, "Oh, my parents are working in another state for a while." Just saying those words made my lips bitter. One afternoon after school, I sat in the Bennett's living room scrolling through my phone while avoiding schoolwork. That's when I made the mistake of searching for my parents online. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, maybe just an indication that they were still thinking about me. What I discovered instead knocked the wind out of me. They were smiling on a beach with the ocean behind them, appearing happier than I had ever seen them. The caption accompanying the photo said, "Finally living our dream life." As I looked through their photos, my stomach turned. Pictures of exotic holidays, expensive dinners, and, of course, Lily. She appeared in almost every shot, usually front and center, with comments like, "Our amazing daughter." It was as if I did not exist. The longer I scrolled, the angrier I became. They said they couldn't afford to keep me, but here they were, living like influencers. And Lily was not in foster care like me. She was still among them, smiling at the camera as if everything was fine. I felt as if my head was spinning. They hadn't simply abandoned me. They had obliterated me. What struck me the most was not simply the images. It was a travel blog. Yep, they had a blog where they documented their path to freedom. They wrote about how letting go of worldly stuff, or myself, had given them insight. I went down to the comments, but this time something stuck out. There was a comment from an account without a profile photo. It was written, "Must be nice running away and leaving everything behind. Hope it doesn't catch up to you." I frowned. The comments felt cutting, as if they were meant to cut through whatever shiny picture Russell and Diane were attempting to present. My thoughts raced. What did the commenter mean by leaving everything behind? Were they discussing me or something else entirely? I clicked on the comment, but the account was private, and their profile image was simply a blank gray circle. I continued to browse down the page, hoping for more. In another photo of Diane enjoying a tropical drink, someone wrote, "Guess skipping town was worth it after all." My chest clenched as I focused on the words. Leaving town? Why would somebody say that? I read through more comments, but nothing was as pointed as those two. Most people congratulated them and expressed how inspiring their lifestyle was. I wanted to shout at those folks for not seeing beyond the facade. I could not let it go. Are those comments from random trolls? Or do they know something I don't? Russell and Diane were used to lying. They had informed me that they couldn't afford to care for me, but this was clearly not true. Was there more to it? I couldn't quit thinking about the questions. But what could I do? I didn't have access to their history or secrets. All I could do was stew on those mysterious words, wondering what else they were hiding. I closed my laptop, my hands trembling. It was more than just the lies they told me. It was about how they didn't even feel sorry. They were out there living their best lives, while I was here trying to figure out how to live without them. That night at dinner, the Bennetts sensed something was wrong. I wasn't very covert about my mood. "Are you okay, Noah?" Mr. Bennett said, setting down his fork. "Yeah," I murmured, unwilling to get into it. But Mrs. Bennett was not the sort to take things lightly. "You don't have to tell us if you're not ready, but if something's bothering you, we're here," she replied softly. I glanced at them, these individuals who hardly knew me but seemed to care more than my own parents had. For some reason, I broke. I told them everything, the blog, the photos, and the captions. I anticipated them to tell me to stop looking or that it wasn't important, but they didn't. Mrs. Bennett simply listened, her eyes filled with the quiet sympathy I was still adjusting to. Mr. Bennett, however, appeared enraged. "You have every right to be angry," he stated, leaning forward. "What they did to you, that's not on you. That's on them, and don't let anyone make you think otherwise." It wasn't a big speech, but it hit me. For the first time, someone admitted that what had transpired was not my fault. Over the next 2 weeks, I became more accustomed to life with the Bennetts. They were not flawless, but they were consistent. They inquired about my day, assisted me with my homework, and encouraged me to try new activities. I even started to open up at school, joining a few groups and meeting friends. But my resentment of my parents persisted. If anything, it expanded. But I knew one thing. I would not let their decision define me. So I started joining school clubs. Not because I suddenly wanted to be the most social kid on the planet, but because I needed to keep myself busy. I joined the debate team first. I figured I was used to debating thanks to Russell and Diane, so why not put it to use? It turns out that I was pretty excellent at it. Then I took a part-time job. Mr. Bennett had been hinting for weeks that I may like to spend some money, so I relented and applied at a neighborhood bookstore. It wasn't flashy, but I liked being surrounded by books and people who were willing to talk about them. Furthermore, it provided me with a small taste of independence. Every payment seemed like a step toward a future that was uniquely mine. Somewhere along the way, I met Marco. Marco treated me like a regular child, not a charity case. When I told him about my parents, he merely nodded and said, "That's messed up, man. Want to play video games?" When I got home from school one afternoon, I noticed that the house was unusually quiet. Mrs. Bennett would usually be in the kitchen, humming along to an oldies song while Mr. Bennett worked on something in the garage. However, this time I heard hushed conversations coming from the dining room. I paused in the corridor, just out of sight, straining to listen. "Should we tell him?" said Mrs. Bennett, her voice low and hesitant. "He has the right to know," Mr. Bennett responded. "If it's about him, we can't keep it a secret. It'll just upset him. He's doing so well right now," she told me. I stepped closer. What exactly were they talking about? "We should at least wait until we know more," Mrs. Bennett said. "This letter doesn't explain much. It could be nothing." I leaned against the wall, my heart racing. Is this a letter about me? Before I could figure out how to inquire without sounding like I was eavesdropping, Mr. Bennett groaned. "Fine, we'll wait. But if they contact us again, we have to come clean." I heard footsteps approaching the living room and quickly ducked into the kitchen, claiming I had just walked in. Mrs. Bennett smiled at me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Later that night, when everyone was asleep, I sneaked into the dining room. I knew I shouldn't spy, but I couldn't stop myself. On the table was a stack of mail, and near the bottom I noticed an envelope with my name on it. I hesitated to pick it up. The return address was from a law firm. As I opened it and read the first few lines, my stomach churned. To whom it may concern, this is a notice regarding unresolved debts associated with Gregory and Diane. As Noah's guardians, we require all pertinent documents addressing the family's financial status during. I paused reading, my hands trembling. Debts? Was this what Russell and Diane had been running from? Had they dismissed me not because they couldn't afford me, but because they couldn't accept their own mistakes? I tucked the letter back into the envelope and returned it to the stack, attempting to make it appear that I had not touched it. My thoughts raced. I wasn't sure what to do with this information. But one thing was clear. Russell and Diane had been lying about more than just their financial problems. By the age of 16, things began to make sense. I'd been working hard in school, juggling my job and extracurricular activities, and it was paying off. My grades were strong, and my debate coach told me I had a good chance of receiving a scholarship. That was the first time I allowed myself to picture a future that did not include my parents or their problems. It felt freeing, actually. The scholarship became a reality. I still recall the day I received the letter. I applied on a whim, believing there was little chance I'd get it. When I opened the package and saw the words "full ride," I could not believe it. I dashed downstairs to show the Bennetts, who were literally beaming with delight. Mrs. Bennett grabbed me tightly, and Mr. Bennett repeatedly said, "I knew it. I knew you could do it." That night, I decided to post the news on social media. I wasn't usually one to disclose personal information, but this seemed like a time worth celebrating. I wrote something short and sweet about how hard effort pays off and how grateful I was for the help I had received. The remarks started coming in almost immediately. Friends from school, teachers, and even random classmates that I hardly knew. However, there was one comment that made my stomach drop. It came from Diane. "We're so proud of you, Noah. Let's reconnect soon." Proud of myself? After everything? I stared at the comment for what felt like an eternity, my rage rising to the surface again. They didn't just make a comment. It was so casual, as if we were distant relatives who had lost touch, rather than parents who had entirely abandoned their son. I did not respond. What could I possibly say? Instead, I deleted their comments and blocked them both. That's when I understood I didn't need their approval or guilt trips. The scholarship gave me a renewed feeling of purpose. I poured myself even deeper into my studies, determined to prove to myself, and perhaps to them, that I could succeed without their assistance. Mr. Bennett began teaching me little financial literacy lessons, which I found interesting. He showed me how to save, budget, and set long-term goals. It wasn't flashy, but it was practical and offered me a sense of power that I hadn't experienced before. With their support, I began instructing younger pupils after school. It was not something I had ever imagined myself doing, but it turned out I had a talent for describing things in a way that made sense. Plus, it felt wonderful to aid suffering kids, especially since I knew what it was like to be left behind. One day, during one of our tutoring sessions, Marco inquired about my ultimate aim. "Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years?" he asked, reclining back in his chair as if it were the most simple question in the world. I paused for a second before responding. "I just want to be stable, you know? Like, have my own place, my own life, and not feel like I'm relying on anyone else." "That's solid," he remarked, grinning. "But don't forget to have some fun along the way." Marco's remarks stayed with me. I realized I had been so focused on proving myself that I had left little room for anything else. So I promised myself I'd find a balance. I kept working hard, but I also began saying yes to things I normally avoided. Game nights with friends, unplanned road vacations, or simply hanging out at the park on a quiet Sunday. It wasn't much, but it reminded me that life doesn't have to be all work and no play. By the end of the year, I felt like a new person. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I was prospering. The Bennetts had become my rock. Marco was like a brother to me, and it seemed like I was finally on my own road. My parents' absence still hurts, but it didn't define me. If anything, it motivated me to continue moving forward. Then everything changed when my graduation day arrived. It was meant to be the pinnacle of everything I had worked for. It was the day I would finally step up, surrounded by everyone who had supported me, and proclaim, "I made it." The weeks before graduation were a haze. I had scarcely any time to think. The Bennetts were ecstatic, planning a modest celebration at their home following. Even Marco, who usually dismisses anything mushy, looked genuinely excited for me. I recall the morning of graduation like it was yesterday. My mind raced with memories of everything it had taken to get here. From the minute my parents dropped me off on the Bennett's doorstep to the evenings I spent studying simply to prove to myself I could do it. I thought about everything. Mrs. Bennett had ironed my graduation gown the night before and left it on my bedroom door with a letter that said, "So proud of you, Noah." I grinned when I noticed it. It wasn't just the note. It was everything they'd done for me in the previous 5 years. They were no longer merely foster parents. They were my actual family. The ceremony was just as you'd anticipate. When my name was called, I crossed the stage to receive my diploma. And for a brief minute, it seemed like time had stopped. The crowd was cheering, and I could hear the Bennetts and Marco calling out my name like I was a rock star. It was just what I had hoped for. But of course, nothing in my life remains great for long. Following the ceremony, we gathered outdoors to snap photographs. The Bennetts were grinning, and Marco was cracking foolish comments about how my diploma was probably scribbled in crayons. Lily had even shown up, which surprised me because she normally kept to herself. My world seemed perfect until I saw them. Russell and Diane stood at the fringe of the crowd. At first I assumed my eyes were playing tricks on me. I hadn't seen them in years, and I certainly hadn't invited them. But there they were, dressed like they'd just gotten off a cruise ship, surveying the crowd as if looking for something or someone. I attempted to ignore them, expecting they would leave once they realized I was not going to address them. But Russell caught my eye, and before I could look away, he began marching toward me, bringing Diane along with him. My chest constricted as they approached, their features painted with phony smiles. "Noah," Diane remarked, her tone far too upbeat for someone who had abandoned their child. "You look so grown up." Russell clasped my shoulder as if we were old friends catching up. "We're so proud of you, son. This is such a big day for all of us." All of us. I laughed at the arrogance of that assertion. I stared at them, unsure whether to shout, cry, or walk away. The Bennetts and Marco were standing a few steps away, evidently perplexed, but unwilling to intervene. "What are you doing here?" I questioned, my voice firm despite my quivering palms. "We came to celebrate with you," Russell explained, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "We've made mistakes, Noah, but we always wanted the best for you," Diane added, her voice dripping with fake sincerity. "We've missed you so much. We thought this would be the perfect time to reconnect as a family." "You don't get to call yourselves my family," I told you. "You abandoned me, you left me with strangers and didn't even bother to check if I was okay. And now you want to show up like none of that happened." Diane's smile faded, and Russell's face grew red. "That's not fair, Noah," Russell responded calmly. "We did what we thought was best for everyone." "Best for everyone," I countered. "You mean best for you? Don't stand here and act like you did this for me. You were living your dream life while I was trying to figure out how to survive without you." People were starting to take notice. The Bennetts moved closer, their expressions a mix of concern and rage. Lily surprised me the most. She stepped over to Russell and Diane and told them, "You don't get to ruin this for him. You've done enough." It was the first time I'd seen her stand up to them, and I couldn't have been more proud. Russell attempted to protest, but Diane tugged on his sleeve, muttering about generating a scene. They both gave me one more glance, their faces filled with frustration and pity, before turning to walk away. The Bennetts were quick to step in, hugging me and reminding me that today was about my accomplishments, not their turmoil. Marco offered me a tissue and mumbled something about how I should charge them for emotional damages, which made me chuckle. The remainder of the day was a blur. We returned to the Bennetts' house, where they had adorned the backyard with streamers and balloons. And for a few hours, I forgot about Russell and Diane, and simply enjoyed being around those who genuinely cared. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I sat on the porch with Lily. She turned to me and said, "I'm sorry for everything. I didn't see it before, but you were right. They manipulated us. They only care about themselves." I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded. We sat there silently for a bit. I felt Lily and I were on the same page, and that was plenty. That day wasn't just about graduating. It was about finally standing up for myself and cutting links with those who had attempted to bring me down. It was not easy, but it was necessary. But I knew my folks were not finished yet. Their unexpected contact with me, as well as their insistence on returning to my life after all these years, gave me the impression that something was wrong. And I couldn't be more correct. A week after graduation, Diane sent me an email. At first I assumed it was an apology, but deep inside I knew better. It was lengthy, full of half-truths and justifications. She talked about how difficult things had been for them, how they made mistakes but always had my best interests in mind. She then said to me, "We hope we can move past this and reconnect as a family. You're doing so well and we're proud of you. Maybe you could help us out during this tough time." Help them out. After everything they'd done, or more properly not done, they had the audacity to beg for my assistance. It was humorous in an unfunny sense. I did not respond. I deleted the email and blocked their address, but the rage persisted like an unwelcome visitor. Lily had been keeping an eye on them, more out of curiosity than anything. She updated me on their newest shenanigans. They had spent their funds attempting to maintain the image of their so-called dream life, which they couldn't afford. The travel blog had failed, leaving them with nothing except debt and poor credit. They had sold the majority of their stuff and were couch surfing with distant relatives who, according to Lily, were losing patience with them. "They're a mess," Lily commented one night while on the phone. "But they keep blaming you for everything. They believe that if you simply forgive them, everything would automatically improve." Forgive them? For what? Making me homeless at 12? I snapped, bitterness evident in my voice. Lily sighed. "I am not saying they are correct, Noah. I am only telling you what they are saying." Their downfall was not something I cheered for, but I couldn't say I felt sorry for them either. They'd made their decisions, and now they were coping with the consequences. Meanwhile, my life was progressing. One afternoon, I received a notification on my phone that left me dumbfounded. Russell and Diane had found me on LinkedIn. They'd commented on a post I'd written about my future scholarship, saying, "We're so proud of you, Noah. Let's catch up soon." It was almost identical to the comment they had made on my graduation post. I had no idea they knew how LinkedIn operated. I instantly blocked them, but that wasn't enough. They started messaging people in my network, including co-workers, professors, and the Bennetts. The texts were all the same, a combination of guilt-tripping and plain lies about how I had abandoned them. One of the messages got to my employer at the bookshop, who called me aside one day to inquire what was going on. "Look, I don't want to pry," she explained, "but someone pretending to be your parents sent us an email. It was weird." I felt humiliated. "I'm very sorry," I said. "They are not actually a part of my life. I'll handle it." To her credit, my employer did not press me for information. She simply nodded and added, "Well, if they bother us again, let me know. We have your back." Hearing that was reassuring, but it also showed me how far Russell and Diane were willing to go. They were not only invading my personal life but also attempting to undermine my professional one. Around this time, Lily stepped in, issuing a public statement on social media and calling them out. She didn't hold back, telling us how they abandoned both of us and refused to accept responsibility for their actions. "Noah and I have fought hard to rebuild our lives without their help," she wrote. "We do not owe them anything." Her post went viral, and hundreds of others commented in support. While it was encouraging to have so many strangers supporting us, it also exacerbated the issue. Russell and Diane began striking out, writing their own dramatic rants about how ungrateful we were and how much they had done for us. Their messages were full of half-truths and plain lies, but as they spoke, more people saw through them. Then Lily called me, her voice strangely enthusiastic. "Do you recall the old storage unit they had? It turns out they stopped paying for it, and the landlord allowed me to take a few items before emptying it out." An hour later, she arrived at my house carrying a damaged cardboard box. "You need to see this," she replied, dropping it on the table. Inside, I discovered a folder full of documentation, unpaid invoices, foreclosure notifications, and letters from collection agencies. My stomach dropped as I flipped through them. They were living way beyond their means, Lily stated coldly. Failed enterprises and maxed-out credit cards. It appears that they fled rather than face the situation. Near the bottom of the stack, a letter from their lawyer drew my attention. It mentioned reforming finances and lowering reliance to cut costs. My name was right there, classified as a liability. I slammed the folder closed, my hands trembling. They didn't leave because they couldn't afford me, I admitted quietly. They left because it was easier than cleaning up their mess. Lily paused for a time before responding. I thought you deserved to know. Thanks, I mumbled. After she departed, I glanced at the folder, torn between destroying it and preserving it as evidence. I ended up keeping it for myself rather than for them. By the time I started college, their reputation had deteriorated. People reported their crowdfunding projects as bogus, and even the family they were residing with had kicked them out. According to Lily, they were living out of their car and still believed I owed them money. Meanwhile, I was thriving. College was all I dreamed for, and I was determined to make the most of my scholarship. I have created a modest side business offering financial literacy classes on campus. It wasn't spectacular, but it felt nice to give back, especially given how much the Bennetts had taught me about money management. One day during my second semester, I received a call from Lily. "You're not going to believe this," she replied, her tone alternately frustrated and disbelieving. "They showed up at my apartment." "What?" I asked as my chest tightened. "They were crying, Noah begging me to convince you to talk to them. They said they're desperate." I sighed and rubbed my temples. "What did you say?" "I told them to leave. I said if they showed up again, I'd call the police." I wasn't sure whether to be angry or relieved. Part of me resented that they were still attempting to draw Lily into their turmoil. But a part of me was proud of her for staying firm. She had come a long way from the timid girl who avoided confrontation at all costs. I did not owe them my forgiveness, money, or time. I owed myself to continue living the life I want, free of their influence. But of course, Russell and Diane were not finished with me. They were not the type of folks who let go, especially not when they believed there was anything in it for them. It began with strange numbers appearing on my phone at all times of day. I normally ignored them, but one day I made the mistake of responding. It was my Aunt Rachel, a relative I hadn't spoken with in years. She did not waste any time. "Noah, what is wrong with you?" she demanded before I could even say hello. "Excuse me?" I asked, caught off guard. "Your parents are struggling, living in their car, and you're just ignoring them like they don't exist? They're your family, Noah. You owe them at least a little kindness." I held down the temptation to chuckle. Kindness. Did they treat me kindly when they dropped me off at a foster home and never looked back? Were they kind to me when they left me to fend for myself at 12? Rachel huffed, obviously not expecting me to push back. "They were doing what they thought was best. People make mistakes, Noah. You're being heartless." I hung up. I didn't want to waste my time justifying myself to someone who clearly had no understanding of what I'd been through or, worse, didn't care. Over the next few weeks, I received similar calls from distant cousins, the majority of whom had not contacted me in years. It was the same story every time. I was the ungrateful son, the selfish one who couldn't forgive his unfortunate parents. None of them appeared to realize that Russell and Diane weren't only bad parents. They were toxic, manipulative, and reluctant to accept responsibility for their acts. Helping them would just draw me back into the chaos from which I had fought so hard to escape. When the calls failed, Russell and Diane escalated the situation. One day, I received an email from a lawyer representing them. The subject line itself made my stomach turn. Notice of intent to pursue financial support. I opened it and skimmed the legal jargon, which boiled down to the following. They were suing me for financial abandonment. According to the email, they believed I had an obligation to support them now that I had achieved success. It was hilarious. First of all, I was not a millionaire. Sure, I was doing well, but I was still in the beginning stages of my profession. Second, I had been in foster care. Legally, I owed them nothing. I emailed the email to a lawyer the Bennetts had recommended, who told me it was a bogus threat. They don't have a case, she explained. They're trying to scare you into giving them money. Don't engage. It was sound counsel, but it left an unpleasant taste in my mouth. After everything they'd done, the thought of them twisting the story to make me the bad guy stung even more. Instead of stewing about it, I focused my energies on my task. By now, my financial literacy classes had evolved into something far larger. What began as a side venture has grown into a full-fledged organization that teaches young adults around the country how to handle their money and plan for their future. I've worked with nonprofits, schools, and even some well-known enterprises. Every accomplishment felt like a step forward from the person I was before Russell and Diane left me behind. I recently received an email from a producer who learned about my story through one of my nonprofit partners. They were creating a series about resilience and wanted to include me. Initially, I was apprehensive. Did I really want to put my tale out there for everyone to see? But, after discussing it with the Bennetts and Lily, I decided to go for it. If sharing my story might make even one child in foster care feel less alone, it would be worthwhile. The filming procedure was strange. They asked whether I wanted to mention anything about Russell and Diane. I deliberated for a long time before deciding to discuss them briefly, not to shame them, but to provide context for my path. They made their choices, I explained during one of the interviews, and those choices shaped me in ways I never expected. But they don't define me. My life now, the family I've built, the work I do, that's what matters. But during one of the filming breaks, the producer approached me, appearing hesitant. "Hey, Noah," she began. "We found something during our research. It's about your parents. Are you okay hearing it?" I raised an eyebrow. At this point, I'm not sure anything could shock me, but go ahead. She took a big breath before proceeding. They were evicted after defaulting on many loans. There is also a history of delinquent debts, which could lead to potentially fraudulent claims. It looks like they skipped town to avoid legal trouble. I stared at her. Fraud allegations. The words seemed heavy, as if they were sinking in slow motion. She nodded. It wasn't anything huge, at least not on the surface. But there was a pattern of failed business ideas, questionable credit card usage, and attempts to obtain loans they couldn't afford. They left many people hanging. The fury I thought I had buried resurfaced. So they weren't simply greedy. They were intentionally defrauding people and fleeing when the consequences became apparent. The producer offered me a compassionate glance. "It appears that way. I felt you should know in case it came up again." I nodded, even though my thoughts were racing. Their lies had always seemed personal, as if they were solely about me. But knowing they had left a trail of ruin made things worse. Everything about them proved what I'd believed all along. They abandoned me because it was convenient, a way to cut their losses and start again. However, when the documentary was released, the response was enormous. Messages came in from people who had grown up in similar situations, thanking me for telling my tale. Some claimed it gave them hope. Others simply claimed it made them feel seen. It was unexpectedly humiliating. Russell and Diane attempted to take advantage of the documentary, as one could expect. They went on social media and posted big, dramatic rants about how I had portrayed them as villains when they were the true victims. It did not work. If anything, it backfired. People who watched the documentary began calling them out, pointing out flaws in their tales and questioning their motivations. Their efforts to recover compassion merely reinforced their reputation as manipulative and selfish. Meanwhile, I purchased my first home, a modest space in a quiet area where I could finally feel like I belonged. I invited the Bennetts and Lily over for a housewarming meal, and we spent the evening laughing, eating too much, and reflecting on how far we had come. Lily had also been prospering. She had graduated from college and was embarking on her own career, free of Russell and Diane's influence. To be honest, I have no regrets about the decisions I took. Cutting ties with Russell and Diane was difficult, but it was necessary. My success was thanks to the Bennetts, Lily, and the family I formed. Not blood, but the people that turned up. And that is all that matters. At the end of the day, family is not defined by blood. It's about who shows up, who stays, and who encourages you to be the best version of yourself. And the family I chose exceeded all of my expectations.